Yo, what up? How's it going? I'm just waiting for a few people to get in. Try to get Ellie in here so she can read this chart, figure out if astrology is real or not, fact or fiction. We'll see. Here, I'm going to watch this video. I'm waiting. This is the Clearwater City Council. I guess they're voting to do away with the First Amendment. This is something. This is from the channel The Armed Fisherman. He's like it's like an auditor, I guess, of sorts. Goes around, carries like his rifle because in Florida you can't open carry unless you're going to or from or are fishing and hunting at that time. So you're allowed to open carry then, and you can open carry whatever. Doesn't matter if it's a handgun, a rifle, whatever. That's just a law. So a lot of people in Florida don't know that law because I mean, even cops don't know that law. It's so strange, really, um, to have that law and for not many people know about it, especially the way there's so many guns here in Florida. But I thought it interesting. He basically goes to all the council meetings also and does a bunch of shit. But they're like basically doing this vote against him. So let's see.
11.2. Thank you, Vice Mayor. So this is Resolution 23-15, a resolution of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending council rules, providing an effective date, as the council knows.
And I want to be your piece of shit lawyer. Now, I know what you're thinking. By piece of shit lawyer, do I mean that I'm a piece of shit person who also happens to be a lawyer? Or a piece of shit lawyer who uses dodgy and dishonest tactics to win my cases? Or an incompetent piece of shit failure as a lawyer? The answer? All three, baby. Being divorced.
Oh shit! This guy's pretty funny too, so it should be a pretty entertaining little video. But yeah, his channel's The Armed Fisherman. The Armed Fisherman. Check it out. They said he does some auditing stuff. A lot of people don't like that. because some of them just get a little too freaking anal about the shit. Not really proving a point or doing anything. It's just like their ego, basically. Um, but this guy's pretty good and he's entertaining.
Almost 5 times, disbarred from practicing the law twice, never once won a case. So why are you going to hire me as your defense attorney? For the ride, baby.
These are requests that have been made by the council as well as some members of the public to revise our quorum rules. I did, I think for context, and I hope it's helpful, attach the rules from the county commission as well as the rules from the Pinellas County School Board because I wanted both the public as well as this council to see some of the comparison language. But happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments? I didn't have a chance to talk about this at the work session. I'm not in favor of putting any restrictions on free speech. I think it's important, but I understand everyone's feelings here. Anyone else care to talk about it tonight? Okay, if anyone in the audience.
I have a.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wasn't going to make a comment, but you know, I'm going to make a comment on this. And you know, it's not that we have thin skin up here. We're here to perform a meeting, city business. I don't care if you want to go out and yell obscenities outside. It's not going to affect me. But if it affects the meeting, this is a special meeting, and we can set the parameters on what we want.
Mary, I am out of control. Yeah, I use drugs. I can do what I want, bitch. Whatever. I do what I want.
To hear in that meeting instead of going on and on and on, monetizing YouTube videos.
Welcome to YouTube. Yeah, I said welcome to YouTube.
It's not the business.
Oh my gosh. So if you're just oh yeah, Forgotten Whispers. What the hell? I don't even know what all that crap's about. Like everyone's just fighting for no reason. Or it's just nothing that I know about. So yeah, it was just a bunch of mumbo jumbo to me. And yeah, I didn't mean anything about them all being Canadians, but they are all Canadians, which is kind of weird, right? Just saying. But I noticed on YouTube, there's a lot of Canadians on YouTube. So interesting. Yeah, so anyways, we're watching this video. The guy's the armed fisherman. He's like an auditor of sorts. He basically goes around and he opens carries just to kind of teach cops, because a lot of cops here in Florida don't know that you're allowed to open carry if you're going to or from or while you're fishing or hunting. So it's kind of weird, you know, you're like at the beach or something, you see some dude walking down there with a fishing pole and an AR-15 or something. You're like, what the hell? But it's just sad because I mean, not sad that people don't know that you're allowed to do that. And, you know, they're always the ones that are calling the cops and letting them know. But when the cops come, they don't know any better. They don't know the law. So it just becomes a big fiasco. And he kind of just does that, you know. Some auditors are kind of assholes. Some are good, you know, some are trying to really show something and do something. And this is just where I live, so that's why it's kind of important. And this is the Clearwater City Council, and they hate this guy because he goes there and he'll like he'll sit on the first row and just flip everybody off the whole time. There's just a whole bunch of crap, and they're trying to like silence him and pass a bunch of stupid laws and shit.
It's the city of Clearwater. Okay, so I know he'll probably cut that and show up. I'll show up on his video with a gun to my head or something. But you know, we're here to perform business, and it's nothing to have anything to do with free speech. Go outside. You can talk all you want to, and you can jump up and down and do the one finger salute as much as you want. But in here, it really disturbs us trying to take care of city business. So that's all I wanted to say. Has nothing to do with thin skin, has nothing to do with because we don't want to hear bad words. I can tell you, I sit out here and I look at the audience, people that want to come up, like this couple right here, and they have to listen to that. It puts people off that want to come up and actually say something that has to do with city business. So I just wanted to get that out there and be very clear about it. That's all. That's my comment.
I appreciate it. Anyone else? We have public comments now or after the motion?
Whichever the vice mayor prefers.
Well, right now. Come on up.
Let's see what the people have to say.
Patrick Raftery, once again, a resident of Clearwater for 44 years. I'm one of the residents who spoke with respect to some offensive behavior that I saw at one of the sessions. It was very offensive to me. It diminished the moment of the oath of office being applied to our chief of police in the city of Clearwater. And as I have said before, I have no objection to people disagreeing
Oh my God.
very strongly with decisions that are made or events that are happening. However, I do believe there's a way to do it in a civil and reasonable manner without offending people. I do not agree that free speech is universal without limits. If I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking back to legal things I learned about long ago. The Supreme Court Justice, Learned Hand himself, said free speech does not allow you to holler fire in a theater. There are limits.
Oh shit. I hope my stream don't get shut down for boot porn. Crap. That's too funny. He's just, I guess this guy is talking a bunch of shit. Like he's talking shit about the armed fisherman. About him sitting there in the first row, just flipping them off the whole time and shit. I should shift that other video. This bootleg, holy shit.
We only ask that it be done in a civil manner, disagree in a civil manner, no personal attacks. And I believe the council can adopt rules of decorum and conduct that will be in compliance with the free speech article that we have. And if it's necessary for it to be tested in the court of law, so be it. But I don't think that is necessary. I'm reminded of an admonition I was given many years ago as a young man by my father. And he said to me, Patrick, he said, in life, try and practice what I call Irish diplomacy. And that is the art of telling someone to go to hell where they get excited and look forward to the visit. It's all in the way you speak about it. And I'm just encouraging people to disagree, but do it in a civil, non-offensive manner. Free speech is definitely not universal. Things will offend most of the residents of this city. Thank you very much for your time.
Bootlicker, James.
Anyone else?
Shit. We have a bootlicker.
Can we hear them? The resolution?
The resolution has been read.
Oh, it has.
If the council would like to move it forward, then it would require a motion.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Yes, motion to approve agenda item 12.2.
All in favor?
Second.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. So 3-1 with Vice Mayor Bunker abstaining.
You may not abstain.
Oh,
You do
Or-
have to vote.
voting.
Opposed? Okay.
Voting opposed. Yeah,
All right.
sorry.
What
The biggest frustration I hear.
Anyways. Jeez. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go over my birth chart, my astrology chart, and see if it's real or not, or if it, equates to my real life. So. But I was waiting for Ellie to come in so she can read it. But she's probably listening to all the bullshit going on at Queen Bee's right now. Are they still fighting over there? I literally don't know anything going on, so that's why. Yeah, lots of yelling. Yeah, like I said, I don't even know those people, so no need to get concerned with that. All right, let me bring up my chart. Bear with me. Freaking can't find shit. What the fuck? Yeah, so am I. Like I did the chart, so you have to like know the time you're born. You know, obviously where you're born, um, like your name, and I forget some other crap. But yeah, it's pretty cool. And she supposedly she can read it because I can't read it. Like I said, I should have messaged her before I went live, but it's kind of dicking off. So it's like, yeah. Ah, shit. Oh yeah. I mean, I guess it really does. They say it really matters about the time. I'm not. I have no idea, but I guess it does matter. I forgot to redact something. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna dox myself too much. Uh, oh, there it is. Sorry, guys. Definitely not prepared, but hey, we're still waiting for Ellie, so it's all good. Oh, what the hell? Oh shit. All right, almost there. Shit. What the? Yay! Finally. Holy crap. Hey, can I even see that? Okay. Okay, that didn't work. You're, hey, Rowdy, what's up? You're a Cancer? It's cool. I'm Aquarius. All right. Let me bring up my damn chart. Yeah, Ellie, what's up? There you are. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. There we go. Dang, man. Oh, 1 second, Ellie. 1 second. Hey, what's up?
Yeah, yeah, put up here just in case.
Yeah, no, Queen got burned. She always gives me
Yeah,
shit. I was like, oh,
yeah.
no.
You never know. You never know. Oh my God, it's crazy over there. I
Yeah,
didn't
I
know it
know.
like I didn't know because you sometimes you just like push it off to like the next day. You know what I mean? I just never know with you. You know what I mean? You'll be like, oh, I'm doing tomorrow instead. You know, you'll do your, you know. That's why I wasn't
Oh,
sure if
for the
you were.
stream. Yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah. Usually it's like, it's at 8 o'clock in the morning now. Like it'll just be changed. But
Well, I hate to do it when someone else is already doing a live, but like that bullshit, I didn't mind leaving
I
there.
know, dude. I was like, okay, good, thank you. Just crazy, get me out of here. I just feel like my head is like spinning, right? Oh my gosh, that was like
Yeah,
what the
I don't even know any
fuck.
of those people
I
or
don't know
even.
any of them
Yeah.
either. I don't know why I got caught up in it. That's what happens, you know. You're like, oh gosh, why am I caught up in all of this? I don't even. Yeah, I knew like 20% of what was going on. I would say, about.
Yeah, no, I didn't even know that. I know Nicolina bad. I know Constance or whatever her name
Not
is.
like
I know
that,
her.
Nicolina. That's about it. Yeah.
That's all I
A
know. And then they
goofball.
started naming a few other people, and I was like, yeah, nah, I've heard about them. Not good.
Yeah. 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 It's not good. Okay, so okay. We'll start going over. Okay, I wish 3 dot would pop up. 3 dot. Let's like say three
Yeah, say his
dots.
name. Start
Three
typing three dot
dot.
in
Three
chat.
dot.
Anyone
Three
know
dot.
three dot? Get him in here. Dude.
Yeah, anyone know 3 dot? Go rally him. He'd be funny, but he knows a lot too. See, I don't
Yeah, no,
know.
he
I
was.
mean, he probably knows about like the different how like there's a lot to this, and I'm not like an astrologer. You know what I mean? That's what I tell you. Like I know like minimal, but I know some stuff. And I could help you. Like I could look stuff up.
Well, yeah, I just was gonna see, compare it to like, what you said, what that kind of means, and I'll be like, oh, how it applies to my life, or
Yeah, yeah,
how
yeah.
much
There's like
it closely resembles my life, or what's going on with me, or my personality, or what's it supposed to show? First of all, I guess.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, I'm asking,
Um.
what's it supposed to
Oh, what's
show?
supposed to show? I mean, like I mean, so much. I mean, like a lot about your personality, like your past, your future, your purpose. Like so, I mean, it's like it's interesting because like I don't know, like I've always kind of like believed in it, but like blindly. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't really I know some of the science, right? But like is it really science? Like the planets being aligned gives us this personality, like as like there's part of me that like is like, like I've always believed in it, but then like when you kind of look at there is science to it, but like how much? Do you know what I mean? Like
I hear you.
how,
I always thought
you
that
know,
most of this stuff was so vague. You know, same with like
yeah,
fortune telling and stuff. It's like you can really, just like earlier tonight at Joneson. You read one sentence and it meant six
yeah,
different things to everybody. You know what I mean? Like
yeah. The way that you read things.
you perceive
Yeah, that
it.
was,
Yeah,
and so
your
interesting,
life
like how,
experiences.
and people like want one, it's like usually, I mean, some was like 75-25 or sometimes 80-20, but mostly it was like 50-50 on those questions. Like I feel like we're kind of split, like polarized in a way more than we are complicated, I don't know. It seems like it on this place. Like that's there's a lot of like that tit for tat, like that tribalism that goes on between like camps. Do you know what I mean? Like that's a
Yeah.
big thing with like a lot of YouTube. But like this stuff, I don't know. When I started learning about it, like I told you, I was working with this girl, and like we were working in a restaurant, and so like we're all friends, and so she would like I just learned about it like through people. She'd be like, "Oh, that's so like Sagittarius moon of you, Matt." Like she would just be like so funny about like calling out, and it's cool because she ended up like studying and like kind of like that's what she does. She does like readings and stuff now, but she was always like so interested in it, and that's how I kind of learned. But I don't know like a lot, but I know some stuff.
That's cool.
So yeah,
Yeah, I
I
know
mean, I feel
nothing.
like when we both found out we were both Aquarians, it kind of made sense because we're both like similar a little, right? And you remind me of like another Aquarian male. I don't really know a lot of male Aquarians for some reason. I know so many Leos, the opposite. I've
Yeah.
had like a lot of Leos in my life. So it's also like see, like it's hard because this is so small. Like I need to like take a picture and like blow it up, and I'll do that
I
because
sent you. I sent it to you
oh
on
yeah.
Discord.
Okay, let me go look. Let me go get it there. That'll be better because we have to like zoom in and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I can zoom in a little bit more, I guess. But yeah, I just
I bet there. Hold on. You can still hear me?
Yep.
Because sometimes when I go over to like another thing, it like stops.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, so
Yeah, because I was just gonna, kind of see just the different stuff. Just anything that you know.
yeah, we could go through it like your moon in Virgo. Like I could like like I don't know stuff offhand, but I could look up because like Virgos are very like into like details and stuff. So like they say like moon in Virgo, you appreciate like details, you're organized. Is that some of the things? Are you like crave structure? Are these some of the things like so your moon is like your emotional side. So how you would like kind of your emotions, your feelings. And so your moon in Virgo, like Virgos in general are like very detailed, very organized. So then you kind of think of like you kind of like apply that kind of Virgo ness to like your moon and to your like emotional side. Do you get it? So
Yeah,
because
I
your
got
moon
you.
is more your emotional, your sun is like how people perceive you in the world, and then your rising sign is like how you are mostly on the inside. Like where sun is like how you're reflected out, how people see you. But then, so your rising is what again? Capricorn? I forget from the other day. Let me look.
I don't
Do you
know
see
where's
it?
that at.
Oh yeah, it's like ascendant. Oh, Virgo. Oh wait, no. So oh, you have Virgo moon and Virgo. See so that and then also like which where they are on the chart. See, that also means something, but that's like getting really complicated, like because it's like
Well,
in your
Carrie
different
said the
houses. What?
fifth house is loaded. What does that mean?
Yeah, like you see that house, like okay, that is like that's like Aquarius is like the 11th. Like it goes like like the 12th house is like Pisces, and then number one is Aries. So Aquarius is like your 11th house. And so that looks like it's in your, I don't know, in between, right? And they're all, see how they're all stacked in there? Like, see that? I don't know exactly what that means, like, but it, like when they're all like in one chart, I
Yeah,
think
all
that
those
like,
little symbols there you're talking about.
yeah, that means like all of your signs are like in one place. You know, we could look it up. Like everything. See, like see how it's all like geometry too. Like everything means like if it's like trine to this and square to that. Like it gets very like geometry and very like technical.
Huh.
You know, and like I mean, people do readings and it's like really intense. Like they'll be like, okay, you're, you know, you see how all those are in that one, and that's your, oh, that's your fifth house. Let me look up what the fifth house is. Hold on. So, oh my God, you hear Willow? She's freaking out. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
and I have
see, so your
some.
fifth house is.
Huh. Oh, sorry, I was talking to my dog.
Oh yeah, now my dog is going. Well, that's a house of pleasure. Okay. Huh. Creativity, romance, and children. That's interesting. Artistic. That's interesting because you do some. You kind of like have an artistic whatchamacallit job because you
Yeah.
make. Yeah.
And what was the other thing you said?
Both your Virgo moon and your Virgo and your rising sign is. Wait, hold on a minute. Willow's freaking out. I have to get her ball. Hold on one sec. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, let me look what else. Hold on.
Hey, what's up, Xena with Fire? Welcome. Yeah, we're just going over to my birth chart to see how much it equates to, you know, my life, I guess.
Okay, so this is like some Virgo rising like things that you could maybe see if it's you or not. Like some with Virgo rising. Are you organized, put together, and reliable? It's kind of similar to like the way that you are emotionally, because you're both your moon and your rising is both Virgo. So you probably would see this more like in your personality.
Yeah, I'm
Are you
all that.
you're yeah. Well, your table wasn't very organized in that thing. Did you have
Yeah,
stuff all over
well,
your table?
yeah, the kitchen, no. Everything
Yes, you
else, yeah.
know. Everything else, yeah, that's where everything kind of gets organized from the table.
What's up,
That's
boss?
funny. Oh, pale skin and dark hair. That's weird. I never
Pales,
heard
what
like
does that
you.
mean?
They often seen as intelligent and analytical. Rising, Virgo rising. You're
Boston
ruled by the.
stress. You ain't the only one,
Oh
man.
my God! Oh my God! I'm
Crazy
so
over
glad
there.
it's pulled me away from that. Okay, so Mercury, you're ruled by like as a Virgo rising, you're ruled by Earth, and your ruling planet is Mercury, like Mercury in retrograde, and Mercury is the planet of technology and communication and intellect. So, with the rising in Virgo, you're ruled by that planet.
By Mercury.
Yeah, and then like your Mercury, let me look at your Mercury. That's like another planet. God, Willow wants food now. She's so demanding, this dog. Okay, hold on. So your Mercury is in Capricorn. That's like your communicate. That's Mercury is like the planet of communication. So let me see what it will say for like if your Mercury's in Capricorn.
I always thought
So
like
like
Capricorns are kind of assholes.
no, they're very like kind of like they're really good work, you know, they always like have like really good careers and like very like methodical and cautious and kind of like they're very reliable, good friends. Like I have some like my oldest friends are like Capricorns or like usually Tauruses. So Mercury in Capricorn. Ooh, this is like makes sense of like this whole like stream tonight is ruthlessly concerned with the bottom line. It's gonna change its mind on something, then it's prepared to change it all the way. So you're like, is this bullshit or is this like
Yeah,
something
fact
I
or
could?
fiction.
Yeah, totally.
I think I don't like
Um,
Capricorns, or I think they're assholes because my sister's a Capricorn.
oh, and she's an asshole. Oh, there you go. Oh, no, I'm
No,
just
she's all
kidding.
right. I'm just kidding.
No, no, I was kidding. Yeah. No, my sister's like a Scorpio, so I know Scorpios really well, like how they think, you know?
You know, it's weird because I was actually born late, so I just made Aquarius, and she was actually born early. So we almost should have been switched, right?
Oh,
Should have been Capricorn, and she should have been Aquarius, but we're like 3
it's
weeks apart.
switched. Oh, wow. That's funny.
A year and 3 weeks actually. But yeah, it was kind of weird, kind of funny, and I see her as a Capricorn really a lot, and I just the bullshit that I know just about signs,
Because
which
you're
is too
closer
much.
to you're close, like when you're like closer to Capricorn too, you sometimes like there'll be like different quadrants. Like if you're closer and so you'll have like Capricorn, or like you're an Aquarius, but you'll have like certain like traits that resemble Capricorn or like Aquarian traits that are Capricorn-esque, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, no, I
yeah.
can see that too, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, so Mercury and Capricorn
Capricorn.
prefer to do their own research on a topic rather than relying on information provided by others.
Oh,
That's
yeah, nice.
interesting. That's kind of you
Yeah,
too, you
for
know.
sure. For sure.
That's cool. Okay. Methodical and analytic approach to matters governed by this planet. Their tendencies to assign different labels, some of which they create themselves to people with whom they interact. Huh. Do you do that?
What? Say it
Do you
again?
assign
Sorry.
different labels like to people with whom they interact in their relationships? Like you kind of did, like all those people over there are crazy tonight, kind of thing. Like,
Oh,
do you
yeah,
like?
no, I can see that, yeah. No, yeah, certain people, and they're saying certain people and groups of people like that?
Yeah, like your
Yeah, I can
minds are extremely well organized,
yeah, I kind of
and it,
file them a certain spot when I kind of assess them, and then, okay,
yeah,
you're
put them
here.
in like an area.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
yeah, I can
sounds
see that.
exactly like a Capricorn, Mercury and Capricorn. That's what it says. Their minds are extremely organized and they frequently find themselves needing to gather their impressions from a particular event or activity and form a general conclusion about them before moving on to something else, you know? That's
Yeah, I have to
cool.
kind of like finish whatever, I can see that. Kind of finish my thoughts on that and get it straight in my head, and then I'm like, all right, then move on to the next thing.
My Mercury's in Aquarius. So,
What's up, Wing Zero? Hey, lunch lady. What's happening? So what does that mean?
um, let's see. Yeah, try to keep up with it. Yeah, like a visionary. I'm kind of like an idealist. Yeah. They speak their mind and sometimes with a strong without a strong filter. Oh no. Others might take the information.
Bingo.
Oh no, that's my problem. My Aquarius and Mercury. Now, anytime I say anything, I'm gonna be like, that's just my Aquarius and Mercury. I'm
There
sorry.
you
I
go. Yeah.
can't help it.
Built-in
See?
excuse.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's funny. That like hit on the nose. Okay. Okay. So let's see what else. Okay. Let me look. Hold on. Um, okay. So your Mars. Oh, we both have the same Mars. I think. I don't know if I have to look at my Mars again. Let me see. Mars in Sag. That's like your energy, like how you kind of like go about life. And like Sagittarius is a really good sign. I like Sagittarians. Like they're very like adventurous. Okay, so not wait, Mars and Sag. Okay. Like yeah, Mars is like the planet, like the energy planet, kind of. That's how I think of it, like energy or
Cool.
see. So so like the presence of Mars gives you happiness of pride, courage, status, fame, prosperity, and victory. Playful and fun-loving.
Yeah.
They love friendly debates, although they can go to extremes.
Yeah. That's me.
You tend to be to a faint to this is kind of not written right. To be famous in their life, a strong sense of justice,
Hmm.
unique philosophical convictions, and when it comes to standing for their beliefs, no one can win an argument with Mars and Sagittarius. There are times reluctant to hear others' opinions. Oh. So that's like your Mars. Your Mars is like, yeah, like your
Oh, look,
oh,
Forgotten Whispers Aquarius too, and she's married to Aquarius.
oh
What?
wow. Aquarius Club.
Wow, that is crazy. Yeah, I've always my
Oh, I
girlfriend
love it.
now of 28 years is Gemini, and my two, I really only had like three probably real serious girlfriends, and the other two were Gemini also. So I don't know if that had anything.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, what is
That's
your like?
always
Okay, your
strange.
Venus is like your love. Let me look and see what that is. That's like your love. That'd be crazy if it was Gemini. Capricorn. So that means like, you know how Capricorns are like methodical,
Hmm.
you know? So like you're kind of like like kind of like level-headed about, I would think, about your love life, you know? Yeah, loyalty, oh, the placement of value, long-term relationship. That you value long-term relationships because you're like very loyal. Like that, my friends that are Capricorn friends, like I just feel like they're just so loyal. Like there's like a loyalty to like Venus and Capricorn is like inspires like a person to become loyal, hardworking, proud, and work.
Hmm.
And Venus influences a person's emotions too. So in Capricorn, it will like take it to like practicality. So you'll You know what I mean? Kind of combine those two. Bull is freaking out again. Her ball. She is an Aries, like Willow. Didn't we go over your dogs too? Like, so they're like the baby of like the zodiac. She's like a baby. Like if she doesn't get her way, she like cries, kind of. Like
What does she want you to do? Like throw the ball so she can go
she's
get
what
it?
she'll put. She's like she puts it in weird places, so I have to get up and get it. She's like rules me.
Oh, she acts
Yeah.
like she can't get it out of that spot or something.
Yeah, she starts crying and barking. Like she'll put it like somewhere where I can't get it, just so I could have to get up and get it for her.
Huh.
I don't know.
That's funny.
Oh, okay. You're attracted to people who are sensible and organized.
Hmm.
Is your girlfriend sensible and organized?
Yeah,
I
sensible
feel
for sure.
maybe not so much.
Organized. Eh.
Oh, when Venus is in Capricorn, it makes it difficult to communicate feelings and emotions to one's significant other. Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Wow, they sometimes have difficulty asserting their desires and communicating them to partners.
That's weird.
Interesting. Okay, let's
And
see what else. What are your other ones? Let me see.
we have like a lot of different Cancer. A Cancer married to Scorpio, Rowdy.
Like
Xena with Fires is Sagittarius, married to a Scorpio for 27 years.
oh wow, Sagittarius by Scorpio. Wait, is that
Oh, cool.
whoa?
Forgotten. Yeah, come up for sure.
Yeah,
Aquarians unite.
wait, Sagittarius with a Scorpio. Wait, those are on opposite. Water and Earth. Yeah. Wait, no, they're not. They're next to. Three Dot has like a theory about like being next to each other on the chart and being like two away from each other on the chart. But I think
What's that? What do you
Sag
mean?
and Scorpio are right next to each other on the chart. And like Three Dot Dave had this whole theory when we were talking the last time.
Oh, every other one, right? You were saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's like every other one? Like for me, what's
I don't
two
know.
ahead and two
Oh,
back?
two ahead. Like it goes like Aquarius, then Pisces, and then what is like Pisces? Aries. No. Yeah, Aries. Aries then because they start over because Pisces is like the oldest of like is the last one of the zodiac. They're like the oldest soul, supposedly Pisces. Like I have one friend that's like a Pisces, and he's such a mystery still to me. Like he's just so, I don't know. Like Pisces are hard for me to like grasp. Like they're just like the old souls, and they're like mysterious and watery. They're like the fish. They're very mysterious, and so they're like. And then Aries. So two away from you would be Aries. So it goes Pisces, and then Aries, and then Taurus. Yeah.
What about the other way?
The other way is Sagittarius. Oh, Capricorn, like your sister, and then Sagittarius before that, and then Scorpio before that, and then Libra, and then Virgo.
So
Leo.
Gemini is like totally opposite of the man.
May. Yeah. My mom is a my dad was like a Libra. Like air signs get along with air signs really well. But I did date a Gemini once. And we didn't, I don't know. He was different. It was the only Gemini I ever dated. And it was different, you know. I don't know if like those things necessarily like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure. Like those, like, I'm sure you could like figure out your relationship, but I don't think like, well, this sign has to go with that sign. I think people, you know, but like, see how like you have all those like angles going on right there, dude? That means something.
All the
But I don't
lines,
know
you mean?
exactly what it means. Yeah. Like that would be like, I know I should like.
Like right here, you mean? All this?
Yeah. And all those in one chart. I mean,
And
I could
all
try to
this,
look
yeah.
it up. Yeah, like that. And they're all, that's, I think.
Well, does it mean something when I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with nothing in it?
Yeah. See, when they're all grouped together like that, that means something.
And
I
it's
just
like,
don't
so
know.
this is a air sign, and this is what is that?
That's like right. That's like, I thought that was like Libra, that one, but maybe I'm wrong. Wait, let me look. Wait, you can see it over here. Hold on. Let me look. It's too small. Okay.
Where the hell does it even have it at?
It's beyond my scope.
Damn it. Now I
I'm
gotta call a
sorry. I'll
professional.
go. Wait. I don't know. I mean, it's like complicated, all of that. You know what I mean?
What's up, Ashley? You didn't miss much. Um, but my birth chart is kind of coinciding with my life a little bit, you know.
Lunch Lady is a Gemini, and is a Gemini with an Aquarius.
Oh,
And
really?
we've been married for 30 years.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I think air signs go with air signs, you know, or like opposite, like air and fire, you know, or earth and water. Because they say like air like fuels fire, and like fire heats the air, and then earth waters the like the earth waters the earth, right?
Yeah.
Or waters the earth. And then earth, like, I don't know what does something to the water, but then like you put like the other things together, like earth and um like fire, you know, other things, like they're like, well, those don't go, you know, or this does this to this, like fire will, like earth will
Fire,
put out
water.
fire, right? Water will put out fire,
Gotcha.
right? And then like fire will heat water. I don't know. It's like all those like different, you know, things, like different, you know.
Well, I wonder if it matters too. Like, you know, lunch lady, she's Gemini and her husband's Aquarius. So, you know, the woman's a Gemini, the man's Aquarius. Kind of
But
like the same situation I'm in. I
yeah,
wonder if that matters too, you know?
yeah, you know what my friend would say? She'd be like, oh, it depends on like where all your charts are. Like, I think there's a way on this spot. Like, I remember there used to be like a way that you could do two charts together. and then you could click on stuff and see. I wonder if you can click on this one in like real time, and it could tell, like, I remember you used to be able to click on things and it would tell you like what things meant. Did you try to do it? I could try again on Astro, I think you're probably saved in my thing.
So, like, what do you mean? Like, oh,
Like it would,
I go to the site again and do it. I got you.
yeah. Like
And
sometimes you
like,
could click, it would click, it would tell you things too. Okay, another thing that's really cool is like, okay, hold on. Like your true node is,
mhm.
I think, okay, that's like really, okay, wait, the true, hold on, true node, I think is like your north node. Yeah, your true node is your north node. Okay, somebody just told me about this like 5 years ago or so, and it's really kind of, I think it's cool. It's like okay, so your true node, which is your north node, is Capricorn. Okay, so let me look that. So your true node, which is your north node, which is Capricorn for you, in general, like your north node is your fate and your purpose that you're meant to fulfill in this lifetime. It's like it's karma, and it's like kind of where you're going.
Oh
Like your
shit! All right.
like your north node. So your north, and then like and so the opposite is always like north and south are opposites. Mine is like Aquarius Leo, which is weird, and then Aquarius in this lifetime and Leo in the other times lifetime. So like your north is like where you're going towards, and like your south node is like your what you came from in your past, and like what lessons you brought with you to like this lifetime supposedly. So yours is Capricorn. Let me see. So your north. So that when I looked it up, I was like, wow, it made more sense to me than like a lot of other things in my birth sign. I don't know when I looked it up. Okay. So I'll look yours up. North node is in Capricorn. Okay. Okay, North node in Capricorn. See, because North, Capricorns, okay, my phone is like, are very like kind of, I think, diligent about like work and stuff. So your North node represents the kinds of experience. So like your North node then would be like in Capricorn would be like you striving for some kind of like material, like kind of, or wait, hold on.
Hey, Ashley. No, you didn't miss much over here, but
Yeah.
like Queens live. Is it still going on? Probably is. Yeah, rewind that for a little bit if you want a headache, or nah, if you want to learn some crazy shit.
Uh-oh.
I got Venice
No.
Beach on my TV that I'm watching. What?
Oh,
What?
no. I'm just like, I'm like, okay. Wow. Do you ever self-sabotage your life goals? It says it's the most likely placement for self-sabotaging when it comes to achieving life's goals. But okay.
Self-sabotaging.
You're learning to accept your like successes and failures as as part of growth. Like as Capricorn. So Capricorn is very like kind of detail oriented, ish, like very like goal oriented. So like so that's like what you're like for this lifetime then for your Capricorn North node. It's like it's about your developing your goals and ambitions that are different from like what maybe your family wanted you to like do, like what kind of like restrictions maybe your family placed on you, different, like you want to like, that's like really important to like forge your own path that's different from other people. Does that
That's interesting.
because it's
Yeah,
Capricorn,
I'm
like
not
your
really
purpose.
I'm not really goal oriented like
No,
that.
oh,
You know,
so
where I'm
forget it. That's nothing. No, it's not. But I mean, that's like because like Capricorns are very goal oriented, like that. So like, so your North Node would be like somebody that would be like kind of ambitious, and but also
yeah,
you get, but at the same time, like it's like your lesson. So part of that could be like self-sabotaging or worrying too much about how like things are going to turn out. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know so much about like, I mean, I looked up, it's just interesting. I guess it's like kind of like your destiny in life. So that's like, and then you come from the opposite, like your south node is like the opposite, which is
Where you came from,
yeah, like
not where you're going.
yeah, it's like your past life.
Oh, it could have been a like a life before.
Yeah, like your south node is like the opposite of like
So maybe I'm in my south node now, and I haven't got to my north node yet because
yeah,
I'm
because it
really
is
not
part of
I'm not
yeah.
really goal oriented. I
So
do
Cancer
just
is Cancer is the opposite. Oh, so that's interesting. Cancer. So okay. Hmm. Yeah, like your south node is like your lessons and your wisdom that you're already born with. So like so if you have your south node in Cancer, it's like your past life in Cancer. Let me see. Could you oh, it says that you okay.
said what?
You look to feel like emotionally secure. So because you're too detached from when it comes to work. Okay, these are your
Yeah.
strengths: responsible, precise, and ambitious. Your challenges are you're sometimes selfish, bitter.
Wow. Hmm.
Sometimes you have to like and like okay, the placement of the south node in Cancer is indicating that you try the best to be in charge and responsible. They could blame their like you blame your past without thinking too much instead of looking on what's causing you to feel insecure. I don't know because it's like the emotional. I don't because the Cancer is very emotional, so like having like that south node, they're very like watery, you know. So that's you come from like yeah, this is great. It's complicated. The south and north node. It's like something you just gotta like look into and like read, you know. And I just think that's very interesting. The south and north node stuff. Somebody I didn't even really know about it as far as like astrology, but it's like it's your true node. People go look that up. If you people go to like astro.com and do this, it's really easy, right? You went, you did it, right? It was super
Yeah.
duper easy.
Yeah. No. It was painless.
Yeah. You just put in your info and
Yeah. You just put it in, and I think it was what was it under charts and calculations or something.
yeah, or like astro reading, or yeah, or astro, yeah, something like that.
Oh, you could. I just clicked back on it real quick to see, and there's actually different charts you can do. What's the extended chart
That
thing?
might be one that you pay for. There's
No,
one
it
that
says free,
oh well maybe that's
and
one that I did that you could click on and
there's
you
a
could
direct atlas query also that's free.
oh let me
Time
look.
zone atlas chart of the moment and birthplace query. And then the other one, the extended chart selection says create the chart drawing of your choice. A wide selection of horoscope types, drawing styles, house systems.
Yeah, because that's the houses. Like it really like another thing is like it's just so confusing though, and I don't know enough about like where you're which houses each of your those planets are in make a big difference because each like of these different ones. You can go through, like there will be like a wheel that will explain each like pie, and like what it like one is like family and like relationships, one is like finance, like they all represent different like aspects. So then having your different planets in those different pies, those different, that also means a lot. There's just so many ways, there's so much to reading a chart.
Huh. So which chart, the natal chart wheel, or
Yeah, maybe try that one, because I think you can click on stuff. I remember like being able to click. I'll go look. I remember you able to like, click on it. Willow, what? Do you
oh
hear
yeah,
that?
no,
Yeah,
it well, it looks like the same chart I.
but you can click on it maybe, and it will like,
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So
and little like boxes will come up, like windows, or no?
uh,
Oh, good. Jane says has pulled hers up and she's been following along. I hope we're making sense. Like I'm not like, I have this one book that is so good. I wish I had it. I just don't know where it is. I'm trying to
why
think.
can't I? It let me click on it, but I think it just enlarged it.
Oh, oh.
Oh wait, what the hell? No, it's not really. I'm trying to click all over it. Let's see if something pops up. No.
No, you're clicking. I hear you click.
What the hell? That's so weird. I can't even go back though. Like, oh, it opened up its own window. What the fuck? All right, hang on. Let me see if I can click on this shit. And it just enlarged and went to a bigger window. Hmm. Let me see. I just gotta read this real quick. Maybe because I'm doing default settings.
Oh,
Or what's transits?
the transits, like,
Oh, maybe that's what I need to do.
yeah, that's
All
like the
right.
different. Yeah, that's like the different chart, the different houses, and
But I can't really click on anything.
no.
No, it's just opening a new page and enlarging. It's not bringing up like a box or
Oh yeah.
any description or anything. What the hell?
What
I
the
wish
hell?
I knew how to do this shit. uh,
I know, I'm kind of burnt. I'm sorry. I wish I could be more helpful. My head hurts from like over there. From like trying to like follow. Like you just like. I feel like it makes your head hurt. That stuff. Like hearing the same thing, people like yelling at each other about the same thing over and over again.
yeah, I mean, not even understanding what they're saying half the time because they're just
Yeah,
talking over each other.
burn out my brain.
Yeah, that's why I didn't. I was kind of just looking at chat. Really, I wasn't even paying attention to any of the crap they were saying up there.
Yeah,
I was
it's
just
hard to tell.
seeing what everyone was saying in chat. Yeah, so I mean, I guess it's kind of a lot of it is similar to my life and stuff, and my personality and other stuff like that, relationships, somewhat, I
You
guess.
want to look up like I'll look up like Aquarius and Gemini, because they'll just like explain your compatibility. I
What
used to have,
on that site or just in general? Like,
no, like in general, like you could look up and like, wait, hold on. If this one book that I had, let's see, Linda Goodman. Let's see if it comes up. Oh, cool. Okay. Okay, this one woman, like, I really like her, Lisa Goodman. Oh, well, this is totally from her book. Do you want me to send it to you?
Yeah, sure.
Because this is like, oh my God, Willow's freaking out. Okay.
Huh. Yeah, I Googled it and it said in a Gemini Aquarius love affair, the pair can enjoy a wonderful, stimulating mental connection. Flexibility is something that is advantageous in the Gemini Aquarius love compatibility.
Look up the one I just put because she's so good. Like, she had this book. It was called Love Signs, and it would be like every like possibility, like Aquarius man, Gemini woman, Gemini woman, like Libra man, like every like possibility. It was like a huge book, but it's all online now.
Oh, that's cool.
And she kind of like, it's like she's like kind of like, it's like fun, not funny, but like the way that it's yeah. That's like
She
a
has
thing.
a good storytelling.
Yeah, like the way that she'll like, right? She words it. Oh, what's your Juno? That's your partner in your birth chart? I didn't know that, Carrie. Let me see if I could see that. Your Juno? Is that your Juno? What's your Juno? I'm so confused. Juno.
Juneau, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that a city in Alaska?
Yeah.
Hi, Carrie, by the way. How's it going? Yeah, I'm surprised 3 Dot didn't find his way in here. He must be haunting another live stream right now. I guess I can look up Juno.
Sorry. I was okay.
Says it is Aquarius and Gemini. Is Gemini a soulmate for Aquarius? It says, yes, their fun-loving air signs make the perfect pair.
Yeah, Aaron is always good.
Oh, is it? A Gemini always needs something new and exciting to hold their attention, while an Aquarius enjoys shocking people with their wild and eccentric ways. Together, they'll inspire each other and rarely get bored. Huh. Yeah, I guess I'm a little wild and eccentric. I can see that.
And Geminis are totally like, my mom is like, she's such a Gemini. She always like wants to be doing something. Very talkative Geminis. But do you feel like, do you see a twin? Like, like they say they're like twins, like there's two sides of them sometimes. Do you ever see that with your girlfriend? Like sometimes she's like talky, and other times she's like, just leave me alone. Like a whole nother like twin. I feel like everybody has a twin though. Do you know what I mean? Like everybody kind of has twins then. I don't know. See, it's easy to refute some things that like my skeptical mind sometimes is like, wait, have I been like just wanting to accept all of this astrology my whole life? I don't know, because it's like fun too.
Yeah, I know exactly. I hear you. That's what we were talking about before. About a lot of the stuff is pretty vague, like with horoscopes and stuff like that. It's like,
Yeah.
you
Like
can
you can't
interpret it so many ways. Yeah.
plan your day around it or your life around it per se, right? I don't.
Oh yeah, there's a guy at work, and every morning at a certain time on a radio station they do what's called a daily nugget, and it's like a quote from someone. And he'll fucking want everyone to just be quiet so you can turn up the radio and listen to the stupid daily nugget. And like most of it's like stupid shit, like
Yeah.
just someone from Metallica saying some stupid quote. It's like no one
Yeah.
important doing anything. Or them coming out and saying, yeah, something about Napster. It's stupid shit. But yeah, it's so annoying. But yeah, like none of it. It's so everything is like these people are saying it's so vague. It's just like a horoscope to me, where you can
Yeah.
apply it any way you really want.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. There's
Because
this
when I
one.
read my horoscope, sorry, when I
No, you go.
normally read my horoscope or whatever, I'll read everyone's. I'll read
Yeah, I
them
used to
all
do
because
that.
I'm like, well, let me see what everyone else is going on. What's going, and like, it's just like I could almost every one of them could apply
Yeah.
to my life
Especially
or what's
those
going
little
on at the time.
ones. Okay, there's one that I used to read like forever, like so long. Like she does these online monthly ones.
Hey,
Her
BMB.
name, Susan Miller, her name is. And so, for like months, I would like, even probably like a couple years, I would like read it. And me and like my business partner, who's also Aquarius, we would always be reading it and it'd be like, oh my gosh, this is exactly what's happening. But I would read for other signs. But hers is like very like Susan Miller. Look, you guys should look her up. She's like, she's really good. I don't know, but you
Well,
know,
she has more of like the horoscopes are more in depth.
it's in
It's
depth. It's
not
not
just
like
a
a little
little
blurb
line
that
or
you could
something.
apply to your life. It's like a whole big thing. I mean, there were times I remember like I was like, oh my God, this is just exactly what's fucking happening in my fucking, like exactly. Like
It's like,
just
is
whoa.
she watching me?
Yeah. How does she know about me? And then there is this one person that I watch on YouTube. Like she'll do stuff like if there's like a full moon, like or all, and then she'll sometimes go through everybody's like horoscope, your monthly things. And she's really good too. You have to just like find somebody that you like, like that
Yeah.
Susan Miller and then like Linda Goodman with the love signs. And she had another book, like a regular, I think it was like the first like astrology book I ever had, when I was younger. I was like, oh, and it would go through everybody's sign, so it just makes you like get to like, and then you could apply like what you learn about the signs to like the planets and different, because you understand like what the sign represents a little, like a Libra, or like, and then you're like, oh, if you're, sign of Mercury, which is communication, is in that, you can apply what you know about the sign to that kind of planet and what it represents. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, BMB. Yeah, we were going over my astrology birth chart, and yeah. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I mean I find it interesting just because I never really like I'll I'll look at the horoscopes or whatever and I'll read them. I'm like, oh yeah, that kind of pertains, and the next day I'll be interested and I'll look again. And I'm like, oh, that kind of, and then like the third day, it has nothing to do with what's going on. And I'm like, I'm done. I'll never
Yeah.
look at it again. It's just kind of weird. Like, I don't know. I guess if every day, if it was like pertaining to it, or if I could like equate it to my life somehow, I guess it'd be a little different.
The
But
month,
yeah,
try to read the monthly one and see if it, like this is a Miller one, and see if it
yeah,
applies. Yeah. Or
that would
even like,
make more sense, at least for me, to see a
yeah.
monthly one rather
Yeah,
than
that one
every
I liked. I
day.
never read daily ones ever, really, because I'm like, oh, how would they know what, like, but like a monthly, like theme, like a theme, what's going on like in the world, because then they know what's going on because they like study astrology, so they know like what transits are happening, what like move, like new moon is coming, like all the things, and then they apply that to like what's going on with your horoscope, and that one was the most, I felt, for me, was the most like on. But like I never liked those daily ones like in a newspaper. Like
Yeah,
they never ever, like we would read them. Like I remember like work, when I worked at like a bar and stuff, and they would be like so stupid, like they could apply to anybody, I feel
yeah.
like, you know?
Well, yeah, that same radio show, after they do the Daily Nugget, they do a horoscope every morning too for all the
Yeah.
signs. It's just like, oh my god, it's like the same regenerated, regurgitated crap over and over again. It's
I
like what?
remember like Scientific Skep was talking about like astrology, like being like kind of like one of like a pseudoscience kind
Oh,
of.
really?
Like he was kind of like bashing it a little, you know.
Well, like I don't know anything about astrology, but I knew someone that was really into tarot cards, and and that's another thing where it could be really subjective, and
Yeah,
they kind of
yeah.
kind of vague with stuff. But with that, it kind of piqued my interest in all this stuff too, because I remember when I was younger, this girl, she was really into it, or she started to get into it, and
Mhm.
she lived at a house with two other people, and we would party there a lot at the house. And me and my best friend were out of town. We weren't there. We were out of town for work, but they had a party there, and a lot of our friends were there, and they burned her tarot cards.
Oh my gosh, that seems like
Yeah,
something
I
to
don't
do.
even think she was there at the time when it happened,
Oh god.
at the house at the time, but they found her, and like everyone would just give her a hard time. Oh, you're a witch, blah blah. Anyways, so but everyone that was there that burned her tarot cards, they all got DUIs within like a
Oh
few
my
months. Like
gosh.
within a
Oh
few months,
no.
like every single one of them that
Oh
did it.
shit.
And the only people that didn't get DUIs of all our friends were me and my best friend because we weren't even there. I don't even think I would have been part of that, honestly, to do that. But it was just like
Yeah.
so bizarre that that happened. And yeah, it was weird, man. I like their life didn't go to shit forever, but it was just
But
kind of
something,
weird that they
yeah.
all
Like, uh-oh.
they all kind of got in trouble for stupid shit that we all did, we all stupidly would drive when had a few beers or whatever. But
Oh my
yeah,
god.
it was just odd. So ever since then, I was like, I don't do I believe in it? I'm like, that's
Yeah.
some
I don't
pretty
know.
crazy
Something
stuff. I
happened.
ain't
I'm
gonna
not
go. I ain't
sure.
gonna hex it or nothing or burn nothing.
No. Or talk bad about it. Fuck that. You're like, no.
Exactly.
It's funny. Yeah, I don't know. Like tarot, like I think it's cool. It's so cool how there's all these different decks and stuff. They're like almost like people like it's like art for people to make those like they'll do like the same things, but they'll be like people have all these different kinds of ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Do you
it's all different like versions of it. Well,
Yeah.
I seen people where they'll do like 5 or 6 different decks, like for one thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell is going on here, dude?
Yeah,
Like,
like a
hang
big
on,
like
they'll start shuffling this deck, and then they'll put that down, and they'll pick up another one, shuffle that, and then they'll go
oh my
back to that
god.
and lay
Like a
out a card.
potpourri of like
Yeah,
just
like
I
what's
want to
going
yeah.
on? I have no idea, but
Oh
it's
no.
fascinating. No, I watch that. It's interesting. I don't really believe in that stuff, but I like just watching like stuff like that where people have try to predict stuff, and even if they're right some of the
Yeah.
time, it's interesting to me to see different perspectives and how they think they see stuff
Yeah.
or whatever, and I'm
Yeah.
assuming sometimes they're right, just like with psychics and stuff like that. S- not that I believe in it or I want to watch it every day, but I definitely when there's like with certain things, like I hate to bring it up. I don't even want to bring it up, but like certain cases in true crime, I actually
Yeah.
looked at some of them things just to,
Oh, just to
when
see.
people are
Yeah.
missing, just to kind of see
Totally.
different perspectives. And
It's
um,
good. Yeah, why
yeah, I never
not? You know what
believe
I mean?
any of this stuff really, most of the time, but it'd be interesting to see, if someone is found and all that stuff has been done, just to see if, someone was right. So I believe that some people were right every once in a while, but
Yeah. Wasn't there a
yeah,
show about that? The girl, the woman that was like a psychic for like the like FBI or something. It was like a show about it, um, where it was like based on like
yeah,
a
like
real
psychic
person.
detective or something.
Yeah, I forget the name of it because they
I
really
watched
do
one where
that.
they had like 3 different people go. I think they did the Madeline McCann thing, and they like
Oh,
all went 3 there was like 2 guys and a lady, and they all went to Portugal, and they like walked around, and they were all trying to get different feelings or whatever they
did
were
they
doing.
did they get anything or no?
I forget honestly. Um, they,
Yeah,
they
why
talked some
not?
shit, but I really it wasn't like. I think they found that didn't they find they think they got the guy who did that? Who kidnapped her and killed her?
I don't know. They say, but I don't
They
know
think
if
they
they
do?
know. I
Yeah.
don't know if they definitely know. I don't think they'll ever know for sure. Like Natalie Holloway, that's like another one.
Yeah.
Remember, like her, how she just, I mean, that guy though, that Vandersloothen or whatever his name, Vandersloot.
Vandersloot, yeah.
Because didn't he like kill somebody else too? Like and then.
Yeah, like 5 years to the day, he killed some
Oh.
other chick in like some other country, Spain
I
or
feel like
something.
something is going on with that. My mom like told me recently, like he's getting like extradited somewhere or something was happening with him.
Yeah, no, he did. He got moved to the U.S. because he's facing embezzlement charges because he tried to extort
Oh, from
$250,000 from the mother.
from the mother of her.
Yeah.
Isn't that fucking crazy? Because he was gonna tell her where she was.
Yeah.
Poor thing. Ugh, that's it.
Yeah, she
That.
just wanted to know, and and I think they ended up
Whoa.
sending him like 25 or 50 grand or something, just as a down
Wow.
payment, to kind of
Oh my
get him
God.
charged with it.
That.
But yeah, and of course he never said anything. He knew he did that shit, man. Yeah, that dude was a fucking scumbag, man. They were preying on all them drunk chicks at the little Jimmy Iguanas or whatever the fucking place was. And
Yeah.
then the casino too, man.
How scummy to like to freaking get money from the mother though, like the probably of the daughter that
Yeah.
you
Oh
kill.
yeah,
Oh, like what that's like a certain kind of evil, right?
dude. I know, and that was weird too. I don't know. I don't think they're together anymore. But she actually started dating John Benet Ramsey's dad.
Whoa, they probably met on like one of those like missing persons like in like the green room or something,
Yeah, like
maybe.
victims of like children. Your
Missing
children are victims
children
of
shows,
crime.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, they
Wow,
dated for like a
that's
few
weird.
years from
That's
what I heard.
weird.
Yeah, it was bizarre. I was like, wait, what?
Oh my gosh, that's weird.
Yeah, that was a
Strange.
big fuck job. That whole Aruba shit, dude. I felt bad
Yeah,
for her.
yeah. I mean, she just like, ugh, just maybe like a date, drug date. I don't,
Yeah.
yeah, because
Oh,
those
for
like,
sure. Yeah.
I feel like during that time, when was that? In like the 90s or something? I feel like I remember hearing about that, like at that
I want to say it
time.
was early 2000s.
Okay, yeah. Like that's when I feel
Yeah,
like
because
that stuff was around more. I mean, I'm sure it still is, but
I want
that's
to
when I
say
feel
it
like they
just hit 20 years, didn't it?
for
I thought
Natalie
it was just some
Holloway.
20-year thing. I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah,
man. That was.
yeah.
I don't like.
If it was early 2000s, that's 20 years.
Yeah.
'Cause that's crazy. 20 years. That's like so hard not knowing, wanting to know so much that you'll pay the person that wasn't convicted money to say where he. Oh gosh, it's like the worst. I feel like it's so
Yeah, that's
bad.
like. I mean, it's horrible, anyways. But yeah, that's just a slap in the face. That's like a
Yeah.
roundhouse to the face.
I can't believe she was
When did she
desperate, I guess.
disappear?
Yeah, early 2000s, that sounds right.
2005.
Mm,
2005. Yep. Dang, man.
yeah. So I got my last dog, 2005.
Oh, then he pleaded not guilty to the extortion when he went to U.S. for the court. What a dumbass.
Oh, wow. Crazy.
I think he wants to be here. Yeah,
In
she
the US.
disappeared May 30th, 2005. She
Wow.
was declared dead January 12th, 2012.
Oh, after 10 years? Oh no, that's only
So it was,
7 years.
yeah, 7 years later.
Oh, is it 7 years? I guess
Yeah,
it's different things in different places, maybe. When they, that's sad. That was
yeah, it's
always sad,
crazy.
that story, because you knew those kids that they had something to do with it,
Yeah,
or
and then they blamed it
possibly.
on the security guards and like, dude, that was just a shit show of
Yeah.
enormous proportions, man. I mean,
I
that
feel like
was
they
crazy.
might have dumped her in the ocean, right? Because didn't they go
Yeah.
out into the ocean? And that they'll never find. Yeah, I think that, Jane, that's what I think. I was just saying that. I think maybe they took her out to the ocean and that's why they never found her, right? That's the only
Yeah,
thing I
'cause
could
that
think
was one
of.
of the stories where there was a guy that had a little skiff or something, and,
Yeah,
that was one of the tales that,
with like those
he paid
two
him to take him
guys.
out there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And they were like, "Well, if that happened, I mean, you would think they'd be able if she was on the island, more than likely dogs would have found her,
Yeah.
if they had cadaver dogs there, and,
Something. The
yeah,
water is the only makes only sense because all these years, that they didn't find her.
yeah. And, yeah,
It
there's
must
no
have,
way that they could have done something or got rid of her on the island where no one would have found her, I don't think. They
um,
weren't they, like how old were the kids? Were they even 18 at the time? I thought he might have been
yeah.
17. Was he 18
Yeah,
at the
they
time?
were something like that. Like I feel like around there. In were they at high school? I don't think
Yeah,
they were in
they were it was
college
a
because they
senior
had
trip.
chaperones. Yeah. So
It
that's like
was she was
16,
18.
17, 18 sometimes. Yeah, it depends.
Yeah,
Oh,
she was
senior high school.
18, they said.
I was a
But I wonder
senior.
how old Vandersloot was.
Maybe a couple of years older. I feel like, you know. Let's see. Well, how old is he now? So we could tell how old he was then.
Yoron. He was born in
Vander,
87.
he looks different. I haven't seen him. Oh,
So
36.
so 87. So that's 13 plus 5. So he was 18 too.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, because his birthday's in August. He's 36 now.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was 18 at the time. Huh.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Well, wow, he was at a prison in Peru.
Oh, is that
And
where? Yeah, Peru. That sounds about right. Jane said she was a senior in high school when it happened. Oh, wow. Youngin. Yeah, there's video.
yeah.
The Flores woman. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. He was like, or he was, she was, a daughter of someone high up in the government, I thought too, right? In Peru
Oh,
or wherever it was. Yeah, that's it kind of I mean,
yeah.
I'm not saying that it wouldn't have been solved if it wasn't for that, but I definitely helped with her being kind
Yeah.
of a high profile person. Um, and him
Yeah.
doing it in her place instead of like with Natalie coming to Aruba, he was actually in her hometown or, her country, when it happened. I think that helped a lot to get him.
Wow, he's in Alabama right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where he went to do the court for
For them. Yeah.
the extortion.
Good. I hope that's
But it's probably good for him, like he gets out of Peru, like jail in Peru or something. I that can't be super
yeah,
great,
it's probably
right?
better in Alabama than Peru, I'm thinking, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you would hope.
You never know. I mean, some of them are really bad in some other countries, really bad.
Yeah,
I can't see it being, you just never know. Depends on the country. Some might be like better than here, I'm sure.
yeah, possible.
Oh, well, like Ruba's, I forgot, it's owned by the Netherlands. That's why he was like Dutch, I think, Vandersloot, right? It sounds Dutch. Vandersloot.
Oh yeah, Jane. Yeah, I remember that. She was
What?
the chick in the Flores woman in Peru or wherever that happened. She she went back to his hotel room with him. It was like at a casino.
Yeah,
She
yeah,
was
yeah,
got on
yeah.
his laptop and was looking at his shit and was like, "What the hell?" You know. And
Figured
then
out who
later,
he was,
yeah,
right? That he was.
and he
Yes, I
got
remember
mad and he
that.
killed her. And
That's
dude, it was literally like 5 years
freaky.
to the day, man. That's freaking crazy.
That's freaky. That is so freaky. That she like figured out who he was and then he killed her. Oh my god, that's wacky.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that is, man. He's probably like, yeah, I did. She's like, you're crazy, you're psycho. And he's like, what? That's what she said.
Oh my god, that's scary.
But what's weird is like, well, I guess it's not weird. He didn't even try to do anything to cover it up. He just left. You know, like it was
Yeah,
his room. He's just like, fuck
right.
it.
He just.
I'm just
Well, I
gonna
mean, that's weird. He
go.
must have snapped or something, right?
Well, that's what he. I think he admitted to it, and he was like, "Yeah, she was going through my stuff, and she saw the Natalie Holloway stuff and started talking shit, and
Oh
he
my
lost his
god,
shit."
it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell even back when he was 18 and all that stuff happened that he was just such a spoiled little bratty kid, you know. You could just
Punk.
tell, yeah, a little punk,
Yep. Yep.
and he probably got everything he wanted whenever he wanted it, and and he obviously found a way to keep doing it or to do what he wanted, I guess. But yeah, I for sure think they were drugged, man. Like and I'm
Something
sure
like
he
that.
wasn't the
Yeah.
first one, or she wasn't the first one they did that to. Maybe she had an adverse reaction to the drug.
Yes, I think
I
so.
always thought that too. Like they were
Hmm.
probably drugging people, dropping them off at the hotel or whatever, and
I feel like that could
just
even
fucked
happen
up.
with Madeline McCann too. That like, didn't they say like the parents like would sometimes give them like something that'll
Yeah,
put them to
something to say
sleep,
sleep while
like
they
an
went out.
accidental
Yeah.
something? Yeah, I always felt like maybe even like they could have tried to like give her a drug to do something bad to her, but not kill her. Do you know what I mean? But like do something not great as well, but not kill her, and it
Well,
ended up killing her.
it's like
Yeah.
Casey Anthony and supposedly she was chloroforming the kid,
Oh my
to go out
god.
and party and shit. So
I
I
mean,
mean, it's
she was
possible
looking
that
that up. She looked up chloroform and remember they were like, "Oh,
yeah.
it was chlorophyll," her mom said or something. I was looking up chlorophyll. Like our mom really kind of tried to cover. I remember for that search that she was looking at something with plants or something. I
Well,
remember
the
that.
McCains are both doctors too, right? Aren't they doctors? So that
Her who?
the
Casey Anthony's
McCanns,
parents? Oh, the McCanns,
the
yes.
McCanns. So I
We're
mean,
both
that kind of adds a
doctors.
little
Yes.
extra
Yeah.
thing. You're
Right?
like, oh, did they have something? Did they think, had
Yeah.
they been doing that? They definitely had access to drugs and stuff like that.
Yeah. Like Bennett, something that like she got too much of or something, and then but like why wouldn't they just run her to the well, they're doctors. They didn't need to
Yeah.
run her to the hospital. They pronounced her dead, maybe, and then they were like, "Oh no, we're." I don't know, but do you think? I mean,
Well, that's
I
a
don't
bizarre
know.
thing because I really believe I don't want to say I believe 100%, but I think that dogs are great, and for them to come in there and hit cadaver dogs to hit
Yeah,
that,
and on the trunk too. There was like something in their trunk as
yeah,
well,
that's strange to me, for sure. But the
behind the
trunk thing I never
couch.
understood because they didn't have the car at the time. It was like a month
I
later they had the car.
know.
So, like,
Oh, it was
did they
weird to
hide her
me.
somewhere and go back and move her at a later date when everyone was like all
It
eyes on
just
them?
seems like too conspiratorial. Like it seems like more so that somebody just snatched her.
Or could we
But
just say that, or what if
I
someone,
don't know.
yeah, because they never really found like to say 100% it was her blood in the car, was it? Or did they say it was her blood in the car?
No, they just like there was like maybe
Or
like some kind of like body fluids or so like right fluids or
yeah.
something. But they couldn't. and behind like the couch or something. I don't know. I know. I mean, it could go either way. It could have been like that. I mean, I always thought that if that could have been a possibility because they were acting like upset, but it was like a weird, there was something off about it, right? I don't know.
I just think
I
it
don't
was
want,
it's their personality, man.
maybe it's who
You
they
know,
are. They're
like
like
they were just,
British.
I don't know if it's a
Yeah.
foreign thing or what. They just have like just a different demeanor. It just, I
Right?
don't know, it was weird.
Yeah, they weren't like hysterical. I mean, they were, but they weren't. I don't know. It just was, the whole thing was confusing. I mean, who leaves their, I mean, I guess they were checking every like what, 15 minutes on them. But like if I don't know, the whole thing was always like a big miss. Yeah. I mean, there's somebody could, and then remember like there was like photos of like somebody like with her, like carrying her away, like or like a sketch or something of some guy, like one
Yeah,
of the
because it
Podesta
was one of
brothers or
the
something.
ladies that was
Yeah.
with them that said she saw someone walking away.
With
Um,
like a with like a baby, like a
yeah, with
kid.
a girl
Yeah.
or a kid slung over their
Mhm.
arm, and then I think that, yeah, there was another person that's kind of saw the same thing, but I believe that someone came forward and said that was them and their kid. That was
Oh,
actually that was them, and they verified they were in that area, and that
they would
they
have their
had
kid
they
with
had
them.
like had their kid, and they were just carrying them back, home or whatever at the end of the night, because they were tired or whatever. It wasn't.
It'd be
It just
crazy. I
happened to
mean,
be
like,
around that time because it was fairly early. I want to say they were just having dinner,
yeah,
so it wasn't like it
yeah,
was midnight or
super
something.
late. No,
Um,
not at all.
Yeah, that's interesting for sure. Yeah, I hope it'd be great. I did all these. I mean, I'm so obsessed with John Benet Ramsey case. I would just want to know who fucking did it. Like I
Yeah,
don't know why. I'm just like, and it's
there's
so
certain ones I
you
know.
can
Like,
look at so
yeah.
many different people, and it's like, yeah, man, I could see that, and you're like, ah, nah, you could. That case is just
You don't think the
alien.
handwriting kind of says a lot with that note with John Bonet? I feel
Have you
like with
seen the new stuff with the new
yeah,
guy?
I heard about it, but I heard I don't know. It
They're
sounded like
his writing is similar to that.
it is similar. Somebody said
Yeah.
not so much. Okay.
I mean,
I
it's about as similar as Patsy's writing is to it, in
oh
my opinion, which a lot of people think that hers is very similar. A lot of people don't think it's at all similar. And what they said, I guess the way they do like the handwriting analysis, there's a rating schedule thing, the lower the
oh
better. So like
oh
0, 1 is good, 1 is real good. 5, not so much. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
and I
Do you
guess with
have
this
them?
guy,
Do you have those like I'm like bring them up. I want to see. I haven't seen
oh
the
no, I'll
new
tell you
one.
what they were. For Patsy, it was
Uh-huh.
4.5.
Whoa.
So it's
I
high. It's not really close.
if it was
Out
like
of
a 1 or a 2, it's more
yeah, that'd be more
compatible.
similar. And the guy they just did, two analysts gave it a 1.75
Whoa.
for his handwriting.
Oh,
So
interesting. Huh.
yeah, Jane,
That's
dogs don't know how
that's
to
much
lie. I trust them too, man.
yeah, Willow knows. Yeah, that's like a lot more handwriting
Oh
analysis is
man,
so
let me
interesting.
get that. I'll have to
Yeah,
bring
I
it
want to
up.
see it. I want to see it. I love handwriting analysis.
I want to. I can't remember. I watched it on YouTube. I think it was Core TV that did it. Now that I
Oh,
think about it, I think Vinny was all over it.
Vinny.
I like Vinny.
Yeah, me
I was
too.
I was watching. Someone was kind of just the other day. They were kind of reviewing one of his videos, or they were playing one of his videos, and someone in chat's like, "Oh, he's very." I think it was Queen. Someone in chat's like, "Oh, he's very theatrical, man." As a Anchor, and I was just like, oh, really? I'm like, he is a little, he does have a little flair to him, I guess you can say. But yeah.
Well, he's like, entertain. I don't know, he's a little entertaining. But wasn't he a lawyer, or is a lawyer?
Yeah,
I
he was.
thought.
I believe he was a prosecutor too, like
Mhm.
the famous Nancy Grace.
Yeah.
What was I doing? Oh yeah, John Benet Ramsey.
Put the handwriting. Yeah. I like your background. This new?
What background is it?
It's like hot pink or something.
Oh yeah, it's a DJ and people dancing.
Mm. Mm.
Oh, you hadn't seen that before?
No. I think I saw like the tree one, right?
Yeah, I had that one, and I had that one.
Oh, cool.
Oh wait, where's I? Oh, you can't see it because I have it. I don't have it as an overlay. I just have it as a background. Oh shit! Now there is no background. What the fuck?
It's all black.
Oh yeah, I had a couple. I got a mugshot background.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. That's cool.
That's a zero. Oh yeah, I have a bunch of new emojis too that I added.
Oh, no fun.
I don't know if
Like,
you're a
like,
member or not.
I think so. I am. Last time I checked.
Yeah, here we
So I
go.
signed
This is
up.
the. I guess I'm not gonna play it all. Let me kind of skip the first little part since we all know about John Bonet. Oh wait, shit! I gotta share this. Duh. Yeah, because I guess he wrote a few letters to the guy he confessed to, like the next night.
Oh.
And then he wrote a bunch of letters, not a bunch, but a few from prison to the guy, and
Oh.
that's the letters they analyzed.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, is it up there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right.
About 7 hours after police arrived to investigate the kidnapping, John Benet's body was found hidden behind a latched door in the basement of the home. And now, a convicted pedophile has written incriminating letters. His name is Gary Oliva. Tonight, we will take a look at those letters and the original ransom note with our experts to see if the handwriting is a match. Plus, we'll speak live with the man who received those letters from Oliva as we investigate the unsolved murder of John Benet Ramsey.
Ooh. All right. We'll skip
Those did
ahead.
look those did look a little the little preview. They did look similar-ish, They do side
Oh
by
yeah,
side though.
let me go back. Yeah, that's the
Okay, so
ransom
that's the
note.
original one. Okay.
Yeah. And then this is the other one.
Can you just I'll go back.
Here, I could take a screenshot
Do side by side, yeah.
and then do side by side.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on.
The eyes. What are do they have big eyes? Those eyes look really big, right?
Yeah.
And the S's and that D.
Yeah, they really go through it a lot, but yeah, here.
But they go through it all. We could listen. Or we could
Yeah, they don't really go through I mean, They compare letters, really, is what they do.
Oh, okay.
But hang on, here, let me. I'll just do it real quick. Bring it
Okay,
up.
cool. Because like, I mean, these A's are very kind of. But there's even like differences in this letter, you know, of like inconsistencies in its own handwriting.
Well, I mean, yeah, you figure. I mean, if you're doing what you're doing, you're definitely. I mean, you're definitely gonna like be nervous. Probably not
Yeah,
write exactly how you normally would write.
yeah. I mean, it's received $50.
All right, shit, man, I suck at this. All right, let me just play it.
Live with the man who received those
No, we'll
letters
go back
from
and look.
Believe.
We'll go back and look after. I'll get the
Okay.
other.
Oh yeah,
part.
no worries. No, do what you guys do. Yeah.
As we investigate the unsolved murder of John Benet Ramsey. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Get ready. This hour, we're going to take a look at some information, some evidence, and try to see if there's anything that gets us closer to an answer in the John Benet Ramsey case. And, you know, this is an unsolved case, and it's one of those murders where everyone has a theory, right? A lot of people have theories and have thrown them out through the years, from DAs to investigators to podcasters to people producing specials on TV. So many have taken a look at the evidence that's been made public and revealed. And so many have gone in different directions with all of it. They have. I mean, they're even within law enforcement, there were like two schools of thought on what happened to this little girl. Now, like I said, everyone has theories, and there have been some relatively recent, and I say relatively recent, this is a very old case, but relatively recent television programs that have taken a look at it. And in one particular case, at the end of the program, it seemed like there was a conclusion by the experts who looked at this that it was someone within the family. That resulted in a defamation case, which, trust me, was not won by the network that produced the show. There was a settlement.
And just, yeah, how much did they don't even know what he won?
Oh,
All right,
really?
we'll skip all this bullshit. You talk about John Mark Carr and
Oh, I
shit.
remember that guy. That was crazy.
Yeah.
That whole
You know,
thing,
he or
yeah.
she knew something that nobody else knew in this case. That wasn't the case.
It's so, dude, I find that so bizarre that I just don't understand why people false confess.
I know. That was the
Or like,
weirdest thing.
I mean, I could kind of see like this dude just because I think he wanted to get out of Thailand because
Oh, yeah. Remember they like
he was doing
flew
some
him
fucked up
back
shit
or
there.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever happened
So,
to this guy?
I don't
Forgot
know,
about
man.
what was his name? John Mark Carr or something? What was it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know whatever happened.
Case with John Mark Carr. So
too.
now we're dealing with this other confession. I know it's been making the rounds for a while, but it's a guy named Gary Oliva. All right, he likes pictures of little kids. Okay, child pornography. We know that for a fact. Okay, so that gets him into the sphere of people who could potentially be responsible for all this. Now, he's written a series of letters, including ones where he has admitted taking the life of John Benet Ramsey. He's in custody right now. But he sent these letters, and the question is this for real? Is this a real confession, or the deranged mind of a man making a false confession, like John Mark Carr did years ago?
Yeah, man. Have you haven't heard anything about this guy?
A little bit. I heard a little like about, this whole thing that recent. Yeah.
Well, he'll get into it, but supposedly this guy freaking he was there in the area at the time. Like 13
Oh,
places away, there was a church. Like 13 houses, or
it
right
was
down the
that
street,
close.
basically. He was getting
Wow.
his mail there. Like that. That's what he listed as his address to get his mail at this church. He was kind of
Oh,
like
that's weird.
a homeless
Like,
guy, kind of just going all over the place, kind of deal.
but like, how'd like, I don't know, get in the house, kill her, put her in the basement, and leave without nobody in the house waking up? I don't know. That always just, I don't get it. Like how I
But
feel like it was somebody in the house that did it. Don't
what's
you?
your theory? What's your theory on it?
That it was like something happened to her too, maybe kind of like Madeline, and it's like a cover, some kind of cover up. I don't know. I mean, because like
The
somebody just said the 118, the it was the exact number as his bonus, as John's bonus. I remember that. That was weird. The number,
yeah.
like, how would they know that the ransom was like why that number? I don't know. There's such weird. It's such a weird. It's another really weird
Well, could it be someone that was actually at the house rifling through the house while they
their
were at
stuff.
the Christmas parties and stuff?
Maybe, yeah.
Right?
I
Like he
mean,
was there for it, and that's how a lot of burglars do that. They'll if they know someone's
yeah.
not there, they'll
They'll
eat
stake it
food,
out. It's
they'll do all
true.
that stuff, man,
Yeah.
find the best spot to hide, the best spot to do whatever.
And
Uh,
wait, you never know.
yeah,
Yeah,
and then
it's
he
true.
could have found the bonus check. He could have found paper. A lot of times I know when I got a bonus check or whatever, it comes to another
Yeah.
little piece of paper sometimes. You know what
You
I
never
mean?
know. And they could have put that in there to throw. You just never know, right? You
Mm.
never know. You never know how things go down. Like you can never predict. It's like it's always so, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, well, this dude's rich, and I mean, this guy's probably not very bright. So he's like, I
Yeah.
mean, if he's doing this stupid shit, he can't be bright. But like,
Right?
he's like, oh well, I know at least he has 118,000 he can get me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's just always a
Because
chance.
it's so weird that they would put it in because that would be like pointing the fingers. Like that's like why would you put it in like a number like that exact number of a right? I don't know. It just seems so
Yeah,
that
unless they
part is
just
so
went
strange.
like they made it so obvious. What are you kidding me? Why would we put that there? Why would we do that?
Yeah,
That would just
reverse
be like,
psychology. Yeah,
but
that's like
yeah, I
3D
always
chess,
thought
bro.
there was a lot of things where she wet the bed allegedly a lot, and
Yeah,
I thought that I could see Patsy getting mad, when an accident
yeah, and
happened,
something happening.
or
Yeah.
in and then the kid, the kid, he's like kind of psycho, man. It seemed like at the time he
Oh, yeah,
probably
yeah,
got
yeah.
everything he wanted. That's what it seemed like, anyways,
Yeah,
and
spoiled little brat.
yeah, you say no to him and he gets mad, and I'm
Something might
sure,
happen with him. Like there's like
yeah,
that theory too that he did it, right?
yeah,
That the brother did it,
allegedly.
right? Or and
We
they
don't want to get
allegedly,
sued
and that
for
they
$100 million
covered up for
dollars.
that because that could be something too. But like, and not wanting like your, how old was he? But like that wouldn't. It's not like he would go
He
to
was like
jail for that.
nine
Would
or
he
10
wouldn't
at
go
the
to
time.
jail or anything? But I guess like they just didn't want. They'd rather like make it look. I don't know. Yeah. Something I feel like inside the house, or you never know. Some guy like this, you never know, could have like wandered in. You just never freaking know because people do, like you said, the people do crazy shit. They wander into each other into houses, and
Well, yeah,
like
I
this
mean, you
guy
could,
was in homeless in the neighborhood,
yeah, and obviously he's a,
watching them.
a
You know,
PD thing, so
yeah,
like you definitely,
there's motive right there.
yeah, there's definitely motive, and yeah, and then
Why,
if anything,
why
this other guy saying
confess?
is true from the confession the next night or the night of, I think it was the next day, and then
Uh-huh.
these letters after the fact, it's definitely bizarre. All right, we'll watch
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
And that's what we're going to look at tonight on this show. That's what we're going to look at and get the backstory and get some facts and try to put the pieces together here. So let's begin with the letter. He wrote a letter to a friend of his, a friend, acquaintance, former classmate. His name is Michael Vale. And in that letter, he wrote, I never loved anyone like I did John Bonet, and yet I let her slip and her head bashed in half, and I watched her die. It was an accident. Okay? That's one of many letters.
Yeah, it says, please believe me, she was not like the other kids. Please don't hate me. You're the only person that I write to. Sorry I'm evil and murder children. What the hell? Please
Whoa.
don't turn your back on me. Please keep writing me. I consider myself to be very lucky to know you. Huh. Yeah.
Hey, where's the
you-
original letter again? Because like those eyes are so big, and all of his eyes are so big, right? Look at all his
Oh,
eyes.
yeah. Hang on. Let me bring it up.
They're like so crazy big compared to all the other letters. He's like a big eye complex. Maybe I don't know.
Where the hell's it at? Oh, there it is. Oh, my gosh.
But it was like a long time ago too. How long ago was this?
1996, I think.
Whoa. Okay, so like 28 years ago. Wow. 27
What's it?
years
Now it's,
ago.
I have to look. Ah,
That's
shit.
a long time. 27 years. I'm sorry, you didn't have to do it. I just wanted to see what the eyes look like because those are so big, you know?
Yeah, I have another little thing that someone had kind of put together. I was gonna look real quick to see if there was an eye in there. Yeah, they don't have any eyes on this. Oh wait, hang on.
Oh,
Okay, here it is. You know what? Oh, there is a couple eyes. All right, let me share this. Can you see that?
yeah. I feel like this is such a different handwriting. So different to me. You know? I just feel like the
Yeah.
same person couldn't write those both.
To me, it seems like someone went and
This
started
seems more
writing with the other
feminine.
hand.
This seems like more feminine to me of like a handwriting.
You don't think it's like someone that probably wrote with their opposite hand
Oh,
sometimes,
I mean,
messing
it's
around?
so if people could do that. I mean, no, because it's kind of, oh,
Look how every
yeah, it's a
line
little,
is like wiggly.
it is a little wiggly. It is a little wiggly.
Everything is
Oh,
wiggly.
so you that's your theory that it's like that they use their like the kind of ambidextrous,
Well,
possibly.
I've heard that Patsy used to do that. She used to write with
See,
both
she's
hands.
like my number one suspect of this letter writing, you know?
Yeah. No, I feel like it's definitely
But look,
there.
there's the eyes are like it's just such a different kind of handwriting. I just don't see how
Yeah,
like
because
those
here's
two
one
could be
eye
the
right
same.
here. Here, well,
Like
there's an eye.
but it's not like you saw how his eyes are just like
Yeah, it was just two straight lines across
lines
and one
and like
down.
bigger than everything else. Where this is like all this handwriting
Well,
is like
there,
the same
those are eyes
size. Let me see where anymore.
right here.
No, it's like just the same size as like the other like capital letters.
And then here's an if where the lines like, see right there? It's not, it looks like a T, but actually this line down here is the
An
bottom of
FBI.
the
But I
eye.
feel like the like size of all the letters
This
are the
eye here,
same.
there's an eye there. I know, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
You know
because
what I
those
mean? Like it's
eyes are
more like
definitely.
consistent. It's like this is like more consistent, like all it kind of like all looks like the same size. Where you look at the other one, it's like the eyes are like, whoa. Unless he was trying to do that. I don't know. But he would maybe see this. And I don't know. If he was trying to look like this. He's not, you know. So he wasn't trying to do anything.
Didn't someone like I swear somewhere there was a movie and I can't remember off the top of my head what it was, but it was about this case, and they were like, a lot of this ransom note is like the one that was in the movie of Ransom or some other movie. I can't remember what
Oh,
movie it was. It was like
interesting.
it was like
See?
And then there was another part of this about the ransom note that was from another movie. Like someone had gone through and listed like 3 movies where you could
Oh
where all
wow.
this stuff was kind of pulled from. It was
Oh
weird, man.
wow.
Like I'll have to look that up. I'll do a John Benet Ramsey stream one day
Yeah, it's
and
so
just like
interesting.
have everything together because, dude, there is so much stuff. Like, I mean, you can literally go from like the kid to the mom to the dad
Yeah.
to a
The
stranger to
mom.
a
Something with
friend
the
of a
mom.
family to, I mean, just so
This
much
looks like
stuff
a
out there.
feminine handwriting for some weird reason. I don't know.
You really think?
I don't know why it comes across as like feminine to me.
I just feel like it would be more. This seems more like a man's handwriting to me, just because it
Yeah. Oh,
is so
interesting.
messy. That's why I feel like if it is Patsy doing it, that she was doing
She's
it
a
with her
different
using her
hand.
hand.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is a little wiggly, but
And she had done it like she was practicing. Because then they say like
yeah, there
on
was a
that pad
couple.
there was
Yep.
impressions of other letters
Yeah.
being written. You know, I would love to see that and see what they
Right.
got off there, and if it was, did they change? What did they change from the beginning? You know, was it the
Oh,
same
the
exact thing? Like,
118.
yeah, did it say Mr. Ramsey, comma, listen carefully? You know, like, did it say all that or
Yeah.
did it
What
say
did it
something different?
change? Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
wonder.
would be interesting to know that, and I'm sure they do know that, right?
Yeah, I
'Cause I could
mean,
tell,
because
like, if it's somewhat.
they could do like, yep, they could probably they could figure that out if it's indented. Like they do like a negative of it, like you used to do a pencil over something to see
Yeah,
what.
you kinda do a shade
I'm sure they
or
have like that
further.
kind of like techniques and shit.
Huh. Yeah, that'd be cool as shit to figure that out,
But just like
honestly.
the handwriting alone,
Yeah, so this
it
is
looks
back to this,
nothing like it. It looks
I
nothing
mean,
like
it
this in
just looks really
handwriting.
neat to me.
Doesn't look anything like that handwriting. The other handwriting is just, see, this looks more like a man's handwriting for some reason. For the other one, because it's like smaller and like kind of like
Well, do you feel like
curvy. Not that I
I
have
mean, I
any
feel
basis
like
for that being feminine, but I don't know. This seems more masculine of like a
well,
handwriting.
yeah, with this guy's, I feel like it's kinda neat, you know what I mean? Like, everything is kind of and it's a mix of cursive and print.
Yeah, like
You know what I
John
mean? Like a lot like
Bonet is cursive.
Domine,
Yeah.
J is cursive, the
And that
D is kind of
Y, that's why
cursive.
it's like, and then the I, like everything, it's not like the other looks a little more consistent. Like that's why, like you said, the changes. Like look at the your.
Well, that's what I wanted to look at. That's a big thing for me that isn't that's a lot different in this is the A's. Because he does a straight up capital looking A. Like
Yeah.
almost all his A's are like he doesn't do like they're all capital A's, like right there, right
Yeah, all of his
here.
A's are
They're
capital.
all
Yep.
capital A's. And with the
Even in
other one, they did
ends
that
where I
stupid
would,
little,
yeah.
like an old
The
fashioned print
oh,
A.
that like, oh, the other A. I
Yeah,
like
it's like
doing
an
those
old
sometimes.
fashioned where you go like that.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
has
yeah.
a
You
little
go like,
circle
yeah.
and
I
has a
like
little
those
top
A's
part.
sometimes. They're like, it looks
Well, my
cool. Like,
name has 2 A's in it, and I write my A's like that a lot.
yeah, sometimes I will too because I have one A in my name or two in my whole name. Yeah,
Yeah,
I like
same
those
here.
A's.
That's funny.
We have the same name.
We do. No,
Imagine in like real life, we're
I
like,
seriously doubt we do.
no, our like feminine and like some names are like, they
Oh,
could be,
yeah,
they're
no,
like, yeah, that'd be funny.
ah, ah. Yeah,
Ah,
no, mine's definitely,
yeah, it's not.
it's not feminine.
See, oh, yeah, like it was an accident. That should be like a lower N, should be lower. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the other A's in the other letter? Probably all lowercase in the other.
Every freaking oh, yeah, and the actual letters is
All these A's are all capital.
yeah, and all these A's in here
And all those I's
are
are like
that
much
funky
bigger.
looking A. Here we go.
Hmm.
Let me share this again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so look at
every
these
one of
A's.
these A's, look, It's that
Oh, funky A's.
the
Yeah,
funky
that
A, the
old school
funky
A.
A. Carefully, the funky A. Small, the
Yeah.
funky A. I mean,
I
like
don't
every
I don't think this
funky A, like
pedo is
everything's a
doing funky
funky A.
A's. No.
We just debunked this right here, right now, man. Look,
Yeah,
funky
he's
A.
not a
Unless
funky
they
A kind
did
of
that on
guy.
purpose, but it'd be hard to do
If
that. To
anything, homegirl did it on purpose. Mrs. Benet.
yeah, no, every A is that funky A, man.
Yeah, and all of his A's are all capital. So
Yeah,
that's
every
like,
single
I
one
don't
of
know
them, no
how
matter
he got
what.
a 1.75, Mr. Handwriting Analysis. I want that job.
I know.
It's like,
Do you think they're just like
I think
I don't know? It's
we're a
freaking
better
weird.
like handwriting analysis team than them with our A analysis and our
Yeah.
eyes.
Shit, we didn't
I
even
mean, the
go.
A's alone,
We
I
started
mean,
at A, and we didn't have to go any further.
I know the A's are like old school A's and capital A's. I mean, how do you match those two unless they're trying
Oh
to
wait,
do it?
yeah, and then the eyes, like they're all, his eyes are all over. He has lowercase. He has, capital and
Well,
the
sometimes it's
ransom note,
supposed to.
and I believe in the other one it was
They're just all big. They're huge.
yeah, they're all capital A's, or I mean they're all big eyes. I'm sorry. Let me
Really big.
see.
Like much bigger. Like his eyes here are like the same size as like the T almost above, you know?
Yeah, he has
Maybe a
and
little bit bigger. Maybe it's a little bigger, but not like huge bigger. Not like bigger like that. And his like he does like a long
it's only
like
when the
the top
eyes
and
at the
bottom or
beginning. It's only when the
yeah.
eyes are by themselves or at the beginning, like it or something.
Yeah.
Because when you look at his eyes, like in Believe here, it's just a line.
Yeah.
Jail, it's just a line. So like, does it definitely has a different grammar. You know
And
what I
they're like
mean?
long, the eyes. They take up a lot of space too. You know what I mean? They're like wide,
And
you
these,
know?
when this person did the eyes, they dotted it. If it wasn't a capital, right? Like
Yeah.
delivery, delivery, dotted I, earlier, a dotted I, might, a dotted I, in, a dotted
So
I.
right over here where it says like Sue, that is like looks like a capital S kind of similar. That's the only similar letter. You see it says please believe me, and then it looks like an S, but it's kind of like script, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the
Yeah.
same script. Okay, forget it.
Yeah.
This is a
Oh, I'm
script
sorry.
one. Yeah, that's more script.
I'm sitting here sharing. I didn't share this screen again, and I'm sitting there going, "Yeah, look at all the eyes dotted."
Oh, you're back here.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I'm looking over there.
yes,
I'm
but
like,
look,
where?
like, see all the eyes.
Oh, these eyes. Yeah.
If it's not by itself, it has a dot on it. It has a dot on it, and where that guy, this is the ransom note. Like every
Yeah.
eye that's not a capital or in front of, like by itself, is an eye with a dot.
Yeah.
Instructions, eye with a dot. In, eye with a dot. Watching, eye with a
His
dot.
eyes are all huge and
Yeah,
big
and
and
everyone, and
even
then if it was inside a word like these, where they were dotted eyes in the ransom note, in his note, they were just a straight line.
That Gary Oliva has written.
Yeah, they were just a straight line, like jail. Remember, it was just a straight line here.
yeah, and his T's are
Um,
even like well, like look at his T, like it. Like there's no little like, it should be like a lowercase t,
he does have a
right?
little, yeah. When he does the T, he does have a little like a swoop, like a little dip down at the top there.
Oh, yeah, like this
Yeah, it's
over
just a
there is
slight
different.
little one, but it is. I
But
mean,
look,
this
it
one's kind of
wasn't.
straight.
His T's are like capital too,
Oh
kind
yeah,
of more like right.
yeah, because
I
the
write
T's here's a
two.
capital T.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
capitalizes a
letters,
lot.
capital T. That's why I said he kind of mixes a little like
Scripts, a little capital, but not much
yeah.
lowercase. Yeah.
But all his eyes like million. His eyes are just a straight line if they're not the big capital by themselves or at the beginning of the word.
Yeah, where the ransom note is very lowercase,
You
like
know,
heavy, right?
you know.
Where this is very like capital heavy. God, how do you get a 1.75? I want to hear these.
Yeah, it's
Are
gonna be
they
interesting. Well, like I said, they pulled just like certain little letters out, and they're like, "Oh, look, this letter looks exactly like that letter." It's like, did you look through
No.
the whole thing to find that? Look through like
Yeah.
17
You're
letters,
reaching.
find one little letter that matches.
You work for
Like,
Court
when I say
TV.
letters, I mean like an actual letter, mailed away,
Oh,
not
Boston's
just.
in the back.
Oh, is
Back
he?
chat Boston. He's like, Kumbaya.
Oh shit! Hang on, boss.
Drink beer from Boots. Oh my God, he's late. I'm like, how did we not see that for 5 minutes? Thug life, chicken cutlets, Molly's. I drink beer from Boots. For first password's good. How did we miss all that?
What the hell? How'd you miss all that?
What
It's
the
been like
hell?
13 minutes.
Oh my
Just
God, I'm not as quick as you, Boston.
I'm
That's why
surprised,
I
Ellie.
can't.
I had your back tonight. I had your back
I know.
tonight.
You know why? Because I was like so into the letters. I wasn't even looking down. I was looking at the I's and the T's so much. I wasn't even paying
Yeah.
attention to it. I didn't even see the number down there change. Yep.
Makes sense. Well, that
Yeah,
Pat
I
Doherty.
didn't see you either. Sorry, man.
I even called you on Discord. I rang you like 4 times. To
Oh
see
my
if you...
God! You called me a Discord?
No, I called Pack.
Oh shit!
I'm in the back, just talking to myself.
I'm in the back. I'm in the back.
Jeez,
That's the
sorry,
longest
man.
he's ever been in
No,
the
it's
back
okay.
by it.
I've been back in like
He's
7
used
minutes.
to the back chat. He's used to being in the back chat.
Yeah,
right?
that's my safe space back there. That's like
That is your safe
that's my
space.
safe space.
Yeah. That's so
funny.
funny.
Oh,
We were having
And
a
he'll
good
tell
time
Pack
back
I'm
there.
backstage. That's so funny. Now I'm seeing everything. We were like, oh my God, look at the T. Look at the I's. Look at the A's.
That was awesome. I was dying.
Friggin' Boston was like, yo, back chat.
He's like,
I
fuck
said,
the
Thug
T,
Life.
fuck the I, let me up.
Right, I said,
Yeah.
Thug Life, chicken cutlets,
Chicken cutlets,
Molly's
Molly's.
Hoopa. I drink beer from Boots. 4 passwords good enough? Question mark. And then an unhappy smiley face. Ellie, second back chat monitor. Come on. Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya.
I know. I'm
just
actually good at
don't.
the back chat. That's funny.
No, it's okay.
Boston's
Yeah,
very
BMB,
needy.
he is very needy. He is
Very
very
needy.
needy.
It's funny.
Very needy.
Oh, Willow came running in for that one. She's like,
Yeah.
yeah, he is.
Oh, you
Touche,
heard
Willow.
Boston.
Touche, Willow.
Touche, Willow. She's like,
No, I'm actually like the
mess with my
opposite of that. Believe it or not.
Boston. Yeah, she's probably coming to support you. Like, don't mess with my Boston.
Who, Jules?
No, Willow.
Oh.
No, Jules too. No, Jules too. Yeah, Jules.
Oh, she's fast asleep. She's gonna be up in 2 hours.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she
2
trains
hours?
clients. She's she
Oh,
does like
trainer.
fitness. Yeah,
Oh,
so
it's
she's
like
gonna
5
be up.
a.m. comes early.
yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
She has to meet them at the gym at 6.
Shit.
Actually,
That's
5.
early. Wow. That's cool.
She'll be
We
down
were
in 2
very
weeks.
engrossed
Guys.
in those letters. We were, Jane. We were like,
Hey, what's
what
up, Katie K?
Isn't that
What's
weird,
up,
guys? She's gonna be,
Claire? Thanks for coming in.
she's gonna be down here in 2 weeks from today. Actually, no, less than 2 weeks. So Friday, she flies down Friday morning at 9:35.
Wait,
2
this
weeks.
Friday morning? 2 weeks.
No,
Okay,
no,
from
2 weeks from yesterday.
today. I
For
thought
the
today was
wedding?
Friday.
It was,
For your-
Saturday now, right? Yeah, for my best friend's wedding.
Well, oh, okay. It's Saturday now. Okay, so 2 weeks from
Yep.
yesterday.
And then I'm
How
flying
long
back
is she staying?
from Friday to Monday.
Oh,
Cool.
fun.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
the
yeah.
wedding is what? Like, is it like a weekend kind of
Re-
stuff? Like,
Yeah, rehearsal is Friday night, wedding
Okay.
Saturday,
Brunch
midday
Sunday.
towards the evening, yeah. And then Sunday will also be a lot of fun and whatnot. And then she
and
flies
then
on
Monday
Monday.
back. Oh, that's so much fun. Weddings are fun. That's like a perfect first date, I think.
It is. It's a lot of
Truthfully,
fun.
What?
perfect because everybody's happy at a wedding.
Yeah,
Doesn't
it's everybody's
matter.
just like
I mean,
just love's in the air. You know what I mean? It's just there.
truthfully, if it doesn't work with you, she might meet somebody. You might meet somebody else. If it's not the two of you, you both can meet. Like, you know what I mean? Hopefully, it will be the two of you. But I'm just saying that's how weddings are. You just never know.
No,
with
I get
weddings.
what you're saying. I mean,
You know what I
I'm going to where she is. The weekend of
Oh.
Halloween, before Halloween. So Halloween's on
Oh.
Tuesday, so I'll be there that weekend before. No, Jane
I think-
says no. We are. I am a gentleman and a scholar, so
You don't have to say where she at, but how far of a distance are we talking here? Like thousands of miles?
no.
Hundreds of miles?
No, I mean we're different states.
Oh, okay.
But I've been thinking about moving there for a while because my podcast is out of the same. Yeah, yeah. It's actually kind of weird. The bar that my podcast is at she's been 50 times. Let's put it that way.
Interesting.
Mm.
This
And
could work
I got
long
lucky.
term.
I got lucky. I don't know what she's doing. I don't know what she sees in this guy.
Aw.
And
Except for a stunningly ravishing young man.
And where'd you meet? Like just online here?
Boom! Right here, dude.
YouTube?
Yeah, so
YouTubers.
like we were actually talking about like the last couple of days. We kept it on the wraps. It's almost been 3 months, but
Holy shit.
yeah, it wasn't just out of the blue. But she said that she's been like she's seen me on panels and stuff like that, especially Queens for like the last 8 to 9 months. And then she sent me an IG video. She does, like I said, fitness and whatnot. And she wanted to incorporate like a boxing session type thing. You know what I mean? Like hitting the bag, stuff like that. So she sent me a couple of videos on that, and then we just started talking, and one thing went to another, and
Is that what you kids call it nowadays? Hitting bags?
Yeah. Oh God, Lord. You know what I'm talking about, a punching bag. All right. I was teaching her combination and stuff like that. Her clients loved it too. But yeah, she compliments the shit out of me and vice versa. And yeah, she's a wonderful lady, wonderful woman, beautiful inside and out. And that's all I'll say.
Yeah, no, I remember seeing her in chat and stuff and chatting with her, saying hi and stuff. She seems
she's cool as hell.
Nice.
She'd be here right now, but she's sleeping.
Cool. All right. So
go ahead. Sorry for
we already debunked this and we haven't even got through the video yet.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't understand why they think this guy because his handwriting. Well,
was it the eyes?
That's why we couldn't. Yeah, that's when when you were in the back chat, we were looking at the I's and the T's and the A's.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of capitals.
Look at the one line. Second yellow line down, first I, right?
Yeah.
Then you go straight up to right, and then go straight up to Boone. I don't know what that word is, but next to the getting, and then look at that eye. See the diagonal on it, right? Diagonal on both tops. That's a totally different eye. Not even close to each other.
What do you mean? You think
you guys already said this, though.
Same letter, dude.
No, I know, but those eyes, I'm telling you.
But you think there's he thinks there's two people that wrote this letter.
Yeah, look at the eye. Look at that eye. Look at that eye.
Oh no.
That looks like a brown eye to me. Just joking.
Yeah.
Do you see that eye though? Those do not look the same.
Yeah. Well.
Sure.
I mean, look at wait till you see the other letter. You're gonna be like, shit, this is like a whole nother person.
Really, it's that bad?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
Jane, you met your love in a bar. That's like that don't happen too often. I don't think.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, but you can meet some man. Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
church, freaking.
You never
I met a girl at a horse track once, like betting the ponies down here at Gulfstream. Yeah. She bet horses, I bet horses. Didn't last very long. It was like 18 days or something like that.
18 days.
Yeah, we had fun. It was my
like, not even 3 weeks. Yeah.
Oh, it's mid-20s. We're just betting ponies, winning money, and just having fun.
I love that it was 18 days though. That's so funny.
No, I mean it was probably like a month.
It could have been 19.
You're just like approximate. It was about 18 days. That's all right.
Yeah, you guys are right. It was definitely 23 days.
It was definitely more like a month.
No, he's gonna be like, hang on 1 second, let me go check my calendar.
It's like, let me go get my journal out.
Let me get my journal out.
Get my
crazy horse lady. 23 and a half days. Okay, so we did get halfway through the 23rd day.
Okay, yeah. It was a tough day, that 23rd day. That's when it always goes wrong on day 23.
Oh, thank you, Katie. But go ahead. I'm sorry, I derailed. I'm gonna mute and shut up.
No, you're good.
Yeah, no, like I said, we already debunked it. We don't even have to.
We debunked.
Oh, fuck yeah. Let's rock and roll.
Yeah, let's rock and roll. He's like, fuck this. I mean, it's not the same handwriting. I mean, it's really hard.
Can you show me?
Yeah, she'll look at the other one. His mind's gonna be blown.
So this is this is the guy supposedly wrote this confession to his childhood friend from prison, and they took this note and they compared it to the actual ransom note that was found
Uh-huh.
And so anyways, when
The
they do
handwriting
a handwriting
analysis.
analysis, it goes from 1 to 5. 1 being the closest to a match, 5 being the furthest away from being a match.
Is it
right?
5?
And
Oh.
no, her
Or
John
an 8?
Bonet's mother, Patsy, was a 4.5. So a 4.5. So basically it was towards
No.
the top where it wasn't matching. This
Yeah.
guy, supposedly 2 analysts had looked at it and they're given this a 1.75.
They're on
So
crack. They're
there's a better
smoking
chance
something.
that he's the writer of the note, according to them, than Patsy is. And a lot of people believe that she was the one who wrote the letter.
I think she did it, like you said, with like her other hand. That's why it was like a little wonky, and that's why it wasn't. It was a 4.5, maybe.
Dude, what is up with Venice Beach, Venice Hotel? I'm watching it.
Oh,
The guy
no.
zoomed in. He zoomed in on this dude's Nikes, and he has 2 different shoes on, and he's just zoomed in on his shoes. Like now he's zooming in on the one shoe, or like he's looking at what's on the
He has like 2
ground
different
next to the
sneakers
shoe.
on. He's like 2
Yeah,
different
man.
sneakers on.
I don't know what's going on, but I didn't know someone actually controls the video on that.
I'm not even good with wearing 2 different sock colors.
Can you show me that damn letter?
Oh
Looks
shit!
like
All
I'm
right.
biting my nails.
Yeah. Oh my god, he's biting
But
his nails.
Yeah, this is the actual ransom note,
Oh fuck.
and you'll see it looks total like
Katie's like, I don't
fucking
know what you're talking
disaster.
about. We're talking about John Bonet Ramsey's like the note, and then this guy that just wrote a note, and he's saying
It's not
whatever.
even close, but the I's are lowercase, and the other one purposely made except for that one right there.
Right? Look how this is like nothing even close to the
That's
other one.
sketchy to me. Like the other one is so different. It's almost like
Right? So different.
Different. I don't know.
I don't know how they got 1.75. I want to hear what they. This definitely looks like it could be, like you said, Pat, like the left hand, because it's like, and those A's are so wonky.
It's so shaky, man.
It's really shaky. Unless she was just, and look, business is spelled wrong. It's spelled with 2 S's.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she did that with a few of them. I have another analysis where they show, and like she misspells like a few,
Other
or
stuff.
in here is misspelled. A few, like,
Yeah, look at those
basic
L's. That looks like it could be your left hand, because you can't like make it straight. It looks like somebody tried to do it like you said, like ambidextrous.
You can tell by the
person.
lowercase R's. That's a lefty.
Yeah, because I don't know where I heard it, but I heard that she used to practice and like write with both hands. It was like a thing. She even got her kids. Maybe that's where I heard it, where she was like trying to get the kids to do it, too, to learn to use both hands.
Really?
Yeah, or
This
she
is
just
definitely like daughter in hour. See how like that out, like it's like your hand kind of got screwed up because you're doing it with your other hand. Do you know what I mean? That O and U, how they like just meld together like that. That looks like it's done with like a different hand, because that wouldn't happen. Like an O and then a O is so easy, but if you do it with your left hand, it's super hard. Or your other hand. Or
Yeah, I
maybe
mean,
she
you
did it
think
with
they
both.
just like
Yeah, I
Looks like
can't do it with the
think
left
it's
hand.
like
It
on
doesn't work.
purpose?
Like, look at the daughter, because it's always the line part is always squiggly, like the D, like like anything that's straight is like squiggle, like the L's are squiggly, the T's are squiggly. It's just weird. The squiggles.
Yeah, even the H, like have your daughter, like the H is a little wonky on the one side.
Yeah,
It's like so randomly weird.
Yeah, because like left to do with your left hand, that H
And then
would get wonky for me.
and a
Like
lot of these letters are over top each other too.
Because
Like
didn't you guys try to write with your left hand when you were younger?
oh
Because my
yeah,
dad was lefty, so I always was like, okay, I'm lefty. I want to be a lefty too.
My dad's lefty too.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yep, but I cannot. I mean, I tried. No, nothing.
I
can't-
tried too. I was
nothing.
like, I want to be a lefty, or I want to be both.
But
You know.
I kick with my left leg, and I'm an orthodox
Oh.
fighter. So, which means your power leg is your back foot, and I can't kick shit with my back foot. But when I can switch stances, southpaw, so I can I have a mean low kick and a high kick with my left leg, but I cannot kick fucking with my right leg. I don't know what it is. I think it was baseball because I'm a righty, and with baseball you kind of have to. It's your front foot. It's a lot of hips, so I think that might be why. But I don't know.
Willow.
I don't have a big
Yeah,
third
what?
leg. So it doesn't help.
You're so baby.
Is that Grain? Oh, she's passed out. Never mind. Right? Grain's got to be.
What was
out.
that?
Yeah, what was that? That was not me.
That was me. Wait, I wasn't muted. That was Willow. I was
Okay.
getting Willow. I was
Freaked me out.
grabbing her. I'm sorry.
All right.
I
Oh,
called her
it,
baby.
it did sound like Grain for a second, like saying
Right?
something.
Oh,
So
really?
weird.
Yeah, that's my sister. Everybody says we sound alike.
Grain's got to be passed out though. What up,
Hey,
Kate?
Kate. What's up,
Yes.
Kate? That was so much fun today. When you were
Yeah, that
fun.
was awesome.
It was so
Did you get to-
fun watching you look for him.
Did you get JLR's autograph?
Oh my god, that was crazy.
I
You
know.
did.
They were
she-
calling him Blinks. Like they were like, or Blink. They're calling him Blink. Like her husband was calling you, oh, there's Blink.
No way.
Something. I feel like they were. I don't know. It just sounded like that.
Imagine if he signed it
That
Blinks.
was that was
Oh,
amazing. That was really cool to be like on the scene like that. To see, you know, there's
And they
so
still
many
have jobs,
people.
right?
No, so much for like shelter in place. Like that
Yeah.
did not look like a shelter in place that was going on around there, right?
It's two things. He is either one of those big, like Kate walked by a bush that literally like it was just entangled with veins and this and that, and like you can almost make a tent out of that. I feel he's in one of those deep in there, or he's totally out of the area.
Or like sleeping like in like a bush during
He could be
when
dead
there's
for
all
all we
the
know.
action. Yeah, I was thinking that too today. I'm like, what if something, you know? But they saw him. Well, supposedly the FBI saw him running,
Yeah, you know where's that body cam?
right?
You would think they would put that out there to show people what he looks like. In my opinion,
Right? There were so many people around. Nobody caught it on video. There's so much video. Yeah.
doesn't make much
I
sense,
don't
does it?
know. Yeah, if they have all the perimeter, like he was actually pretty normal. Didn't break any rules and introducing himself to everyone. And he blinked once. He blinked.
We have a blink
He did?
count once.
Well, that
In real life, he blinked.
that's a monkey off the back right there. All right, I
That
feel a
is
little bit better.
real.
He does blink.
He does blink. A monkey off your back.
He's human.
Now,
He's
did
not
his
an
eyelids
alien.
go up and down, or did they go side to side?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
There's the question.
Good question. Was he wearing a media hat and media shirt?
Or a press hat and a media
Yep.
shirt, or a media hat and a press shirt.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
mixture
no,
of
both
both.
press,
and he had a
or both
badge
media.
on, like his press pass on too.
Oh, I'm sure.
No, he did. I was watching his stream and Kate's at the same time. I was like, oh wait, there's JLR, there's Kate walking through everyone's stream.
Oh my god, I know.
I was in there telling Kate, "Wave, we're watching you from NBC," and then all of a sudden I saw her like, because I was behind the stream, and then I saw her turn around and had to go back, and she ended up turning around. But yeah, she was right in front of homeboy. What's his name? That the guy we were watching, the fucking NBC guy, blue shirt.
Oh, the Fox guy?
Yeah.
JLR.
Oh.
What's the NBC? I'm sorry.
No, what's his face? It's like her
Keaton's.
local guy. She'll know his name. Oh, there's a
Yeah.
drone landing.
Oh, the guy with the nice tan, she said. The guy
It
with
was
the
like-
best tan.
He was pasty as shit. What do you mean?
She said he said that the guy had the best tan ever or something.
Fuck, not that guy. No way. Who's eating
Are you
ice
talking
cream?
about JLR? Or who are you talking about?
No, the guy with the blue
No.
shirt.
The Fox guy?
Steve Keeley.
Steve, yes.
Yeah,
That guy
didn't
did not
she
have a
say he had
tan at
great
all.
tan or something?
Oh, there was no tan whatsoever. He looked like Alec Murdaugh to me. Like real talk. Take a look at him, then look at Alec. It's like, oh, all right, I see some family.
Real
resemblance.
talk. Real
Yeah,
talk.
It's a very orange spray
Sound
tan.
like Beastie.
Oh, does he say that?
Real talk. Yeah.
Uh,
Real talk.
I don't want to say his name because he's like Beetlejuice, but
Yeah.
B in the is the next. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't get that up in vocab.
Real talk.
Yo, real talk, yo.
Yo.
Oh,
Wait,
that guy
was
wasn't Steve.
See?
Okay.
Steve. Okay.
Okay, hit the link. I wanna know if he's.
Oh,
I
he said it sarcastically. Okay. Oh shit. I
want to ask
thought
her
you were
something.
serious.
What was he
I
saw?
thought you were man crushing on him or something.
That's what I
Oh,
thought
it's
too.
very orange spray tan. Yeah. She said it's her local guy.
Orange spray. Oh, that's horrible.
Oh,
That was the worst. I've been on a couple of dates with girls that had orange tan. It's horrible. And then it's like it goes to their neck and it's a totally different color. It's like,
if you
fuck.
if she said to Google him, and you'll see it's like a really spray tan. Steve Kelly.
Kate, did you see anything that disturbed anything out there? Like, some footprints? It's probably what I told everybody by now, but, I'm going to ask anyone still.
Did your exhaust make it home with the car?
Oh, sorry. I derailed the stream. You're still reading this, right?
Oh, I was looking up the reporter guy. What, Steve Keeley?
Let's see what kind of tan this man really has. Kate. He looks like
a
little picture.
Oh, Steve Keeley.
See if I
That's
get a
why
bigger
I was like,
picture.
this guy isn't. I was like, this Steve Kelly guy. It looks fine.
Mr. Kate just cried, was like, yes, let's go home. We have to play some
here's-
Call of Duty.
Shit. Oh.
That's not him. That was the guy that we were watching in the blue shirt?
No,
Oh,
she
here
said
he
it
is.
wasn't that guy. This is the guy that has a nice tan, she said.
Yeah, that's very tan. Sharp suit.
He's just a general assignment employee or reporter. All right. Shit. Oh, damn.
What else you
All
got?
She's like, I can't come home. It's 3:30 there, and I'm in bed. Yeah. I don't
3:30
blame
here,
you.
too.
Okay.
It made it home. Cool.
Saturday tomorrow. No work.
I have to work.
Really?
Yeah. But not long,
What time do you have to
I'm
go in?
always working later than your girlfriend.
What time do you have to go in, Ellie?
Like 8.
Oh, you're 3 hours behind. It's only midnight. Oh, just past midnight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so early for me. I like that.
I wish I was JLR. I could teleport.
Through the years, this to Michael Vale. So I want to get the backstory
Fucking Vinny,
on
excuse me.
this man, Gary Oliva, and the classmate he was writing to. What's the story behind the letter, behind this confession? And so joining me tonight, folks, from Ventura, California, the man who received those letters from Gary Oliva, his former classmate, Michael Vale. Michael, I just didn't know how to describe it. I didn't want to say friend, but like he's sending you letters, and I know classmate, acquaintance. How would you describe your relationship now?
So this is a guy, supposedly he called the next day and said that he murdered a child.
Really?
We're assuming it was John Bonet because he was in Boulder at the time. Not this guy, but the dude that confessed to it. And then he had wrote letters later on, a few years later, and he was writing letters to this guy. And this is the actual guy that he called that the night after or the day after she passed away or was killed. And then he wrote the letters to also.
So I didn't even know. Oh, real quick, I didn't even know that this is going on. Like, I don't know why I haven't seen this. So this has been picked back up finally.
Well, just because this guy came forward, yeah.
He confessed in some of these letters.
Yeah. Like the other guy confessed like years ago.
It could
be.
be.
The guy confessed to him, and the guy didn't really. He said, well, actually, you'll find out. He says it in this thing, but this guy actually went the next day and called the FBI and said, hey, look, there's this guy. He said he killed a kid. And
they ignored it?
He saw the John Bonet. He said he didn't hear from him for months. So he called him back, said, hey, look, man, you need to look at this guy, blah, blah, blah. And they never got back to him. And he was like, what the hell? He figured, hey, I tried twice. I don't know what's going on. But John Bonet Ramsey's dad has said that they did look into this guy. His private investigators that he hired actually this guy came up on their radar pretty soon in the investigation, and that the Colorado prosecutors and the police and stuff were kind of saying, no, 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 it's not that guy kind of deal, is what John Bonet's dad was saying about this whole situation.
Damn. So
it was there back in the day, and they just sat on their
Left it.
hands, or they believed the parents did it, or someone in the house did it. So they kind of just said,
Took the, yeah. Still
brushed
put
it
the
to
pedal
side.
that way and then went that way. See, the thing is, what you just said to me was this guy admitted to sexually assaulting and killing a child, right, in jail, right?
He's a convicted pedophile. I don't know if he killed. He said that he killed John Bonet by accident. Is
Okay.
what his.
So in prison and in jail, obviously, but so anywhere in prison, you hurt a child, you got a target in your head, big time. So for him to confess something like that, it's a little bit weird to me. You know what I mean? Why would you confess something like that when you know you can get thumped up and killed very easy for assaulting a child?
He's already a convicted pedo, so like.
You talking about this dude on the right?
No, this is the guy the dude was writing to and confessing to.
Okay.
This isn't the guy. This is just the guy that he was talking to, an old friend or a acquaintance back from school days.
And that guy was in jail, and that's the guy that talked to the guy that supposedly did it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that guy that's in jail that is confessing to this, to your point, I mean, that's a good point, but he is already in jail for that. For not for murdering someone, but for.
So basically, one pedo admitted to
No.
another pedo what they did, and he's probably trying to get some time off the guy that's in jail. Is that what I'm getting at here? Is that basically what we're seeing here?
No, he would be admitting to more crimes.
Yeah, he would be. This guy isn't. This guy right here is nothing to do with anything.
No, not this guy. The guy that he's talking to in jail, right?
Yeah.
Is talking to dude. I don't know his name, so I'm sorry. So that guy.
Right.
Oh, what was his name? Here's.
Yeah, here he is.
That's the guy.
So this dude right here is talking to the guy that's on the right. You know, a second ago, this guy right here.
Yeah, he's talking to that guy.
He's talking.
Old friends. Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking to the supposed person. Why would that person just admit all that to him?
Well, like I was saying, the guy that is admitting to this in these letters called the day after John Bonet was killed. Called this guy, go, hey, I really fucked up. I killed a kid. And he didn't know it. He was like, oh my God, well, you know, what the hell? And he was kind of taken back by it. The conversation was over. Later on that day, he was looking at the news and saw and know that guy called him from Boulder, Colorado, and he saw that John Bonet was found dead in their house. And so he was like, oh my, holy shit.
So he really didn't say anything then. He found out.
No, he did. He called the FBI and told them.
Is there a paper trail?
Guy called me and said he killed a kid. He didn't say he killed John Bonet. He said he killed a kid at that time, the day after she was found.
So they'll basically be able, kind of pinpoint.
Was it all over the news the day that he called him?
It was. He didn't see it
maybe
till later on.
Maybe he was being like delusional and thought that he did it because I don't
No,
know.
he said when he called that he didn't see anything about it, didn't hear anything about it. He was up for like 2 hours prior to that. That
totally
morning.
sober, wasn't drinking the night before, doing drugs, just woke up. See, there's two things happened there. He was either doing mad fucking drugs and whatnot and committing crimes, and that's why he didn't call the police to tell them X, Y, and Z, even though he said he called the FBI. I mean, is there even a paper trail for that? Has FBI came out and said this is what happened, like you guys were talking about?
No, but they haven't said he's a liar. And he said that he called the FBI and they was like, okay, and then he didn't hear anything else about it. And then 3 months went by or some time like that.
Yeah.
And he called back and said, hey, look, you need to look in this guy, blah, blah, blah. And then I don't know if you were here, but her dad, John Bonet Ramsey's dad, actually said that they looked into this guy and that he was a major person of interest for them anyways. And the cops so focused.
I didn't hear that part.
Oh, you didn't? And the cops were so focused on him or Patsy or Burke being the culprit of it that they were like, they just kind of disregarded it. They did say they did investigate it. I think they say it
Yeah.
in this interview too. He explains all this stuff. I guess we could just watch it.
Okay, yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry.
Better than me explaining it, I guess.
And is it a back and forth, or is it a sort of a one-way street here?
Well, right after high school, I went off, got married, went to college, all that good stuff, and Gary stayed in touch with the mail, the U.S. mail. Believe it or not, back then that's how we stayed in touch. So I was taking a TV and radio course, and I had access to this fantastic studio. So I was making these funny cassette tapes with all their sound effects and stuff. And I popped Gary, was one of the guys I popped on one of these cassette tapes. Well, he loved it. He mailed me back a cassette tape. And this went on for years, I'm going to say 16 years, getting cassette tapes and things from him and really not talking by telephone, which made that phone call in 96, very more.
Okay, so let's get to the phone call in 1996. This is when you say everything changes, and we know this is when John Bonet is murdered. So, what was this phone call like? When was it, and what was said?
It was.
So he's talking about the phone call the day after John Bonet was found dead.
Okay.
December 26th. It was almost midnight on the 27th. Would have been the morning of the 27th. Well, all of a sudden, it was the happiest time of my life. It really was. I just bought a house. I married my high school sweetheart, ironically, right?
Gotcha.
And then, things were going so great. And so my family went to sleep.
Let me pause that real quick.
You remember a phone call you get that's terrifying.
Isn't it a little weird that he's just kind of going into his own life real quick right there? Like,
Yeah. Is he trying to sell a book off of this whole
right? There's something weird with that. I'm not going like what happened, but just like something weird with just that transaction of what he was saying. Like,
because he is a big piece of this whole thing, because he has to corroborate the guy's confession in a way, right?
Yeah. Go back and play that part. I just want to, so everybody like will hear it and whatnot. I don't know. I just want to.
I mean, but you figure you're kind of thrust into the situation too. You really didn't ask for it. You're kind of in there. So, I mean, I don't see, I mean, he's having to talk about it. So why not,
I get that, but it's just facial expressions. I don't know. I mean,
I got you.
Remember, he was the guy that got the phone call. So it's like, why did he get that phone call to begin? Anyways, play it one more time. I just want to see. Maybe I'm just fucking stoned. Well, I am stoned.
Play it again, Sam.
What the hell? I can't bring it up. Hang on.
Frozen?
You remember it. You remember the room you're in when you get that. I just bought a house. I married my high school sweetheart.
Just to see you next Tuesday here. That's what my mom used to say.
Like, when was it, and what was said?
It was December 26th. It was almost midnight on the 27th. Would have been the morning of the 27th. Well, all of a sudden, it was the happiest time of my life. It really was. I just bought a house. I married my high school sweetheart, ironically, right? And then, things were going so great. And
what's ironic about
Why
it?
is ironic about a high school? Yeah, exactly.
No, like, it's just like something's just wrong in Denmark. And not saying it's anything big, just like
something.
maybe just like, I don't want to say this, allegedly, maybe cheated. You know what I mean? He's just trying to pump her up right now. I don't know. Something's just weird. My spidey senses.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, maybe he's just trying to sell the story a little bit more. I don't know, trying to say,
Definitely
hey, look,
that,
I'm
yes.
just a normal,
deal.
everyday guy. Because it definitely, when you think about it, though, like, this isn't really going to help this guy too much, right? I mean, I guess if he sold a book about it or something, but other than that, I mean, it's really not going to help this dude.
He starts to go into it, right, Pac? And then he goes right into his own life. Like, all right, one more time. Because we all know it's coming, right? We all know it's coming. Watch the transition. It's like, let's see before the transition.
Oh my God.
Let's see, it's like,
Boston has become so drama. He's like,
No,
let me
investigative.
He's like,
Investigative.
and dramatically.
He's going to be like a body language
He's like, look
expert.
at the
Oh, I'm
eyebrows.
actually, I really am.
His
I'm not gonna say I'm an
eyebrows.
expert, but
You
it's
saw his
just
eyebrows. Look at his
yeah,
eyebrows.
and
Okay.
you know what that means?
Yeah, what?
Deceptive.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Well,
I don't know
watch his
shit.
eyebrows. They kind of start
here we go.
moving. Uh-huh.
And is it a back and forth, or is it a sort of a one-way street here?
Well, right after high school, I went off, got married, went to college, all that good stuff, and Gary stayed in touch with the mail, the U.S. mail. Believe it or not, back then that's how
See
we
the
stayed
eyebrows?
in touch.
Yep.
So I was taking a TV and radio course. And
So you think he was lying when he was doing?
I don't know. Those eyebrows
Go back
got
and watch the
movie.
wrinkles and you can Google it right now.
What's
Yeah,
it mean?
eyebrows.
Deception?
Yeah, it comes from deception, and so you're looking for an answer.
Oh,
Yeah, because they did jump up when he.
right? Way up.
Yeah.
all that good stuff, and Gary stayed in touch with the mail, the U.S. mail. Believe it or not, back then.
See,
The
that's
mail,
over.
the
That's
US
over.
mail.
Yeah.
Or he's
It's
like,
over
dramatic.
exaggerating something.
Yeah,
like-
right? Totally.
Now here
Look
comes
it right
the
there.
bingo.
dude, yeah, they jump. I mean, dude, they about jumped off his
They
head,
go,
dude.
right? They went right to his hair.
All right, here we go.
All
I
that
gotta
good
watch this
stuff,
again.
and Gary stayed in touch with the mail, the U.S. mail. Believe it or not, back then that's how we
Believe it
stayed
or
in
not.
touch.
Okay.
So I was
Believe
taking
it
a
or
TV and
not.
radio course, and I had access to this fantastic studio. So I was making these funny cassette tapes with all their sound effects and stuff. And I popped Gary was one of the guys I'd pop on one of these cassette tapes. Well, he loved it. He mailed me back a cassette tape, and this went on for years. I'm going to say 16 years, getting cassette tapes and things from him, and really not talking by telephone.
I mean, what?
That's
funny,
weird. Cassette tapes. What's funny
like
about that?
jokes and stuff. Like, are you
Does he
making
wanna
a
turn those
mixtape
into-
for him or something?
Does he want to turn
It's
into
like he wants to
a
be
little
relevant, I think.
something? Something
Yeah,
ain't
it's
right.
Which made that phone call in '96, very more.
Okay.
But he's like, shut the hell up about your life. We don't give a shit.
Yeah.
About your mixtapes for 16 years.
Your
That's all
mixtapes.
the dude said.
You know when he wants to get the nitty gritty and manipulate the story. So let's go.
So let's get to the phone call in 1996. This is when you say everything changes, and we know this is when John Bonet is murdered. So, what was this phone call like? When was it? And what was said?
Thank you, Vinny.
It was December 26th. It was almost midnight.
Thank you, Benny.
That's to the point.
Oh my gosh, you're hilarious.
Now watch.
On the 27th. Would have been the morning of the 27th.
Oh, what's up?
Watch how clear he is.
Yeah. Watch it.
Well, all of a sudden, see, it was the happiest time of my life. It really was.
What?
Again?
I just bought a house. I married.
Okay, no, back to that. Okay.
Yeah, that was
We're
the
back.
double jump there again, man.
Okay,
What the
okay.
hell?
I'm like, wait, it's the happiest time again of his life? This guy's a happy
Happiest
life.
time I got mail. Woo woo.
My high school sweetheart, ironically, right? And then,
I still don't understand that.
yeah, things were going so great, and so my family went to sleep, and I remember it. You remember a phone call you get that's terrifying. You remember it. You remember the room you're in when you get that phone call, and I remember with the Christmas tree and everything. It was December 26th, and it was about midnight. And I
I
get
thought
that
you said
phone
December
call, and it's-
27th. Oh,
and it's
okay.
Gary's voice, and he's like,
Oh, eyebrows
I just
again.
hurt. Oh,
Ooh, lots
His
of
facial
eyebrows.
expressions to me are fucking weird.
His eyebrows just went crazy again when Gary called.
This guy looks like a real old Kid Rock.
No, he looks like the guy from what's that movie called? The Chainsaw Massacre? One of the brothers? Oh.
Oh yeah, no, he looks like what are the Rob Zombie movies?
That one, yes.
Yeah, the Three from Hell. Otis. He looks like
yes,
Otis.
yes, the blonde-headed guy. Thinner, yep.
I don't know if I believe this former class.
Oh, House of a Thousand
Gary.
Corpses and stuff. That was the other movie. But what's up?
I don't know if I believe this former classmate. Do you? Of Gary's.
Yeah, it's
He's
kind of. I
he's
mean,
he's
it,
in TV and radio. Sounds like he has a project that he wants to put together. I don't know. I feel like he has
He
ulterior
mentioned the
motive.
FBI, man, like that lady in the Brian Kohlberger thing. You mentioned the FBI, next thing you know, the FBI at your house.
Oh
You know
yeah,
what
you
I mean?
better
Like,
not want to. Yeah,
especially if
watch
you're
it.
not telling the truth or you're recanting some shit or you're telling
Mm,
a false story and you mention the FBI, you're done, dude.
you're
They're coming
done.
to see what's
Yeah,
I
up.
feel
they're
like it could
gonna
be
knock
a telephone
knock
story
you
where
out.
like somebody else talked to him and he heard the story. I don't know. But
I mean, it's kind of plausible. I don't. I mean,
Oh, did you
to
hear what
say
Jane
pen
just wrote?
pals, not really friends, but your pen pals sending mixtapes for 20
That's
years. That's a
weird.
little weird, right?
Jane says,
oh,
didn't Gary attend the vigil for John Bonet?
Yeah, he
I
was
don't
there. They got the video of him there.
see. So
fuck.
And it
okay,
happened. Yeah.
the handwriting doesn't match, but the story does somehow. Maybe his handwriting changed in prison. I don't
But
know.
yeah, maybe he got better at it, or he had more time to actually write.
But that other handwriting is so different. I don't
Yeah,
know.
one was purposely written sloppy, and the other one that's the thing. I mean, you can purposely write sloppy,
Yeah.
so that's what kind. This is all
Or
weird.
that other one does seem like it's a left hand because it's so hard to draw like straight lines when you're trying to write, unless you're good at it. That's the only way that it would be like, that wobbly, unless you're shaking because you're so nervous because you just killed
Like ours
somebody.
usually have a curve to it with righties, and then the name is ours on one of them have a curve to it.
Well, I used to when I was a
Lowercase.
kid. I'm right-handed, but I used to
Uh-huh.
turn my hand like I used to bend it like around like real like almost like a left-hander writes. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like not all left-handers, but a lot of them would turn their like curve their hand
Yeah.
around,
I
like
know
a
exactly what you
U.
mean. Yeah.
Yeah, I would do that with my right hand, and instead of the letters slanting to the right, I would have them slanting back to the left.
Oh, I
You know
get
what I
it.
mean? So like
Yeah,
most of
yeah,
the time you
yeah.
write, it kind of slants to the right as you
Yeah. You're
write.
like,
Well,
yeah.
since I would write like a lefty with my right hand, I don't know why I did that. I only did it for maybe a year or something, but yeah, everything would be slanted the other way. It was weird. But
Oh.
if I ever wrote a ransom note and I was doing that, you would tell it was me, because everything would be slanted the opposite way. I don't know.
Yeah, but I feel like your letters like are the same. Like you kind of like your mind puts together like how you do letters. So like, why would they go from like the old school kind unless you're trying to do it differently? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, yeah,
That's
you
hard.
figure it'd be less that he would do something like that with that lowercase a like we talked about. That would be more
Yeah.
like w you're just learning writing, like John Bonet would
Yeah.
just be learning writing, right? She would just be that's when you do that A, and you have a capital A, like, you never do that A. It's like it's so
That
randomly
A is
weird.
so random. That's something
It's
that
like
you
a
just do,
such
like
a
you
4th
said.
or
If
5th
it,
grade
if
thing at the most.
Yeah, or
You
if you
stop
have an
doing
A
it
in your
after that.
name, you've tried it, right? Like, or you've tried your name with that over the years, right? If there's
Yeah,
like, if
well,
you
if
have
I
an
wanna
A in
be
your name,
fancy, I write my name, like, just in
I
my
like that
first name,
A.
like, I'll do an A like that, like, it's just
Yeah,
kinda
I've
randomly
seen
weird.
like, I've seen like businesses that use that A, and it's cool,
Mhm.
to see that A sometimes, like in like, it's like, yeah, but it's weird to write. But if you write it, I feel like you always do it that I don't know.
Well, every A was like that in the ransom note,
Yeah.
you know?
Uh-huh.
And it's like we
Like,
went through every I that wasn't at the beginning of a word or by itself, all had a dot in the ransom note.
yeah.
These guys, every I was a capital I, or it was just one straight line,
Even his
like,
other
in
letters were
the middle of a
capital,
word,
like his T's were everything was like he used a lot of like his A's were capital, like in the middle of a sentence.
I do that too.
You do?
That's why I feel like that is more of a even though it looks neater, it's more of a man's writing, because I'll do that.
Yeah.
Like, I'll do a lot of capital letters and maybe 1 or 2 letters just the way it is. I just leave it, I won't do an I with a dot or anything like that, but,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah. But
like, sometimes I just won't even
But
think
you'll
about it.
switch
I'll
it
do
up.
all like capital letters, and just so happens that I'll do another letter that isn't capital. It's just weird, you know. It's like you said, your
Yeah.
mind on you don't think about it, you just do it.
You
A
don't
lot of
think it,
this
and you
is,
just
yeah.
do things like a certain way. And I feel like, I guess you can change that thing over but you really, I feel like you
Well, that's
don't.
another thing is to where you like, especially if you use a pen more than a pencil, but when you
Yeah.
put it down where you start to do the letter and where you stop, maybe stop and restart again, like there'll be more of a dot, or like the ink will be spread a little more there.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
for
yeah.
me, for my A's, like I always start at the top of the A. Like when I do that funky
Like a,
lowercase a, like I'll start at the top
oh,
left and I'll go down and then I'll do the loop after. And then I actually,
I'll
so
start on the left.
I'll
I'll go
do the little
down.
line here.
Yeah,
Can
that's how I
you
do
see my
it
mouse,
too.
right?
I'm like, right.
Guys,
Yeah.
I'm dropping down. I gotta go to bed soon, but I'll be in the chat.
All right,
Okay.
Boston. Thanks for
All
coming
right,
up, man.
guys. No
Have a
problem.
good
No
night.
fun. Talk later.
Yeah, so I'll start here and go down, and then I'll come back, do my circle, and then I come back down one more time. So like my A's will have an extra little line when I do that bottom circle. It's
Yeah,
weird,
me
man.
too. I do like almost like a backward R, and then I do the loop when I do that A. Yeah.
Yep, that's how I do it too. But I see a lot of
Yeah.
people that do that. They'll do that circle loop first and then come up and do that last little bit at the end
I
for
don't
the
even
top
know
of
how
the
they
A.
would do that. I don't even know they would do that. That seems
Yeah,
so
it's weird.
backwards. I can't even do it.
Yeah, they would just start off with the bottom of the A, the
I
bottom
like that
right.
A.
They go
Yeah.
up like halfway up the A, do the circle, and then finish off at the top with a little curve. Like it's
Yeah, I
weird,
do.
man.
Yeah, it just would seem like it would be hard to get the curve right. You know what I mean? After doing the other part.
But I think they like a lot of people do it that way to keep the A a certain size. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like if
Yeah,
you
yeah,
start
yeah.
with the thing, it like I
Then
don't
you
know,
know
it's
what
kind of
size it's
harder
gonna
to.
be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get it.
Uh,
That's just how you start doing it. I mean, you just look at it and you could do it either way, really. It's just like it just flows better the other way, I guess. Boss is
well,
like,
you
they're
should.
talking about letters too much. What the fuck?
He's like, I'm out of here.
I'm out of here.
All right, I'll play a little more of this. What the hell?
Oh, little girl. Oh. Like it was the most terrible. I'm getting goosebumps just now telling you.
What the hell? Okay, we missed that. He starts saying what the guy
Yeah.
said on the phone.
Oh, what he said to him. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was like, wait, what happened there?
Yeah, yeah,
And
wait,
he's
wait,
like,
wait,
but
wait,
he's like,
what?
oh, I just heard, oh, little girl, oh. Like it was the most terrible. I'm getting goosebumps just now telling you guys this because it was terrifying. And I immediately jumped into protective mode. Oh, where are you? What's your address? What's your phone number? And he kind of caught on to me, but he told me he was in Boulder. When I was like, Boulder? Why would you be in Boulder? You've been sending me mail for 16 years from Oregon. And now you're suddenly in Boulder calling me. Anyway, he hung the phone up when I'm trying to get information. And that was the phone call. Well, here's the scariest part. The next morning, I get to the LA Times on the newspaper on my front porch. It's, 6, 7 in the morning. I flip the newspaper open and there it is on the back side. It says, girl 6 slain in Boulder, Colorado. And I knew something serious had happened that night. I go, wow, he actually killed a girl. And that's when I called that number. Right then and there, I called that phone number. And I sat back and, when you call the police, they're going to do something, right? I mean, that's their job. They investigate tips, right? And here's my solid gold tip. But I sit back, I'm telling my wife, any day they're going to arrest Gary, watch this. It's going to.
Yeah, such a weird solid gold tip.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of his like vernacular, yeah, some of the things he's saying is like, what? What are you talking about? I don't know. I don't know if I totally trust. Like he's not so trust. I don't know why. It's like because he's like seems like he's embellishing things a little.
Exactly.
Like
If he really felt like this, then, like he's saying, "Oh, I got goosebumps again right
then
now,"
why didn't he freaking call
he
the
would have been
cops?
on that from the get-go, dude. Like,
right? You
he would
don't
have been
wait like
calling John
all this
Benet's
time.
dad, and his
Hmm.
mom or something. You know what I like? You would definitely get it out there more
Right?
if you really
So,
felt that much about it. I don't know, but he
uh,
said he did call a couple times, so
and they just never took him seriously. Yeah.
yeah, it's like I don't know. He kind of like has an axe to
I don't
grind
know
with
if
the
I
police
believe
too a
that.
little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's if. Yeah. It's hard to tell.
You think they're gonna do something, You call them up, you figure, hey, I'm gonna call the police because there's a problem. I know something, and give them the golden tip. And what do they do? Nothing. I don't know. It is
I
weird,
mean,
man.
they should have at least taken a tip. I mean, it was something like that. I'm sure they would listen to him. And I don't know.
I think he says that. Yeah, he continues
Okay,
on, and then he
okay,
calls
let's
back
hear.
again.
It's going to be incredible. And then all of a sudden, like every day would go by. Every day would go by, and there's no phone call. I mean, the police never followed up. So after 3 months, I called them a second time, and I said, look, I need to tell you, I've got a really good lead for the John. Now I knew her name was John Bonet, and I said, I've got a lead for the John Bonet murder. And they said, okay, let me put you through to the John Bonet line, quote unquote, the crazy person line, right? Because by now, thousands of people had called, thousands of who knows.
What the hell? So how's he know he's getting passed to the crazy
The
line?
crazy
Oh yeah,
person
tell me all
line.
about it.
But it
That's
was weird that Gary was like at the vigil, right?
for sure.
That's
Yeah. Oh,
that's
they have the
interesting.
picture of him too in this.
That's bizarre part. But maybe because he was there, this whole story was fit together from there. You know what I mean? And none of the other stuff is true. Only the fact that he was at the vigil. Do you know what I mean? Who
Yeah,
knows?
no,
I don't know. Or the
kind
other
of
stuff is
like
made up.
Kohlberger. A lot of people
Because he
think,
was
not you, but a lot of people think that they kind of went backwards on that. They're like, oh wait, this guy has a white car. Let's look at. Oh wait, where was his cell phone during this time? What? Yeah, that kind of deal. I mean, it's possible that they did that, but it's so weird that because like I think it's in this too where John Ramsey talks about how I mean, he had a problem with the police from the get go. He felt because they were more looking at them than anything. Um,
yeah.
oh yeah, man. What was that crazy? Not crazy, but what was that? The cop lady, man. She like, I knew I could never really figure her out, man. She was weird, man. The one that was there that day,
Oh,
that morning and stuff,
yeah,
and
yeah,
like she
yeah.
clenched her gun. She knew that the killer was right there, but like it was so bizarre. Like I don't
I
know.
mean, wasn't it like in like the wine cellar she was found? Like, wasn't there like a lock to it or something?
Yeah, they
Like a wine cellar?
yeah,
Yeah.
it was like a makeshift little wine cellar. But
Like, so how would this guy like know to put her in there? I don't know. There's so many things that are just don't make sense, right? That you would. I really feel like it was something
well this
happened to her
well
in that house.
it gets better. This whole thing like they kind of equate him to being an artist and he loves paintbrushes and remember how the paint a part of a paintbrush was used as the garrote and stuff. It's just like the way they piece this shit together. It's
Just
kind of
like yeah, whatever they.
yeah. It's like oh yeah, he was an artist. He loved he would break into houses and steal painting supplies all the time. It's like weird stuff. I like what's
Yeah,
going on
yeah.
here?
Like you piece it together. Like it's weird that he's at the vigil hearing all this, but maybe he was only at the vigil and all this stuff was manufactured from that, like because he went to the vigil because that's weird. That like why would he go in general?
Well, I mean,
Because he was like
he was like a transit or like homeless or something, I
a
believe.
homeless guy, yeah, but he ended up being like going
But
to
I mean, if
jail
you're having a
for
gathering, you're gonna like if you're homeless and they're having a gathering in the center of
you're like
town,
go for free food, yeah,
yeah, you're gonna
maybe.
go there and hang out and bum or whatever you're gonna do. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
good little
true.
thing to go.
True.
I mean, I don't find that too. But then you look at a lot of these people, a lot of profilers and stuff say that these people return to the crime. Like Kohlberger supposedly returned that next morning. You know,
Yeah.
they get so it happens.
Yeah.
Or they go to like vigil. That's another thing. Did he
Vigils.
go to the
Yeah.
vigil? Didn't they have a vigil for the Idaho 4?
Yeah, but
I wonder,
there
did
was
he
a
go
guy
to
that
that?
was well, there was like Olivia and like Bullhorn had like a lot had video, and then there was like official video, and people like searched through it, and they saw this one guy that kind of looked like him, but I don't think it was him. I don't
Like
think he went
they
to it.
100%.
It didn't look like it looked more like I just didn't. It could have been, but I don't know. But they did. People did like tear it apart, like look for him there for sure. I mean, you never know. He could have been there. Like even, we just could maybe didn't
Further
see
away,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, because it was very far away. Like they were in the way back. Like a lot of the media and stuff was way back too, I think.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
My tip got buried in there. Who knows what happened? I'm still thinking Gary's going to be arrested any day. You talked about John Mark Carr earlier. And let me tell you something. I knew when John Mark Carr got arrested, I knew that I was like, what is this? I mean, I know Gary did this. I know who killed John Bonet.
So never any response from police. You make the initial call, you make the second call. Did they ever get back to you?
No, the Boulder police never contacted me until the TV show 48 Hours and Lou Smith followed up. And actually, Alex Hunter, the district attorney for Boulder, Colorado at the time, drove out to my apartment in Ventura. And I gave him evidence of some of those scary things that Gary had mailed me over the years. We're talking handwriting samples. We're talking hair from missing kids posters, really scary stuff that he had started telling me.
Oh, that's another thing too, because he is a convicted felon. That they have his DNA, and it
Yeah.
doesn't. And they have that little bit of DNA, but from what I understand is that they have that DNA and they haven't tested it yet.
Oh.
Like I don't know. Like I think they talk about that in this thing too. It's like, what are they doing with it? Are they gonna like? Are they
I
waiting?
wonder.
They're afraid it, or is it just not enough to be able to get a sample from? They can just tell
Or yeah, but I
it's
feel
enough
like
to
they can get
tell it's
like,
a male from female, and that's it. You know what I mean? I think that's what it is. But I
oh,
don't know that I thought they excluded the family from it at one point, meaning Burke and the dad. You know, I don't know, fucking weird, man. But yeah,
yeah.
I thought that they have DNA. I think that's gonna come back and bite a lot of people in the ass.
Well, especially with everything that's going on with with all the IGG stuff, I feel like they're solving a lot of these cold cases.
Dude, what's up with the damn defense witness and the FBI? She's
I
what she recanted, like
know.
just a portion of her, or like
You know
one
what
thing I
she's
don't understand.
recanting? I know exactly what she's recanting. She talked about how certain law enforcement and FBI will go around like the protocols that you're supposed to for some of the stuff, like and possibly using 23andMe. She alluded to the fact of using, I think she even brought up 23andMe and ancestry.com, that
Well,
they
she says
use
basically it
those.
shows that there is a match, but you can't see the match, so you know that there's a match. So that means that it's someone
They
that didn't
can't
opt
trace
into
their
the
work. It
program.
makes sense because like
Yeah.
they have to show their work, right? You have to like show their work. And if they got some of those data points, like is all they had to do was like get like anonymously put it into ancestry.com or 23andMe and just get a few data points and then use those data points in like the GED match and like build or just build their family tree, like but using some of the data points that they got from 23andMe and Ancestry. I think they did that, and that's why they can't show their work, because then it will get the friggin' DNA. It could get the DNA thrown out, because it's like then you're talking about like Fourth Amendment, right? I think it is like where it's privacy, so that's like screwing with that, and they could get it thrown out altogether, the DNA. But I think there was that part that they put like with the poisonous fruit, like about that DNA in case something like this could happen. Because I think they knew with IgG, and like even like when they were, like I was watching with the Long Island serial killer when they were doing the press conference, they also brought up IgG, and they said we're not even allowed to talk about it. They said that out there, like they're like, we're not talking about it because we're not allowed to talk about it.
Oh wow.
I mean, it's like they said it. I was like, oh my God, there's such like, and even remember like what's her face, the one that one that's like the big one, what's her name, the one that's like like does all
Oh
the
yeah, yeah,
we
yeah. I know.
I don't know, I can't think of her name, I'm too tired, but she was even saying like
CC Moore.
CC, yeah, I forgot what she was saying. Yeah, oh, she was saying that she's been like prepared to like be a witness in a court case, and she's never had to appear. So they'll like never go there. They'll never use it. It's just like a lead generator. Like I get that. You know what I mean? Like they can't. I think because like think about it. If like GEDmatch only has like I forget how much, like maybe 3 million. I don't know. And like Ancestry.com and 23andMe, they have so much more people in their database, and like law enforcement or FBI, they're going to use that data. It's not a conspiracy theory to think that they're going to use that and like go trump your like rights. I feel like they do it other places, like in order to find like a killer. Don't you think they would do that?
Yeah, why wouldn't
Or
you? You would. I mean, it
use all
makes
that more
sense.
data and maybe like do it on the sly where you pretty much you do most of your work using GEDmatch, but then for a couple of data points, you go to 23andMe because you can get like a cousin, a first cousin. You know what I mean? And that could help you so much. And then you could still use GEDmatch from there. You know what I mean? So you don't have to like totally use it. But that's like what that woman said, Leah. What she pretty much said that they're using it, but they're just not telling anyone. And the FBI was like, "Oh no, you're not saying that." Like no way, girl. Like, I think
Well,
that's
yeah,
exact.
because that could go back and turn over so many cases if they could go back at this point and anything that they use for that. I mean, they could
Yeah,
that could be a point on appeal for who knows how many cases.
for appeal, exactly, as well. Get people off of, that are like wrongfully convicted and like cold
Mm,
cases.
true.
Like, there's so
Yeah.
much good that it could do. There's like so much. It's pretty. I think it's amazing, and I really think with Brian Kohlberger that they had the name before they even had the car. Or they maybe had the car, but then they got the name, then they got the phone, and then they got stuff from there. But I think they had like a match somehow, maybe because of like they just like fast tracked it or something. I don't know. It just seems like it with all the stuff that's coming out and the fight that's going on. Like it's if they think about
Well,
it, if they get that thrown out, like he could walk pretty much because like we know we think he's guilty because oh my God, there was a sheath found with his DNA. But if like the jury that have I know people that know nothing about the case at all, like what Idaho? No, I don't know what happened there. And there's people that are going to be on the jury and so if they don't have that piece of evidence of the sheath, then like he could what a car and like what else like phone date, like it could get lost in the sauce with all of like the cast people talking that gets really like controversial as well, so that could be thrown out. The white car, there's no friggin' license plate. I mean unless they have that, and there's no DNA in his car. If without the DNA sheath on the bed, I feel like if that gets thrown out, it could be crazy, right?
no,
So
for sure. Yeah.
I see why they're going after it because they're good defense lawyers, and that's like what they have to do. That's like their job as like an defense attorney. That's what they do. They go after like this kind of
Well,
thing.
yeah, especially when the prosecution does a secret grand jury and says, "Yeah, we threw in this DNA evidence, but we're not really bound by, we don't want to
Yeah,
use it if we don't have to." I mean, that's like, well,
exactly.
why not? Of course, that's like the first thing they're going to
It's like
go after.
suspicious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And they say
definitely a
this is
red
like what
flag.
they do. They hold it back as long as possible. And well, now that he like waived his right to a speedy trial, now it's different. Now it's like they could all like take a sigh and like, because it was like under this like constitutional like clock, you know, because
Yeah.
they don't want to like impinge on it. But now doesn't matter really, because now, so now they'll probably give it to him, but I don't know how, because I don't think they could like recreate the work without some of that stuff from. It's gonna be interesting because they're going back and forth still about it. Still, like I think it's gonna be really interesting. And there's not. I think there's gonna be no cameras in the courtroom. They might do like a thing where it's like audio because of all of like. I get it, like too, because think about it, like they do want an impartial jury, and if it's like media all the time with him, he's not gonna get that, you know? And the media loves this. I get the whole gag order and maybe even like no media in the court whenever it happens, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I could see him doing the same thing with like the Lori Vallow thing where the video's
Audio.
there, and then you wait to didn't they show the video like the day after or later
Hmm.
after court was over that day or whatever?
I'd be fine with the audio
Yeah,
of
that
it.
wouldn't be bad.
I
I mean,
would
I would
listen
like
to
to
it.
see it all, but I mean, I don't mind
Yeah,
waiting until after
audio
court's
would
over
be
for the
fine.
day, then view it.
Yeah, and like court and like illustrations. I would totally do it that way if that's the way that they had to do it.
Yeah.
It might come in that just because they're just like like that Andrea Burkhart, I think I might have sent you her thing. She is like a defense lawyer in like Washington State, and so she's been going there to a lot of the motion hearings and stuff, and she was saying that their the cameraman is spending way too much time on. She saw it. She saw that as like a problem because she looks at it as a defense lawyer, you know what I mean? And she saw that being an issue, that they were spending just way too much, not on his crotch, like Betty thinks,
Yeah, I
but
remember
like
hearing about that. Crotch shot.
crotch gate. Oh my God. But on like, definitely like spending too much time on him.
Well, I mean, what does it matter? I don't
But
understand
who
that whole
cares? I mean,
thing.
I know.
I mean,
I
he's
mean,
in
that's
there.
how it
Everyone can
is.
sit there and just stare at him the whole time if they want to stare at him the whole time, you know? Like,
I mean, I feel like it was like that with like Casey Anthony and all the big ones. I don't know, all these like, it just happens like that where they focus on them. They can't, I don't know, it's the person that's the suspect. But think about
yeah.
it, if they throw out that DNA, like if it would be interesting if they do find out that they used those 23, because remember like that, I
Well,
told
it
you
would
that
be
gray,
interesting to see if if they would have to if that gets thrown out, would the jury even have indicted him if it wasn't for that part? I mean,
right? I
sure they're
know.
saying that they didn't need it and that if the judge doesn't want to, whatever they said about it, but they still gave it to
See,
the
like no
grand
matter
jury, right?
what, like that's like the whole fruit from the poisonous tree. Like no matter what, like his DNA of his dad or whatever, like or when they swabbed him eventually matched to that DNA on the sheath, right? So it doesn't matter how they got to it, but it does matter if it's like your privacy rights, like your
Yeah, if your
amendment.
someone was violated or
And that's where a defense
unethical.
lawyer would, that's where the law would be broke, right? So if his Fourth Amendment right of privacy was broken or other people's to get the lead, but then yeah, so it's like the process is what they're even. I mean, but they're even going after the grand jury process as well. I mean, I feel like that's going a little bit like above and beyond of Ann Taylor to like say, okay, let's just throw out the whole grand jury process and
Well,
like
the way they're
going
going about it for sure, to like, okay, this has been unconstitutional since they changed it, or whatever she was saying.
right.
We're going to change the whole system back the way it was in the 1840s or whatever she said. It's
I'm
like,
like,
wait, what?
I mean, I get being a good defense attorney and like you're right to be a defense attorney, like, like how it's a difficult job and all of that, especially in this case. But like, don't you think that's going above and beyond a little bit? Like that she wants like to change the freaking law of like I mean, she practices in that state. She's like the head public defender in that courtroom and she wants to get like, is she that pissed that like, I mean, like that takes like like that's, I feel like that's going above and beyond, right? I mean, but I guess that's what you do as a defense lawyer. But I feel like I've never even heard of that. Like, but
Yeah, it's
maybe
such
it's
a weird.
happened,
Like that's like
right?
trying to change like legislation or something. Like
Yeah,
has
like I
nothing.
mean, that would have to go to the Supreme Court or something, or so, I mean, like, how would you change like that? I don't know. That seems like just way like too much. Like that's like too much.
Oh shit! I'm watching
It
Venice
does.
and the lady's beating up the sand sculpture.
Uh-oh. It
She's
does
like
depend
beating
on
it
who
with
the
this.
real killer is. Oh, she is? Oh no. She's beating it. Oh God. So it gets crazy at night, on the
Yeah,
streets
no,
and stuff.
it's been quiet of late, but like tonight it's pretty bustling. But it is Friday, so
Yeah. Friday night.
yeah, I'm addicted
Yeah.
to watching this, man. It's so funny. Like I'm like, man, since I started watching when I first started watching this, like probably a month or so ago. There was like maybe 20 people in watching the live stream, maybe
Uh-huh.
40 at the most. Now there's like 500, 600
Oh
people.
wow.
I'm like,
Could you put it
dude,
up?
what
You
the hell's
can't. You
going
can't
on? Like
restream
everyone's
it,
going
right?
up and waving at the cameras and shit. And I'm like, dude, what the hell's going on? I'm like,
Could
all
you
of a
put it
sudden,
up
just
on the
blew up.
stream? Or no? Okay, you're not allowed to restream it or no?
I
Could
don't
you put
know.
it up?
Dude,
Just
I get a copyright claim every live I do. Like I don't know why. It's not a strike, It's just like a
Or just
claim.
like
I don't even know.
something, like, or maybe like like sometimes like playing clips, you get stuff, you
Yeah, it's
know.
any music, yeah. It's like I usually get if I play like Instagram or something like that. For whatever reason,
Oh
that
yeah.
usually gets me. Or if I play like even my I'm a bee thing, it's like an eight
Oh
second
really?
little clip. If I only play 5 seconds of it, it doesn't get hit. But if I play the
Oh,
whole 8 seconds, or if I play it back to back to back or something like that, then
weird.
it'll give me a hit.
Oh
Um,
wow.
yeah, it's weird how it does it. Sometimes it doesn't pop up, and I just noticed like, man, I need to change that from 8 seconds to 5, and I don't think I would have a problem at all with it.
Not
But yeah,
weird, just
it's
like
so
little
weird.
things. It's like all like AI.
Yeah, that's what I
It's
heard too.
probably
Like,
like set to like a certain time, a certain,
yeah, after like
like
15 minutes, supposedly if you don't do cut curse words or anything crazy for the first
in the
15 minutes,
beginning.
then
Mhm.
you're all right for the
Yeah.
rest of the stream, supposedly. But
Yeah.
yeah, I want to say almost every one of my lives I have a copyright claim. But it's just like stupid thing like they just if I monetize the video, they'll get some AdSense from it. Is all it is.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
they take their portion because it's their content or whatever. But it's
Yeah.
or I can go in and like just say it's like a 10-second clip or something that is the problem. It lets you know exactly what the problem is, and
Oh,
then
that's cool.
you could cut that little 10 seconds out or whatever, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Is it
Or
hard
you
to
can
cut it
fight it and
out?
be like, hey, no, they're wrong. I'm allowed
Fair
to do
use.
this fair
Yeah.
use or whatever.
Yeah.
Um, I don't do anything. I'm just like whatever. I
Yeah.
haven't
Yeah.
got a
I forgot.
strike yet though. I mean, strike I definitely would see what
Yeah.
I had to do with that.
But
But
those
these claims,
copyright things.
it
Yeah, I
even
heard those
says right
always
there,
happen.
this is not a strike. Yeah, this is just a
Don't
claim.
worry.
It has, and it says it does not affect the video, or it says affect video. No. So I'm like, all
Oh.
right, as long as it doesn't affect it, I don't give a shit.
Then
Plus, then
why?
you get
I
to
guess they
like
just.
play some cool shit, that other people can't play.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird that it like. Well, it's good. It tells you, and you just take it out. So it tells you what to do. They just don't want you having it in your video, I guess. Right. like out
Exactly.
there because it's copyrighted. It makes sense, you know.
Well, they basically want if you're monetized, they want their money for
For it
your little
because
section
it
of you
belongs to
playing it. Yeah.
something. Yeah. That's
What
so
was I gonna
weird.
say? Oh yeah, dude. I don't know if you saw that, but a 14-year-old kid from Massachusetts died after doing the Packy one chip challenge.
What's
That
that?
hot chip that we were that I showed the other time.
Oh my God, Willow, when I said it, she just woke up when I went, she's so reactive. That's
Yeah, they and then
crazy.
Pacquiao, I guess they're a part of a
Died.
Hershey's company, but they pulled them all off. They're not selling them anymore. They're working
Whoa.
to pull them all off the shelves because the kid died. But they're not saying they don't know if it's exactly for that, but they came out and
If it
said,
is
"Hey,
that,
look,
but it
it's for
sounds like,
adults. It's not for kids." But so many kids are doing it. We're seeing on social media that we're just gonna, not have it anymore. I mean, they're still gonna have their
wow.
chips because they have like ghost pepper chips, like a whole bag and stuff
Yeah.
like that. They're still gonna have all
Mm.
that. Like I said, they're Hershey's. Hershey owns
It's
them.
from
They're like a
wow, Hershey. They own a
yeah,
lot of things, Hershey though, right? And
yeah.
Nestle. Nestle, I feel like owns a lot of stuff, like a lot of different other companies that you're like, oh my God, they own that. Some of these companies, they own like a million other companies.
Yeah, so but I heard there was someone else that I watched that does like a lot of hot stuff. I forget his name, but he's like some dude.
I
He's
feel like
always eating hot peppers and stuff. But
Tim didn't he have that on, or did you guys have it on this channel one
oh
night where
yeah,
you
the
were?
dude with the vodka
Yeah.
puts everything in vodka for a week or liquor.
Oh, yeah, I just do all kinds of stuff, but there was like hot stuff. There was like a lot of like that hot, like that stuff, like that whatever. What's it called? Like that. There was like
The one
a.
chip challenge.
Is it just like what kind of pepper is it
Oh,
that's in
ghost
there?
pepper, ghost
Ghost
pepper.
peppers, and
Well,
they're
this guy
the
said that he heard that because
he
the
is
kid did it at
dying.
school, got sent home, and he was fine, for a few hours, and then he was found unresponsive and then
Whoa.
taken to the hospital. And before that, he
Yeah.
was complaining of stomach ache, obviously from the
Oh,
chip.
it ate
But
away
then,
at his stomach, you think?
well, this
I
guy
wonder what.
said that he heard, and I don't know where he heard it from, but he heard that the kid had drank like gallons and gallons of water, like after taking the
Oh.
chip. Because his mouth, you see that there, like people are slamming milk and stuff. Well, he slammed
Yeah.
like supposedly a whole
You
bunch of
could
water.
die from too much water. Did you
Yeah,
hear
and they
somebody
think
died
that
recently? I'm always
that's what
scared
the
'cause I
guy
drink a
said. He
lot of
didn't
ass
know for
water.
sure, but he thought that
Yeah.
that probably had something to do with it more than the chip.
More than the
But you
chip.
don't know. The
Whoa.
autopsy is pending right now.
Whoa.
But yeah, they
To all
pulled the
the
chip. I'm like, dang, dude.
water.
And they're
That makes
supposedly,
sense. That's
yeah.
crazy.
I was like, dang, dude, it does make sense. I mean, because a lot of these, I mean, I've seen little like 8, 9-year-olds do the chip, and they've
Really?
gone to the hospital and got really sick or whatever, but no one has passed away. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you're allergic to it or something, then it might be.
Yeah.
The kid was 14, so you don't know. I mean, he may not know what he's allergic to at that point. Like a lot of it is you find out later on.
I
Um,
don't like super spicy stuff. Do you?
I'm not a big spicy person. I
Me
like
neither.
buffalo. I don't mind a buffalo wing, but I'm more of like maybe a medium. You know,
Yeah, like a
nothing
medium, like
crazy.
once in a while. Yeah, I don't like super duper spice, like because my eyes will start tearing. Like I remember, like, and I when I was younger, like we would go to this Chinese restaurant. You remember they had like, do you really like Chinese food? Like where they have like those. Even Florida has good Chinese food, like those peppers that are like. So I remember my mom ate one and it was just so bad. It was like that. Like it was just like they were giving her like right, like it was just I forget what they have like a really hot pepper too. Probably I don't know if it's like the ghost pepper, but it's a super duper duper hot one too. I just
Yeah,
never like that. It just burns my
habanero
mouth.
peppers are hot to me. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean
if you
I
could
just
go ghost. I remember my girl kind of likes spicy stuff, and so
oh
she's
she's like
like,
spicy.
Yeah, she'll always get like a different hot sauce or something, like, oh, that's kind of cool. Let's try this one or whatever. And she got the Dave's Insanity. Have you ever heard of that?
Oh, I
It
feel like
was
I
like you ever
have.
watch Hot Wings or Hot Ones? What was it? Hot Ones, I think it's
No,
called. It's
it's
like
like a show where they eat hot
yeah, it's
type thing.
he does an interview with like movie stars and people that are putting out movies and shit,
Uh-huh.
actors, actresses, musicians, and they come and they eat 10 wings, and there's 10 different levels of spice. To start off, mild and then get really hot, and yeah, so
Yeah.
that's what B10 was talking about the other night when he was on there.
Yeah. Some people love. I'm like my boyfriend in college. He like loved like he would just put like hot sauce on everything. Just like just. But he would like tear up a little bit sometimes. I guess it's like a feeling. I don't know. Like the
Yeah,
bubbles. Like I don't
she'll
like
get
it.
hiccups sometimes. Like people will get
Oh,
hiccups.
really?
Yeah,
Really?
and then
Can't be
for me,
good.
when I eat something too hot, my ears get on fire. Like my
Oh,
ears just start burning. It's weird.
yeah. Like my eyes will tear from it too. Also, like I get like, ugh. Yeah, I don't like hot. I just don't like even like spicy too. If it's salsa is too spicy, I don't like it. You know.
Yeah.
I love cilantro though. That I could. I love it so much.
Oh, I hate cilantro. My girlfriend loves
Really?
cilantro, man.
Some people hate it. It's so weird. I'm usually the person like I don't like celery is like blech to me. I mean, I don't like, but like cilantro, I don't know. People say it tastes like perfumey. Is that what you don't like? It is like it has like a perfumey thing to it, or
Yeah, it's just like it. I don't know. It's
it
just like
just tastes so good in like Mexican food. It tastes so good. You don't think so? Oh my
I
God.
mean, I'll eat it if it's on there, but I don't go after it
You
or
you
nothing. Where
won't like you won't like recommend you won't like add
yeah, be
it
like extra
extra.
cilantro or no, not for
Or
me.
just add it at all, no. But sometimes it's in like salsa, I think has cilantro in it, yeah?
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah. So you don't care if it's mixed in, but you won't like go out of your way kind of thing
Yeah, and I don't.
for it.
The less the better for me for that.
It's so
And
good. It's like such a good like it's really good for your like blood, supposedly. Like it detoxes your blood.
oh wow, all right.
Yeah, like it's like good for you. Ask your girlfriend. She'll know. Like it's supposed to like get rid of like heavy metals and stuff. Like it has like a yeah.
Huh.
I don't know. Certain things I'm just like I like, but I'm a very picky eater though.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
kind of person where like I'll
I'm
eat
like
something
you.
and I'll keep eating
Yeah.
it for like a month or
Yeah.
two.
I've
I'm
heard
like,
you said
I'm
that.
sick
You're
of
like
that. I'm on
you
to the
said I'm
next.
eating BLT. You said like you're eating BLTs, right? Recently you're like, I'll just keep
Exactly. Yeah.
eating. Yeah. I do the same thing. And then I'm like, oh shit, what am like once I start getting sick of it, I'm like, oh no, what am I gonna eat next? When you start I'm like I've been like on a roll or I eat a lot of Mexican food, but like I'm getting sick of the same thing I get all the time too. Like you said, and then you're like, oh, okay, it's time to move on to something new. It's hard to find something, the new something sometimes. So you know what I mean? When you get sick of something, is it hard for you, like to go from like a BLT to like a salad?
Not really. I mean, that's kind of like I love
That's how
salad.
you.
Like I'll make
Yeah,
a
I love
salad, but
salads.
I kind of like lately. I kind of like a salad with a bunch of different cheeses on it. Like I'll have blue cheese, I'll have feta cheese, I'll have some like shredded cheddar cheese on there,
Or
and then I
cheese
always
salad. I
yeah, and then I usually just have like avocado,
love
tomato, and then
avocado.
I like putting chicken, like grilled chicken,
Hmm.
or even
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I'll get like Frank's Red Hot. It's like breaded little boneless things, and those
yeah.
are
Hmm.
good on a
That's
salad.
good. I've had that on a salad. Yeah, I love salad.
But
I
yeah,
don't
I
like blue
like
cheese
chicken on
though. Blue
salad.
cheese is makes me like barf. I can't eat it
Oh,
at
really?
all.
Yeah,
It tastes like old something went bad.
it
Like I don't
doesn't
understand how
smell
people
good.
eat it.
It definitely doesn't smell good, but I don't sit there and sniff it too much. But I don't, dude.
Yeah,
I'll eat any cheese, like
you eat any cheese.
almost any
See, if
cheese,
it's
except
too
for like spicy
sharpy,
stuff.
like I don't
Oh, I
like Swiss
love
cheese
sharp cheese.
either. I mean, I like I like sharp cheddar, but like Swiss cheese, I won't eat. Like I can never eat Swiss cheese either for the same reason like blue cheese. It's like too like it rotten. Like it tastes like too like that tastes sharp. Like Swiss cheese like tastes like blue cheese almost to me. Like it's too something. You know what I mean? Like it's too cheesy. Not even too cheesy, too like
To
bitter. Like
smelly.
it's not even like it tastes smelly. You know, it's not even the smell of it. But like blue cheese is just ugh.
Yeah,
I don't
blue
know. But
cheese
feta
smells like
cheese I
old
love.
dirty socks,
But feta
but it
cheese is
tastes
not,
good.
yeah. Yeah, it's so weird how people like it. And that's one of those ones that people love or hate. Blue cheese.
Well, exactly. I when I was a kid, I would eat ranch like with wings and stuff like that. Even on like dipping chips and ranch, like that was the dip. You just get a thing of Hidden Valley and pour it in there
Yeah.
and dip your chips in. Now I hate ranch and I love blue cheese. Like I will,
Oh, wow.
yeah, it's weird, but like
Interesting.
I can't have chicken wings or like buffalo wings or nothing without blue cheese. Like
Oh,
I don't,
wow.
no matter
You're like
what.
hardcore. Wow.
Yeah, I'm a condiment person. Like, oh my god, dude.
You like,
No matter
yeah,
what I
I
eat, it has like condiments on it. I'm like, it's
like.
crazy. Yeah. My girl's always mad at me. She's like, dude, that's just way too much dressing. Like, why'd you put that much dressing on there? I'm like, I know. Like every once in a while, I'll be like, damn, that was too much dressing. But it's
I
like,
like a lot of salad dressing too. I like it like more, yeah, in stage. Yeah, salad
yeah,
dressing
I
is
need
so
every
good.
bite to have a little bit of salad dressing,
Yeah, yeah,
at least a little bit.
yeah, yeah. There's nothing like a good salad. It's true. It's really good. Yeah, I heard about that Delta diet. Did you hear about that flight that Delta flight? They had to like ground it. They like landed early because somebody had diarrhea on the flight.
What? I heard
Yeah.
that someone like it was like coming out of the bathroom, right, or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Or they shit like all up and down the plane or some shit. I thought I
I mean,
heard.
I don't know. Like, was it that bad that they? I mean, I guess it had to be that bad for them to have to land it early. You know what I mean? Like emergency landing over that. That's just crazy. I feel like we hear the crazy. You just hear the like. I think it's keep getting. I mean, not that that's so crazy, but like kind of like how bad what happened?
Yeah, I
It was
know exactly. Was he like a?
explosive, I guess. Was it like the gravity? I mean, what happened that you had to land it? What was it everywhere?
Well,
Like,
yeah, he
was it?
started to shit like in his seat, and he couldn't make it back to the bathroom. And
Yeah,
he's just
there
like
you go.
dropping
And
crap
then
all the way down the aisle. I mean,
that's an emergency. I mean, people probably started gagging and people started throwing up.
oh yeah,
You
no, I would
know,
puke. I would puke
I
for
would
sure.
puke. I think I would, especially like in that small space. And if you started smelling it, I think I would definitely start. I would, or at least start gagging.
Hey, Heather B. Bitchy,
Oh.
what's up? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, no, I would definitely have puked, man. Yeah, and you figure it's a plane, so like literally, if someone just shit their pants, it would
You
be the
could
whole
smell
plane. And
it.
it would just
Yeah,
be.
especially in the seat. Yeah, and they would have to like clean that really well. Like, what if it's like a packed flight? Where do they put that There's a lot. I could see why. Like, just fucking land this shit right away. Let's get, let's land this mother and let's clean this up. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, what
I
else are you
mean,
gonna do? You're gonna stick your head out the window.
yeah,
Get some
somebody
fresh
made
air.
like an executive decision. Like, guys, we're gonna just land this
We're opening
thing.
an emergency door. We're dropping below 10,000 feet. We're opening an emergency door. We're getting some air in here.
Yeah, we're like, we have the, I mean, it could have been just like really, it could have been all the way to the bathroom from the seat. And then, so that's a lot to, yeah. I mean, emergency though, I mean, nobody's having like a heart attack, you know? Oh, they try to mask the smell with vanilla scent? Are you kidding? You're
Oh my god, that's
joking,
the worst,
Jane.
dude. Like,
They did not. Because then that's like even worse.
yeah,
That would make me gag worse because that'd be vanilla poopy smell. And like vanilla is not my favorite smell. Ugh. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind
It's
of an
like
odd smell, but
some
yeah, no,
people
you.
love it. I mean, I don't know. Some depends. Vanilla shit, yuck. Yeah, that was
Vanilla
like
Duke Duke.
vanilla
Dude,
mess.
yeah, that's gnarly. I think that happened again too. Like there was
What?
that this happened twice with like
A
either a
lamp, like
toilet
a.
overflowing and a diarrhea.
Oh, see a
Like
toilet
it was like
overflowing. I
two
could see
different meals,
that.
and
Like
yeah,
somebody overflowing a toilet. That could be a weird way to land something. You know. Have you listened to like the Maui? What's going on with Maui
no,
at
but
all?
I did kind of watch a little bit of Joe Rogan when he was talking about it.
Oh, what did he say about it?
He had Tulsi Gabbard on there, and he had
Oh,
BJ Penn. He's like an MMA fighter,
uh-huh.
born and raised in
Oh,
Hawaii. And
oh, okay.
yeah, he had them on there, and they were just like they were dogging out the emergency management and Biden and everything, but it made a lot of sense, like
Something went weird because they like closed off like ways that people that like jump through restricted air, like there was barriers and stuff that people could have like went through and gotten to safety, and the people that went around those barriers and shit, they survived. So I don't, it was just
the
something.
people that listened and didn't go past the barriers died, and the people that said
Like,
"fuck this shit," they lived.
exactly.
That's
Hmm.
messed up, man.
So I don't know.
Yeah,
People
there's
think
been
like,
so much crap. There was like, the whole Oprah thing where like
yeah,
supposedly, yeah, like she has the most acreage privately owned in Maui, and none of her shit got touched at all. And then
right? It's
prior
kind
to
of
all that,
weird.
supposedly she had before the fires even started, or like this is supposedly allegedly before the fires even started, she had hired a personal firefighting team to come to her property. And
I
then
heard
after
that.
the fires got started, she hired a private security team to keep anyone out that tried to get into her property that were trying to get away from the
See,
fire.
what the
And then she
hell?
goes on there with The Rock and's like, "Hey, we had this great idea. We thought, hey, let's get you all to give us money and we'll give it to the people in need." And the weirdest thing, dude, I'll have to bring up the video, dude. It was so bizarre, but she's like, her and The Rock are there, and it looks like they're
Yep.
in Maui on her property. It's all green behind her. They're not
Yeah.
in any burned area at all, and they're sitting there
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, we're gonna do this," and she's like, "Yeah." She's like, I heard Dolly Parton did this and helped out her neighbors in a time of need. I guess Dolly Parton at some point there, I think it was tornado or something, and she went in and gave money to help the families that were affected by it because it was in her hometown or wherever she lived, her neighbors supposedly. And so Oprah says that, like, says, "Oh, Dolly Parton did." So I thought, hey, let's get together and ask you all for money to help these people out instead of just like giving her own money. No, she comes and asks everyone who's broke for money. And
Yeah,
then
right. I know.
supposedly they did between them two. They supposedly, allegedly, they gave $10 million.
The two
Um,
of them? Oh, well, that's good at
between
least.
the
I
two of them,
mean,
supposedly, so who knows?
supposedly,
Yeah.
allegedly. Who
Well, they're
knows?
like,
Yeah.
yeah, we're starting this nonprofit thing, and the money's going to go directly to the people, like because we're like you guys. We worry where the money's going, or no, they weren't worried. I'm sorry. They know that the public is worried about where the money's going, and that's a big
Yeah, when it
concern.
goes to
Blah
Red
blah blah.
Cross and
Blah.
stuff, you
Yeah, and they're
never
like,
know.
what the fuck are you
Yeah.
talking about, dude? Like, and then I also heard that I think they brought it up on Joe Rogan too, where they were like there was some clerical error, and they were talking about all the shit that we're sending to Ukraine, and they're like, what they supposedly they're going to give the residents of Maui $700 one time.
Yeah.
That's
That's
Biden's
what
bullshit thing.
that's what I heard. Like one of the
Yet we're
$700.
sending hundreds of billions of dollars
Seven
to
hundred
Ukraine.
dollars. I mean, I
Yeah,
just don't. Yeah, that's what people are
that wouldn't
comparing
even
it to. Like
last
all
one
this
night.
money going to Ukraine, and then like $700 checks. Like really, like I mean,
Dude,
the
if you had
stimulus
a
checks were
family of
bigger from
4
the pandemic. Yeah.
you had a family of 4, you wouldn't last one night for food, lodging, and
I
whatever
know,
for $700, honestly.
$700 like doesn't even
In
get you like
Hawaii, that
yeah,
shit ain't gonna last very long.
especially in Hawaii. Like Hawaii is super
Well,
expensive, you know.
then they said that they wanted to freaking do a land swap with the property
Yeah,
people, dude, too.
that's
Like
great.
move them
That's and
inland away from the damn coast, and they want to put like low income housing there supposedly in a memorial to the people that lost their lives. It's like, what the
what?
fuck are you talking about? Why don't you
What?
fucking spend all
That's
yeah,
weird.
why don't you spend all the money on the people that are actually living right now, that are there, that are displaced, that are going through this, that are alive and
Weird.
doing this, not worried about some memorial. What are they? Hawaii's going to be all memorial. You got Pearl Harbor on one side, you're going to have this on the other. It's like fucking stupid as fuck, man.
It's
And then that was the other
weird.
thing they
Yeah.
talked about. There was a clerical error, and there was like $6 or $7 billion that was sent to Ukraine that wasn't supposed to be. It was
You
like a clerical
serious?
error, and they
Oh,
said to build back everyone's house that got destroyed in the fire on Maui is about $5.5 billion. So with that little clerical
whoa.
error that they did for Ukraine, they could
Could have
have
built
just
everybody
rebuilt
back,
everything for everybody and been done with it.
but they don't want to do that, you
No,
know.
hell no. They want to spend because all that money's getting funneled into people's pockets. That's going to
In
Ukraine.
Ukraine,
Oh,
like look
man.
at like how Hunter was like work, like they work for these like companies, you know what I mean? And it's funneled back. It all
You know,
kind of goes back to like, yep,
to them, to
senators,
all these senators,
yep,
presidents, their
all of them.
families, the people
Uh-huh.
that back them, their supporters. It's all
Yep,
going to them, dude.
totally. I believe that.
And that
Totally.
does piss me off like crazy. It's
I
like, why are
know.
we even fucking with this goddamn Ukraine shit? When we
I
have all
know.
this crap here, all that. I mean, that would have put a nice chunk out of our deficit. That would have cleaned up the homeless problem in
I
America. That would have
know,
stopped
right?
any starving child in America. I mean, shit,
Like our infrastructure is
5.5
falling
billion of it,
apart.
which is a fucking drop in the bucket, would have
Mm.
re bucket did all of Maui that got destroyed. I mean, come on,
Yeah.
dude. What is going on here? And it's like, and that's the whole thing. I hate to talk about politics, but I never was a Trump fan, but I like Trump and I voted for Trump because he wasn't a politician. And I never had,
Yeah. I don't like
it was just
politicians
something
either.
else. I like it was like a stick
Yeah.
and a stick and a spoke. Let's do
Yeah.
something different. And that's why I
Oh
like it.
yeah.
But
That's
now
why a
I
lot of
didn't even
people
like
did.
him because he had his shot and he fucked it all up, man. He had a shot to
Yeah.
do whatever he needed to do and he didn't do it. He fucking sat there and played their fucking game. It was a little fucking
Well,
pussy.
yeah,
And
because
and
that's
then and
how it
now, oh, look,
works, right?
now 2024, we're gonna elect you again, and you're gonna come in and do what you said you were gonna do before that you didn't do. Like I'm just like so
No,
fucking
is I
mad at
know.
everyone.
I know. It's like somebody called it like I don't know, like the horseshoe effect with like politics, how it's like both sides are the same, like at the extremes. You know what I mean? Like and that's why I feel like politics has just become like all this. It's like it's just like it's all corrupt, and it's you don't even know like where people stand anymore because of the extremes are like exactly like each other, you
Well,
know.
we have all these old people. I mean, they're just so out of touch with nowadays and reality that it's
Yeah.
just like, how can they even like? They don't even know what's going on. It's just crazy to me, and they
Yeah.
get away with it. It's like all these people. I know I mentioned Joe Rogan 100 times already, but like he has all these subscribers or all these followers and all this stuff, and he brings he talks about this and talks about that, but that's it. It doesn't do anything, dude. So what? We all talk about it, but what? It's not accomplishing anything. Like, where's the person that's gonna stand up and be like, "This is wrong," this is bullshit. Why is this going on? And like, no one's
I
doing it. They're just letting
know.
it fucking happen. It's like I don't
I
understand.
know. Well, it's like just it's how our country is like like how do you change that too? It's so corrupt that it's been corrupt for so many years, for so long that you can't like turn the ship around. It's too far gone. It's so everything is so dependent on each other, right?
Yeah, no, it
Like
is.
all of it, the money, it's all like about money too. And I think when Trump got in, like, yeah, like maybe he was like he's different, but he's still it's like surrounded by the same people always running it. So
Yeah,
it's
they're
never
like
gonna.
exactly. They're
So
like
they ran him.
he doesn't know shit that's going on. I mean, sure they run some shit by him, but there's probably like
Biden doesn't
tens of
know what's
thousands
going
of
on.
things that he probably never sees, never gets to sign off that happens. Like under the guise of something else. It's
Yeah.
it's fucking crazy. Anyway,
I mean, it's just so crazy that that like I can't believe that Joe Biden is like actually not even political, but he's actually running. Like he's just not all there. I feel like he needs to just retire. It's cool. Like I feel like he should have quit when he was ahead. He was like such a great vice president under Obama. He kind of ruined his whole persona. I really liked him back then, like when he was, I don't know.
yeah, no, I always thought he was
I,
an idiot, but
I mean, I didn't like, I don't know. It's not like now. It's just like now he's like a character of himself a little bit, don't you think?
no, yeah, it's bizarre. Like some of the shit, like I just
Like, is this real? I don't even feel like we have a president, like in a way.
well, that's the
It's just like,
scary part because you know that he's not all there and he's not running the show, man. So who's running
no,
it? You know, like that kind of shows you right there that none of these presidents do anything. They're not running
right?
nothing. It's
Yeah,
it's someone else that's
exactly.
doing it. It's obvious with him because there's no way that he has a brain
There's
that
no way.
to
Except,
be able to do
yeah,
anything and make a decision. I mean,
it's
shit.
more obvious,
Yeah.
exactly, with him. Like, I feel like they're never really running it, but with him, he definitely can't be. So there's other people. It's like proof that there's other people running the show almost. Right? Because it's like he can't, there's no way he could be running it. He could hardly even like walk from here to there sometimes, like not to be like mean, but like yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
It's
he
just,
like
it's,
wanders off and shit. Like, yo, Joe, where you
yeah,
going? Like just the Medal of Honor ceremony. Like he given
yeah,
a
fuck
Medal of Honor,
that.
the highest, award you can give anyone in America.
Fuck that up.
And
Yeah.
he's like, he gives it to him, barely salutes him, didn't even know to do that, and then like walks off stage, and everyone's like, "Where the hell are you going?" And you can see like the press
Oh
lady
my
like looking at
God.
the guy like,
Yeah.
"Where the hell are you
Oh
going,
my
dude? Like, what's going on?" I didn't even hear what. Supposedly
God.
there was some reason why he walked off there.
There's
I was like,
always a
"What? He had
reason.
to go to the bathroom or something?"
Yeah, like he's not very presidential. That's not like very presidential. And like there should be like age restrict. You get to a certain age, no more. You retire. You know what I mean? Like we have an age of retirement. Like why is he like? How old is he gonna be? It's 80 something.
Yeah, he's like 82, I think.
I mean, come on. That's like just. I feel. I mean, I'm not to like shame anybody's age, but like for to be the president. I don't know. I feel like to run again. Okay, fine. Like just to finish this one off, but to run again, to go into like to be 86 or 87. Not that it's terrible. I mean, but I don't know. It's like it just
That's
seems like I mean,
crazy, man.
we should have like
That's
a 50 or
insane.
60. I mean, like Obama was in his 50s, and like Clinton was in his like 50s, right? Or 60,
Well,
50s.
even
Yeah.
Trump's old, but he can walk. He plays
He's a
golf. I
different
mean,
kind of like, yeah.
he's
He,
still there, and I mean, he's not like in the best shape of his life or anything, either.
well, it's
But I
not.
mean, at least he's there mentally. It appears, anyways.
Yeah, right?
Compared to Biden,
Yeah.
I mean, shit, a 2-year-old's mentally there
Well, he's
compared to Biden.
like I was talking to somebody about. Oh, I was talking to my friend last night, and we were talking about this very thing because he's very like was like liberal and he voted for Trump, and because he just felt like he too like think about it like like even his like we were talking about this, like his relationship with like Putin and um Kim Jong-un from like North Korea. Like we don't have any, like, not that it was like a good relationship, but it was like interesting to at least like have like any relationship with those leaders, because he was like such a like alpha male kind of like, he was able to like talk to those like Putin and Kim, in a different way that I feel like you would never see Biden meeting with, North Korea. You know what I mean? Like it's just a different kind of like a leadership,
Yeah,
That's
because
all.
they look at
Yeah.
Biden, they think joke. They look at Trump and like, okay, he's a businessman. He's not gonna let
Yeah.
the wool get pulled over his eyes.
Yeah, it's a different kind of a person. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
they know that Biden isn't running shit. He ain't making no decisions.
No
He's just
way.
some goofy looking dude that's riding Obama's coattails.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
did
pretty
really. I
much.
mean, because I mean, shit. Look at all the racist shit he's done. Like when they
Like
go back to
so
some of the
much
stuff he said, it's like, whoa, dude.
really bad stuff. Really,
Yeah.
really, really bad. I mean, it did not age
And then the
well at
whole
all.
sniffing everybody and their kids and shit.
I've
I
seen
mean,
so
it's just
much
bizarre.
videos of that. I know, it's weird. It is weird.
Yeah, have you
So
seen like a
weird.
compilation of
Yeah.
that shit? Oh my god!
Yeah.
How is there this many kids? And yeah, when they does the swearing in, like when he did the swearing in of all the different people, like I was just like, oh my god! Like every kid, he's just
Yeah,
on, dude.
yeah, it's too much. Like where you just like you see, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
even
know.
if it's nothing like crazy or nefarious or anything, like, come on, dude, you have to have a somewhat of a fucking like to know that this is a little bizarre behavior. Say hi, maybe shake or greet the kid or whatever, but like sit there, stand behind him and sniff him and like just like stare at him weird. And I mean,
It's
dude,
not a good look,
yeah,
you
it's
know?
not.
I mean,
It's
you can't not see that when you see it. People just don't want to see stuff, so they won't look at it. But I remember when I saw that, I was like, this is just weird. This is just so
Yeah, because
weird.
even if you don't, and that's the thing, man. That was the whole thing. It's like people hate for whatever reason they hate Trump so much that they'll like
Oh my
just
God. It's real. The
disregard
Trump
and then look at
derangement.
and yeah, man. I don't understand it. I mean,
People
sure
hate
you
him.
hate him, but come on, let's not go
I feel
fucking
like he did give the
crazy.
world like a really good civics lesson, truthfully, in like politics. You know what I mean? Like people like got to know everything. Like I mean, if anything, that was a good thing that came out of it. There was like some good things that you can't like. You know, I mean, even just like talking to North Korea again. I mean, the last person that was able to do that was like what's his face? Dennis Rodman when he had like with basketball. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? And
yeah.
like Madeline Albright, like they did like a kind of like a, but I don't know. It's not good to have like a bad kind of relationship with some of these countries, right? Like North
Yeah, for
Korea.
sure. I mean, shit, they're talking that Biden they want to start a war with Russia. I mean, I
Like
thought we were already in a war with
why?
Russia. We're
I feel
backing
like
Ukraine, so we're basically already in a war with Russia. Yeah, what's
right.
it gonna
We
help? It's not
are.
gonna do anything, man.
I know.
It's gonna make them richer and put us all American people, like we're gonna be like more controlled because we're not going to be able to
Yeah.
do shit because we're going to be in the middle of an active war and they'll be able to
Yeah.
put restrictions and bypass our civil rights and other stuff just because they use that as hey, we're in war, so we're allowed to do this.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
um,
Like the Patriot Act, right? They're allowed to like do certain
they're
shit
allowed, yeah,
like this.
pretty much do whatever the fuck they want. If we
Hmm.
gotta be, yeah, okay, sure thing.
I know. It's messed up. I feel like it's gone way politics. I don't know, everything is just it's just so polarized. I mean, we see it here on like YouTube, like the sides and the camps, but like there's so much. I mean, politics. That's where it all stems from. Like, there's just so much like polarization. Like, oh, you're this or you're that. Like, I don't like you to don't like. don't put me in either box. Like, I don't like either of them. Do you know what I mean? That's like part of it too. And you have to like choose a side in a way. You do. I mean, you don't have to, of course. I haven't, like there's other parties, but like usually people choose, one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, when I really just recently registered to vote. Before the last election is when I registered, and
You never
before that,
voted
I
before.
really didn't do it.
Yeah,
Just for
see,
no
that's what I say.
reason.
The civics left, like it really did bring like people that didn't care like about stuff, like
But I
to
feel like
care about things a little bit. Trump did in a good and a bad way, even like you just got to learn about. I feel like I learned a lot of stuff about our government and just through because and everybody was like paying attention to it. It was really good for like the comedians for the late night shows. Like I think they would want him back just for that alone, like all the content. Like it was like they went through like a depression, I think, after him. Because like it was always like, it's always like having like a like content in a way, like on the YouTube, you know what I
yeah,
mean? Like
no,
always,
exactly, yeah. It'd be like BHB, just every
yeah,
day,
like doing something
ragging on
crazy.
her, ragging on him.
Yeah, like calling like kids to be extinguished like from the face every day. Like and that was like Trump, like every day. Like it was like, and my mom had like a bit of like Trump derangement syndrome, you know. She was just like it just she still kind of she's like follows a little bit of like there's people that like follow it crazily, but like all this indictment, I don't really follow what's going on with the indictments and everything. It's just because I feel like it's gonna end up being nothing, truthfully. And my mom does too. She's like, it's gonna be nothing, but
Well, yeah,
it's
I
just a
mean,
whole
really, I mean, I've heard so much crap, and I mean, it's all null and void if he becomes president, right?
yeah,
Like clearly, he
exactly.
could pardon himself. I mean,
Yeah,
what's the big
that's the
deal?
whole thing. Yeah, and then they're
And
not gonna like do anything because it's like kind of going into the election year, like any second. So they're not gonna do anything they said during that. So they're not gonna so if anything happens, I think as far as sentence, right? He will be able to pardon himself. Do you think he'll be reelected though? What about this new person from India? This Indian guy? Is he from the Indian guy? Do you hear about this Indian guy? I haven't
yeah,
really been.
he said he'll pardon Trump if he gets elected president.
What about the Santa? Do you think like he has like there's a
They're
lot
saying,
going on?
dude, right now they're saying Trump's gonna win the
I know.
nominee. So like DeSantis, I hope DeSantis doesn't.
VP?
No,
Okay. No, like
I want him to stay in Florida, man, be our governor.
yeah.
Honestly, I mean, a lot of people hate him and stuff, and I mean, I don't really mind him. I just didn't understand all the shutdowns and shit for all that
I
crap.
was jealous. You didn't have it. I was jealous of you guys during the shutdowns because I mean that's when I kind of like changed, not changed, but like I realized like what my I don't know. I realized like what kind of state I live in and like what kind of like about politics more because like everything happened, and I was like shut down forever. And it was like what state you were in. I was like kind of jealous all the time of Florida because you guys didn't shut down like we did in the same way, as California did.
Yeah, because it was a lot like here, a lot of people wore masks and stuff, but like some
You didn't
people
have
didn't.
to.
Some people
Yeah.
didn't, and like some people got mad and some people like didn't give a shit, like they
Yeah.
okay, you do you, I'm doing me. I mean, if you
See,
rolled
that's
into a
good.
store and you're coughing everywhere and sneezing everywhere and you didn't have a mask on, then you might get a look at or something, but
Yeah.
with normal shit. And
It was
I
just like cities, I feel like, because I went out, like when I got Willow, I had to go like into the country and I went into like a supermarket and there was like nobody wearing masks. I was like, holy crap, look at this. I was like, wow, what a difference, like, 3 hours outside of a city makes too. Truthfully, it changes like how people are because people are going to just do what they want. So it's like the mass kind of rules. Like, so even if like the California had the same mandate, people are just going to not do it in certain
yeah.
places as like and have be the majority. So people can't do it. Like, so like in like LA, for example, like you were in the minority if you weren't wearing a mask. So if you went into a friggin' supermarket without a mask, people would like stare you down like you were like had like a gun and were like
Terrorists or
shoot,
something. Yeah.
right? I don't know. It
Well,
was weird.
at the time I worked at a place where we did I worked the whole time. I
Oh,
never did
wow.
work, and they would come into the office, and I only had maybe two people, maybe three people that were mad that I wasn't wearing a mask. But
Hmm.
other than that, no one really said anything. They wore a mask, I didn't.
Yeah,
That was it.
Florida was different
You
too.
try to just stay, if they didn't like it too much, you just try to stay a little distance away from them. That was it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
it wasn't a huge deal for the most part, but
Yeah. Oh, people were crazy. Like I remember going to pick up food at one time, and I think I was like trying to like talk to the person, so I like would always put it on my chin, you know? And the guy was like, "Put up your mouth." I was like, "Oh my God, relax, dude. Holy crap. Oh my God, you're like 20 years old. You're fine. You're not gonna die from this." You know what I mean? He was just so like it was like so out of fear. Like people were so fearful, I felt like about
yeah,
it, you
it
know?
got a little crazy at first. Well, and that was the
Oh,
thing.
first. Yeah.
I felt like we had got COVID. Me and my girl were sick. She had gone to Orlando to a business seminar in February, and when she
See,
got
that's when I
back,
was
she
sick.
came back sick
Yeah.
and
A
got
lot of
me
people were
sick.
sick right then. You had it too. Then I got sick on the day that Kobe died because I was watching it and I was like, I got hit. So I never get sick and I got sick so bad and I thought it was like the flu. Like I've got, like I get it like every 10 years. I'm like, okay, I'm just getting the flu in my 40s and it sucks. You know what I mean? And I was like, and I just hadn't had it in like 10 years or so. I really would get it like every 10 years. And I was like, okay, that's what it is. But it was so weird and it was so different. And I coughed up blood one time. But I didn't, and this was January, I think, when Kobe died to February. I was sick for where I couldn't even like hardly get out of bed, which is not like, I don't get sick like that ever, unless it's the flu, like, you know what I mean? But it was different than the flu. It felt weird. So you probably had the same, and like my mom's like, a person like that business person that she deals with, he said that he thinks that it was here and even as early as like September, and that because like they even said it, like New York, certain like cities were getting it because there was people like flying in, and there not everybody people were asymptomatic too, when it started.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
the whole thing.
I was sick
You
as
had
hell
it.
for
Yeah.
it was about 3 weeks before I felt better
Yeah.
too. And I did
Yeah.
usually I do like a round of like Dayquil or NyQuil or whatever. Like do like a whole box, like 5 days or whatever it is, to do the regimen of
Yeah.
that. Well, I did that and I was still sick. So I did another medicine like Contact or another one. I did another week of that. And I needed to do that to get rid of it. But that's before we even knew, we're
We
still
knew, but
yeah,
I'm sure that's what it was. Like if you
I'm
felt
pretty sure too.
like because like being like I was sick too, like for over 2 weeks, you know what I mean? Like till I
Yeah.
was 100% better. And like I literally like even I feel like when I've had the flu, but I was like, oh, maybe because it was like I was like in my 20s and 30s when I had, like maybe it's just that it's that much worse. That was my only like kind of like idea that I can come up with. You know what I mean? But like looking back, I'm like, oh, I definitely had it because like all the symptoms were there, like the coughing, the upper rest, everything.
Yeah.
And it felt very foreign. And I felt like oh my God, when I got it, when I started feeling better, like it was weird. My eyes were like it was so weird. It was almost like an exorcism. Like I just felt like so, like it was weird. Like I clicked because you don't
You
really
had it, you like shook
eat.
it out of you or something.
It was like an extra. It was just I felt so different. Like I was like, oh my god. It was like I never felt like something so foreign in my body like that. Like I at one point, and I even said to my mom, "You think I should go like to a like to like like I never go to the doctor or anything." It was like, and I even ran that by her to like, should I? Because something, and that was before we knew about it because it was like Kobe. I think died what like I think it was January.
Yeah, it was January 26th, I believe.
Yeah. So see, and I
Yeah,
was
'cause
sick
it was
until
the day
February.
after is when Gannon was.
Oh wow, that was all then. Wow,
Yeah.
that was crazy. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, I
Yeah,
bet
I
you guys
never.
had it too. You probably definitely
I,
had it too, because so many people have, and this one person I know, like that I was around the same time, she's like, I bet like we both had it. Like somebody that comes to my business, she was like, we had it. I bet we had it because she was in New York, and I was just around, just being around people. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure that's how you get it. You know. And it
you know,
just went probably from like city to city before it like had that outbreak where there was a lot of people. I'm sure it was just here like community spread like they called it, right? I
yeah.
bet it was here for
Well,
like my
that's where I
like
feel
that
like
guy
she
said like
got it.
months.
When she was in Orlando, she was staying at a hotel at this thing, and there was
See?
people from all around the country, probably out of the
Boom.
country too.
There you
Um,
go.
and yeah,
Yeah.
she like the first day she felt like she got it that day, and
Because there was no restrictions from like especially from like China, like there wasn't any
yeah,
coming
none at
into
that
New
time.
York, and there's like a lot of like somebody was saying, especially like there's like a lot of like diplomats that come from like China, like it could have just, and it was probably a community. It wasn't like at the like level that it was at because it had to like keep, you know. But at that time, yeah, that makes sense. If she was at like some kind of like hotel that had like lots of different people from all over the country
Yeah,
and world. That's boom. And like places like New York and like big cities too just have a lot of transit people in and out too, which makes it's weird that
we
Washington, it was like
never.
Seattle, right? That was the first outbreak though.
Was it
My God.
Seattle? I
Where's
thought it was New
in
York.
Washington? I think it was Washington, the first
Washington.
like big, yeah, like it was out there somewhere in Washington. I feel like was the first like New York got bad too, but that was where it was like it became like a thing, you know? I'm pretty sure.
Did you
That's
do
when
you ever get vaccinated?
shouldn't say you
Huh?
know. No.
I didn't
Me
either. No, I didn't.
neither. Yeah.
No, me,
That's what
me,
it
and
is.
my girlfriend didn't. Her mom didn't.
At any moment I was like, if I have to, I will, but I just didn't, I was like, I just didn't. I
There was
couldn't
no
from
way I was gonna do that shit, dude. There's no fucking way. I was like, hell no, dude.
yeah.
Not. They pushed it out way too quick for all that shit. I was like, oh hell no. I mean,
No.
yeah. I mean, we don't know what the effects of that's gonna be
Who
moving on.
knows? I mean, there's like a whole like people that think that, like those athletes that are dying.
Yeah,
Have
the
you ever
heart
seen
stuff.
that? Yeah. I mean,
Shit,
because
LeBron James kid just had a heart attack.
see, I mean, like when did you ever hear of like kids having heart attacks? Do you know what I mean? Like, and I remember like when the Johnson and Johnson one came out, like that was the one I was like, well, maybe I'll get that one because it was one shot. And I was like, okay, if I have to get it, maybe I'll get that one. But then they like took it off the shelf because it was causing blood clots and
Yeah, that
strokes
was
or
the
something.
worst one supposedly. The Johnson and
Yeah,
Johnson.
yeah. That's the one that I was like, I'll get that one. But then they took that one off. I was like, fuck all of these things. I mean, I didn't want to get it anyway. But I was like, if I have to at some point for like my business, but I just didn't ever have to. So I was like, if I ever
Who
have to, I
knows?
will.
Like I know a lot of people that did get it in boosters and
Yeah.
everything.
Oh my God, if
And
I
all
already
those
knew.
motherfuckers got
Yeah.
COVID a couple times.
Oh my God, so many. I know, like I only had it
Like,
when you and your girlfriend had it that time when we probably all had it around the same time, and I haven't been sick since then. Like
yeah,
sick,
either have
sick.
I.
like knock out, I've had like little, not even a cold, like just not feeling good, but I've never been that sick. Like
Yeah.
that sick, I never get like that sick. I mean, it was such a weird foreign-y feeling of sickness too. It was just a different kind of sickness, which made me think it was that, like in retrospect, because it was just so, it felt just weird, like a weird virus that I've never felt before,
No, it was. I remember after because like I worked for a little bit because I didn't get sick right away when she got back. I was like, oh man, don't get me sick. I was trying to stay away or whatever, and we were working at the same place, and I was working because she obviously couldn't, and then I got sick after, and I remember our boss came by, and they were like, "Oh, how you doing?" Blah blah. And it like she looked at me and she's like, "Oh my god, man, you look like you're fucking dead." Like I was
Oh
so
my
pale
God.
white, and like I
Right?
had never looked like that ever.
I've
Like
never felt that
being
sick.
sick, yeah.
Yeah, I've never felt like
I looked like I
that
was
level of
dead.
sick.
It was that bad.
Right? Were you coughing a lot? Like,
Yeah, I coughed a lot.
yeah, a lot.
And yeah, my chest hurt for like just it felt
So
like
long.
breathing was weird for a while, even like
Right?
for a month or
Yeah.
so afterwards.
Yeah, it took
Um,
a while to like get back. It took like a good yeah. Because
where
it
I felt
like
like
you
I
said
was
3 weeks. It
back.
was
Yeah.
like 3 weeks, so it was totally out of my system, I feel like, for sure. But I feel like after 2 weeks I went back to the studio, to my work and stuff. But yeah, it was like a hard kind of. It was definitely the sickest I've ever been in my life. So and then like yeah, and then it was like only like a month later that everything happened. So it had to be, you know what I mean?
You know.
For us, I'm sure other people too.
Oh yeah, no,
I,
I for sure believe that it was there months before the year ended.
September,
Yeah,
that's what they said. Yeah,
absolutely.
I think so. Like that's what they said. Like at least like community, like just here and there, but like it wasn't like outbreak and it if you're totally like like my mom never got it. She got vaccinated, but she never got it. She never got it, wasn't tested positive for it or anything.
Yeah.
And she was around me when I was sick and didn't get it, or I got it from her and she was like asymptomatic. Some people I think don't even show symptoms or don't even get it. I feel like it's like that with a lot of things.
Hmm.
It's like your body just doesn't it like you might have some kind of thing in there that's like resistant, like it will just not affect you, or you don't get like enough of it. Like maybe you're exposed to it, but like not enough like viral load to get you to the place where your immune system can't control
Or
it.
your immune system's already, there and ready and fighting it off when it first,
Yeah.
comes or whatever. But
I
I
mean,
feel
because
that
that
way
was
anyway.
I
When
feel that
I
way anyway
remember,
too.
like,
Yeah.
just probably from teenager till, probably in my 40s, I didn't get sick much either. And when I did, I hardly ever took medicine. My body
Yeah.
would just recover.
Or
Like
go
I
to the
literally would.
doctor.
I hated
Yeah.
taking medicine. I didn't like taking medicine, and I was like, I'm not going to take medicine. I'm like, my
Yeah,
body's going to
yeah.
do it. And almost every time, it
That's
would
only
just,
like
it would fight
massive
it off, and
anyway.
it would be natural. Um,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, totally. That's how it
But
works
yeah, like I
usually.
said, when I got that time, I took 2 rounds of 2 different types of medicine, just because I knew it I needed more or something else. I
I
probably needed a
know.
prescription more or less, but
Yeah.
just doing 2 different types like that, it definitely. I don't think I would have, even if I would have just stuck with the same thing for 2 weeks. I don't think that would have done it. I think doing 2 different things like that kind of helped
Yeah.
out.
I smoke even like, you know what? I even like smoked a very little bit of pot, but it helped me. Like it opened up my chest. Like it actually made me feel better when I did but it took so much energy to do it. So but I did do it and it was weird. It helped for some reason. Get it moving or something.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
remember.
that's one thing. I used to smoke cigarettes, and I can't smoke weed. I can't smoke. I couldn't smoke cigarettes when I was sick at all. Like I I
Oh, see, yeah, usually I can't
cannot
either.
even take one little drag. I will not smoke weed at all when I'm sick. Nothing, man. It's just I don't know what
Yeah,
it is.
because
It's
it
just
makes it well, it makes it like it was hard. Like I didn't do it all the time, but I did do it just because it would like do something to you know what I mean? Especially because it was like I don't know, because I like it will help me like with cramps still, you know what I mean? Like it helps me with other stuff. So it is like medicinal, but it did help me in a certain way because it did get me like coughing too more, not but like it got things like moving for me. I don't know. And I just like more than anything, it was like my whole body hurt. Like I had like no energy, right? Like I felt like everything got zapped from me more than
my
right. That's
body did ache all over too when I had it.
everywhere. Like everything. It just like I remember like my dog. I had like an elderly dog, and it was just so hard to like go like walk her. Like it just took so much energy to get up. Like everything, like just doing the littlest things just took a lot of energy, you know.
Yeah.
And it just took over your whole body. It was such, yeah. I mean, you could see how people, like, I hate to say this, how people passed away from it because that was the sickest I've ever felt. And think about it, if you like end up in a hospital and they put you on a freaking respirator, then things just go downhill from there. Like instead of having your body like fight it, if you can, you're young enough to like your immune system to fight it, you know.
Or not knowing that you're that sick or what you have, if you're thinking, "Oh, I just got
That
a little
was
cold or something."
See, or the
And
flu, that was
yeah.
like a bet that made me like, and I think going in, and then when it happened, when COVID was going on, I feel like for me, knowing that I thought that I had it made me like not scared of getting it because I was like, I already fucking had it for sure,
Yeah,
because I
no,
was like,
definitely. That's how we
I
were
had
too.
like,
We're like, "Man, I'm pretty sure we already had it," like, we
yeah,
made
I
it
was
through, it was
convinced.
rough, but, that's just what it was.
They had like an antibody test that I went for, but it was too late by the time I got it that the antibodies would have been gone. But that I went for like at this like I was like I don't even know
Yeah, I
like
remember when they were like, "Yeah, don't do the COVID test. They're giving you COVID if you do the test."
Oh, I never stuck anything up my nose. Did you? I couldn't. I don't like and I did like a test where I had to like spit on like an instant one. Recently, I did one because somebody I knew or I was
Oh, you just
exposed. So
spit
I was
on it now?
well, that's what I did or
Oh,
something. Or no, like in the like
well,
just I
now
touched
you're
it into
back.
my nose, I think. Oh, did I
You
disappear?
you dropped for a second, came back.
Oh, when I said nose. Yeah, what I think I did put it in but I didn't stick it up in my nose. I just stuck it up there for, I didn't like people stick it way up. Am I going in and out?
No, you're here.
Oh, okay.
That was me just clicking.
Oh, yeah. Like people would say, like it would like that. No, that test would like break the blood brain barrier or something because it went way up into your nose. See, that would scare me more. That scared me more than getting COVID, having that thing up your
I was
nose,
just shove
right?
it up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
never
people
did
would
the
talk
test
about
either.
it.
My
Yeah.
girlfriend and her mom did it because they both weren't feeling good. They both were negative though when they took the test.
Oh,
But
really? Well,
but that was,
yeah.
probably a year or so after we were
Earlier
initially
on.
sick
Yeah,
that
yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah. So you could have like gotten it again,
But
possibly.
I
Yeah.
didn't feel bad during that time when they were all not feeling good.
Oh, so you're like,
But it
no,
was
yeah, I wouldn't.
negative for COVID, so it could have just been a cold or something.
Yeah.
'Cause I feel
I
like that
remember
was
though.
that was a big thing too, where I feel like the flu and just everything normal was still happening as well. So like you would get
That,
sick and you would
yeah.
think, "Oh my god, I got COVID," but it's not. It's just the
Well,
flu
remember
or
they said that the
something.
flu like numbers like disappeared because everybody was wearing masks or something, and they're like, "Oh, nobody's getting the flu."
No,
It's
just
like,
everything was
no,
labeled COVID instead of flu.
exactly, exactly,
Yeah, it was
totally. It was just, yeah,
I feel like
ridiculous.
that was that whole thing was
Oh my God, that changed me as
for
like a
election
person.
purposes.
Right? I hope they don't do it again. If they do it again, I'm screwed.
They're trying
Like
to. They're
they're
trying
gonna
to bring that
try.
back. There's been a few
Do
schools
I've
that
seen
are
some masks,
requiring
like
mask mandate again,
I see
but they can
people
only do it if
wearing
they're a
them.
private place.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's like
'Cause I
Rutgers and like a few
people are
other like
wearing them though at restaurants and shit in California, like workers. I've seen like people working at like at restaurants a
yeah, they'll
little.
probably
Oh
make them do it
yeah.
again.
I hope they don't do. I hope they don't like shut down. I don't think. I mean,
We still have
you
people here
think
that wear
so?
masks, honestly. Like it's not a shock to see someone.
It's
I
not a
mean,
shock to see it. I've just been
here or
seeing
there.
more. I've definitely been seeing a lot more though. And like at this restaurant, like this smash burger place that I go to, like actually all of they were all wearing them inside. I was like, well, that's newer because they stopped for a while. I think not too long. You know what I mean? Because they were wearing it even.
Well, did
Not too
you
long.
that the Fauci guy's like, yeah, he's like, you have a mask, so you figure if one mask is doing something, then put on a second mask. It's gonna do
Oh,
double
remember
stuff.
that? Oh
And
my
he's like, and then
God.
someone made like a parody, and they're like, look, and they have like 7 masks on, like I'm safe from everything at this point. And then it's like, I can't breathe, like,
Oh
oh,
my
this
gosh.
is funny
I
shit.
remember watching like this guy with all these like different masks, like smoke like a bowl and to
Mhm.
show how much like gets filtered, you know what I mean? Like how much comes out of the mask, how much breath, like cuz in the smoke you could see it. It was so crazy. Like he had like a gas, like everything, like all the different kinds, you know what I mean? And seriously, somebody explained to me the cloth ones and stuff that we wear, like not the N95s, but like the cloth ones and the handmade ones. They
Mhm.
say that like okay, this is the analogy, and this is like a good visual for me. Like it's the same thing as trying to keep like a mosquito out of a chain link fence. Is like the same thing as wearing a mask with germs, right? Be the
Yeah.
size because of the size to the side because this, so it's not gonna
Well, I think
work.
a lot of it too was like, they're like, if you're sick, you put on the mask to keep it from coming, like it's
So you
gonna
don't
come out.
spit
I
on
mean,
people,
yeah, if
but
you're
it's gonna
sneezing or
come
coughing or something
through
like that.
unless you have like an N95 like properly fitted that you change like every day. You know what I mean? Or more. Like those other ones, like droplets are still like maybe you won't spit onto somebody else,
Yeah, but it
right?
was like the people thought that I think it was just a lot of misinformation too. Like
Yeah. Oh
obviously it's
yeah.
not doing anything, but it was like people were thinking, "Oh, I wear a mask that's going to protect me." No,
Yeah.
it's to stop you from spreading it to someone else. It's not protecting
People
you
still
from any.
don't get that.
Yeah,
People
it's
still
so
don't get that. They
bizarre,
think
but
they put on a mask and it protects them.
yeah,
They
it's
don't
weird.
understand that part. It's interesting, isn't it? Or they
Yeah.
think them putting on a mask, you're gonna put on a mask, so that protects them. I don't know what the rationale is. Like, yeah. I mean,
I just feel like if you're
yeah.
that worried,
People
like
lost their shit a
just stay
lot.
home.
Yeah.
If
Oh
you're
my God,
that
there's
worried
people
about
that
it and
like,
you're that freaked out where you're not even like actually paying attention and understanding what you're doing, you're just doing it, then
yeah,
just stay home,
then
dude. You
don't.
like obviously
There's
you don't have a
there's
brain,
people that
you can't
do
think.
that did do that, and they never really like went back to the real world in a way, or back into life. They probably get all their delivery because the people who could adapt it and they got like all their food delivered, and so now they kind of just exist in this other way. You know what I mean?
Well, I remember you saying that the other day. I don't know where it was, but I heard you say you were like, it was great for me because I'm a kind of introvert anyways, like
Yeah, oh
one of the
yeah.
most
Oh
probably
my,
wouldn't mind
yeah.
the
Nothing really
pandemic
changed
that
the
much
way
for that
I do
aspect.
stuff. Yeah, just my business was closed for so long, but I like didn't really change. Like I was like, oh my God, everybody's just like an introvert like me. You know what I mean? Like I like people, but like I don't know. You know, it's hard. It's like too much is like a lot. Like especially like in crap, you know. Like I'd rather like be like I don't know, not be
Yeah,
with like
that's
a
how I am
whole
too.
and
I
I'm like
hate going
around
out
people
in the
all
night.
the time at my business, so I have to be like and like they say that like business people, business owners are sometimes like are introverted, but they're like good with people, but they're still like introvert. You know what I mean? And it's like I almost like I get too much like time with people that I don't want to be around like people like so much after being around them all. I don't know. It's this weird thing that's happened to me over the years. You know what I mean? It's like changed me in a weird way into being, you know, like an extroverted introvert. It's so
Yeah,
weird,
I just
you
like
know.
I find people pretty stupid, so I just like it's better if I just stay away from for the most part.
Well, that's like what's interesting about YouTube is because you could like kind of like almost like choose like I mean in this you could have like like it does like I could see and it does like of course like you know substitute like and you could like be around people that have the exact same interests as you too in a way because like how many of your friends like to talk about like serial killers sometimes you know what I mean like not all people are like okay enough about that you know like let's not talk about
Let's talk Ted Bundy today. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
yeah, it's like you start talking about something, it's like, oh my gosh, where does it know? Some people like it, but you know what I mean? But like, it's just, you know, it's like interesting because you like find these people that have like the same kind of interests, right? So
Yeah.
it makes like, it almost like you're like, not, what is the word? Like, not orchestrating, but like you're I can't, it's too late. I can't think of the word, but like you're social, you know, like it's a way to like implement it, but also like to kind of orchestrate it, not orchestrate it. I forget the word. I can't think. Yeah. You know what I mean? I think, you know what I mean? Like you,
Yeah, where you can control the situation, for the most part, and like, no, I know what you're saying. Kind of like,
because out in the
you,
world,
you could,
like, yeah,
yeah, you could put forth whatever you want to, and you can pull back at any time. It's not, right there in your face for the most part. That's how I feel about it. It's like, I get to meet interesting people and stuff, and like you said, people that have the same like mindset when it comes to or just interest in certain things that
yeah. And
most
you,
normal
exactly, you
people
could pull
probably
back
wouldn't like
when you
it.
don't, yeah. And you could just like what you said, like pull back, like you could,
Yeah,
yeah,
like
you could do,
I really want to go with this, or learn more about Brian Kohlberger, and then like, oh, I'm not really much interested in, you know,
Nicolina.
Nicolina and the bullshit happening there. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean,
Yeah,
that's how
yeah,
I am
yeah.
anyway. So, because I don't, dude, I hate the drama, and that was, and I don't like the glare either. But
No.
and when he said that the other day when he got on his little high horse and said it, I was like,
Oh, about Nick.
it's kind of I feel the same
I
way a
get
little
it.
bit,
And I see
about
how he
the
gets
drama,
upset with it. I see how he
but
gets like annoyed with it by being like even like saying that, oh, you're Krama, which he is, but like I could see
yeah.
how he doesn't want to be that maybe, or doesn't want to be a part of that, or wants to get away from it and just be like, well, just come on, like just I don't want to be a part of
Well,
all of that. I
the
get it,
problem
you
is
know.
like all these people don't have no numbers unless they're doing that. Like it's
I mean,
so
I see
weird, man.
that. Don't you see
It's
that? I
weird.
see that when
You can
like,
see it with Queen's channel, like, a lot now too. Like, if she just has
yeah,
a normal stream talking about something, I mean, there might be 300 people in there, but if there's drama, there's damn near 1,000 people in there, and it's like,
yeah.
you don't even have to know about it. Like, the drama there's 600-700 people in her thing last night,
That
and,
was
like,
like
how many
tonight
people
too,
even
like
know Nicolina or this what was the other guy that was up there? I don't even know his name.
easy,
Yeah,
easy, speak
Easy.
easy.
Yeah,
Well, like I
Easy.
was looking at the chat and it was like not all like usually it's like very green and like I know all the name a lot of the names now. Like I never used to, but like more so it's like, oh, this person and when I was over there tonight, I was like, who the hell are these people? It was people from probably Nicolina's, Constance, Sue's, Easy's community. And there's overlap. but it was like a lot of people that I just like haven't seen, you know, or like recognized before, you
Yeah,
know?
well, I feel like they're doing that too because they're probably sitting there arguing, and there's fucking 50 people in their chat. You know what I mean? Like no one gives
Yeah,
a
like
shit that they're fighting with each other more than likely. You know, so they're like, hey, let's go over here because she gets anywhere from 500 to 1,000 people,
exactly.
and let's get them into this drama. Let's get it all hyped up, and then I just feel like most of this crap is for that, and some people realize that too. They're gonna feed into
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Oh, for sure. Like that guy is live now, Speakeasy, and he has like 124 people.
Yeah, and he probably wouldn't even have half that if he didn't go in there and all that shit to
And he
do.
probably went
Um,
right after like QB probably shut hers down. He even said he was gonna like strike one up. So that's
yeah.
like a good 50 people right there probably were waiting for it. That's like advertising, you know? Like these people know what they're doing. I don't know, right? Some of them, the slide, you know, they know what they're doing, don't they? They have to.
Yeah, no, for
Me?
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm still watching Venice Beach, man. This guy's
Oh yeah. What's going on out there?
I
It's
don't
like
know.
warm out
He's
tonight.
like doing tricks on a skateboard without any trucks and wheels. And I swear he's like pointing at the ground. It looks like someone took a dump in the middle of the sidewalk.
Oh no.
Shit. Fucking Venice Beach.
It's
Yeah,
like
no, I
a
feel like it's
party
all
out
it's
there.
all just like sub grab, and they know, man. They just
Yeah. And like I think he is like it seems like I don't know what I've seen. He is like really he's like kind of buddied up with like Constance Sue and is really going hard on Nicolina.
yeah.
And he's saying, "Oh, I don't like do all of this." I didn't even really ever even know about Nicolina till recent, like or see. At first time I saw her come up on Queen Bee's panel was like, you know, not too long. I still don't know what the hell she. I guess she's just pure drama,
Yeah,
right?
she's part of the pirate ship or the ship or whatever the
The
fuck it is.
shit, yeah, 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 yeah. I don't like.
Bunch of
I don't
fucking
know.
morons.
Yeah, it just seems like like what is? I don't know. I mean, what's? It
Hey,
just seems like a
Jasmina.
lot. They just oh hey Jasmina. They just go after each other. I mean, I don't know. Like I don't get it. You know?
Hey, Nikki,
Like it's
what's
just a
happening?
terrible existence, isn't it? A little I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey
what's the
guys.
point? To sit there and just be a fucking douche the whole time? There is no point to it, and that's a big thing. And like back to the whole the glare crap was like I felt that because like when I first came to Queens, there was like none of this drama crap, and it seems like everyone's just sort of like trying to get in there on that, and like I feel
Yeah.
like it's kind of I feel bad for her, man, because like you
Everybody
know,
takes it out there. It's true. It's become like this hub for like, let's just work all of our shit out and advertise our channels and like bring attention to our bullshit
yeah, because it's a
place.
big channel. I mean, that's the only reason why I feel like they're doing it at this point, or they're
Right?
just trying to get because dude, I swear, it's because they see the support that she gets.
Oh
So these
yeah.
people, they want that support, just like
I'm
Dolly. Oh, you're taking money out of true crime pocket, out of my true crime pocket
exactly.
shit. That's
They
what that's
see.
all it is, man. They
But like
see
you
that
can't
money, and
I
that's what they want.
know. Isn't
It's
that
fucking
crazy? But it's crazy because you can't recreate like that like relationship that you have with somebody else. It's just because like they're giving Queen money doesn't mean they're gonna give you money speakeasy. You know what I mean? Like he's whatever, you know, like doesn't mean he's gonna like I don't know, it doesn't translate like that. It
I
starts
know, but
from like
that's exactly what they're
oh
thinking.
right.
You know it.
But
That's
it's totally what they're thinking. It's like advertising. It's like they're going in there and it's like a little like commercial like they like he even did it once where he was live on his own channel. That's probably the best case scenario because he said that's what they do in his community, that they'll just come onto each other's panels when they're already and that could be their like etiquette, you know, but it's not for other
Yeah, where they're
people.
all streaming on their own channels and then they go to whatever panel.
Yeah, like how
Yeah.
Morbid will like go troll people. Like last night he went up to, or whenever I saw him, he going up to like Miss Daisy, the crazy critters on the farm. And he said right away, "Oh yeah, I'm on my channel." And she was fine with it. She's cool with that Daisy. She's like, "It's all right, I don't care." But like, but he, I guess maybe it was. Remember how Uni did that too, and he didn't tell anybody.
Yeah.
See, that's the one it's like shady when you're like, "Hey, what's up, guys?" And you're just going on like, I mean, you should be like, "Hey, I'm streaming, by the way." Like that should be the first thing you say. I don't know, just etiquette, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, why would you? I mean, unless you're trying to do some fuck shit, I mean, you're just gonna say it.
Yeah,
Streaming, what's the big deal?
like
Especially like
more, yeah,
they were saying, like you just said, that's their community. They do it all the time.
to each
I
other,
remember in
yeah,
another community I'm in. I don't know. They don't really do it too much in this community, but they probably do it in the drama community. But I watch a lot of like, not a lot, but I'll watch like sports people calling sports games and stuff,
oh
mainly
yeah,
basketball, and they'll do like raids. They'll do, like at halftime they'll go and see if anyone else is streaming the game, and they'll
oh
like
that's
a
cool though.
channel with like five people in it. They'll everybody go and hit the like and subscribe to the channel. You go in there, hey, we're from whatever channel. We're having a raid or whatever, and it hypes up the other channel, and
Yeah,
you never know, you
similar to
may
like
like
when one live is ending, another is starting. Kind of similar to that, like a hive. When like, oh, go over here to Blumpy, like
yeah,
when Queen
kind of.
Bee is like ending or something. But like they'll just do it during halftime. That's or
Yeah,
something. That's cool.
they'll do it in the middle, while they're both streaming the same basketball game. It's just,
Oh, that's
give it a
cool.
shout out.
Yeah,
It's mainly like
yeah,
the bigger channels that are probably the number one stream broadcasting the game on YouTube. They're
yeah,
doing it to these other channels that may have 10 people, may have 100 people, may have one person. It may just be
yeah,
someone there just talking to themselves, and
yeah.
like
Just to do
they'll,
it.
they'll do
Yeah,
it. And it's pretty cool. I
yeah,
like stuff like that, man. It's
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. Like a little raid. Yeah,
I
that's
try to
cool.
do that too. Like if I like someone, even if I don't really follow their content or whatever, I always try to show support. I at least drop in
Yeah,
there and I'll hit a
say
like, I'll leave
hi.
a comment, or if it's a live, I'll just say, hey, what's up? Leave a throw a thumbs up emoji or something in there. Just
Yeah.
so.
Because you can't watch everyone. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it's
hard,
impossible.
Yeah. It's impossible. There's not enough like hours in a day to like keep up. I know.
Yeah, and it's in most, like, even this stream, I've been on for like 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Like there's a lull in it, and then there's like you could actually probably narrow it down to an hour of actual
Yeah. Well, that's
content.
what like Queen will like cut. Like I remember she had to like something happened with that peen bomb the other day, and she's like I ended up cutting like an hour at the beginning off because we were bullshitting and this and it ends up yeah, you could just like trim stuff up. I'm sure. Or like that Beast Boy guy, he'll like do his streams and then he'll like cut them up into like little, and I bet he thinks about it while he's actually doing the stream. Like, okay, like Emily D. Baker will kind of like do these swoop things so
Like
that she
different
could,
segments or whatever.
yeah, like Emily D. Baker is a better way to put it because she'll just be like, okay, I'm going to swoop now. And then there's like later, there's like, this is this part about the motion at the Brian Kohlberger. And then this part later is about like, the
Yeah, you
Murdoch
can tag
file.
or write like a topic for each, at timestamp or
Yeah,
whatever.
she
Like
even timed hers are so good. They're timestamp where you just press it on and it will go right to that spot. Like so you can miss the introduction if you want. It will go right to like motion hearing, boom, and she'll start and it will yeah, she's really organized. So I guess it's similar to that, everybody has I guess it depends on how big you get. I mean, she's like 700 or probably 800K at this point.
holy shit.
Yeah. And she just started off just doing, she did. I mean, I guess it's cool. I like it when people don't know where it's gonna go, and ends up being something that changes her life.
Yeah.
I think she started during the pandemic too, or before a little. but she used to be like a DA in like LA, work in the DA's office, as a prosecutor.
Oh wow. All right.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, see,
I think I
Astrology.
subscribed to her.
Yeah, she's really good. She was new to it and blocked him. That's funny. This guy on civil law. I've seen this guy Kurt. That's where I started I watched a lot of law too before I found like the true crime community, because I would watch like trials and stuff. And some of them do cover like well, now like some of them totally cover true crime. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like Emily Baker, like the lawyer, Oh, Despina and Nikki. Those two like remind me of each other for some reason. They're both in chat.
Yeah, I always watched it after it was said and done. Like when everything was
Trials, you mean?
finished and over. Yeah, then I like
Yeah.
watching like it's just like when there's like a series or like a whatever. Even like then I would wait till the whole thing was over and then I binge watch it. It's just like I
Yeah.
like
I'd
to
rather
have
have the
we
whole
know
thing
that
too.
everything's finalized. We know what's going on. The end of the story's there, and then I'll watch it.
See, it's
That's
very
how it was before.
Virgo moon and rising of you. That's funny. Yeah, no, but yeah. I mean, like if I watch like a series or something and it's still airing, sometimes I'll just wait for the whole thing to be over so I could at least know that I could watch it all, or like time it so I don't have to wait.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah.
funny.
So that's one thing I never really was a big sitcom person because I didn't want to wait till the next week for the next episode. It's like
Yeah.
read that shit. I ain't waiting for that. I want it all right now.
Yeah, Nikki, I used to watch the same kind of thing, more like solve crimes before I knew about like true. Like I didn't know about true crime lives until Kylie. Is that when you learned about true crime like lives and stuff?
No,
I knew
I was
about like
watching lives
LawTube
and
live.
stuff
Oh, you
before.
were.
Like,
I guess
yeah,
Dolly I watched during Gabby Petito briefly. I remember him during Gabby Petito. The call he had like a call in though. And I would watch him like here and there because I used to always love like call-in shows. But I never interacted until Kylie.
yeah.
I
Either
don't know
did
what it
I,
was
and
about Kylie.
I never
Yeah.
would have probably until Kylie because it was just like to me it was so obvious what happened, man. Like from the first time I heard about it, and then I just
Yeah.
saw how everyone was sensationalizing it for their own agenda. And like when they started to lie about
Well,
stuff, I was just
AWP
like,
really messed everybody's heads up too. But like everybody had I had like cognitive dissonance over it. But then like one person it was like certain things that AWP said that like made, because I don't know, we took them too like I did. Other people did too. They put them too much on like a pedestal, like, oh, look at them. They're they would
well,
never
that's how
like
I
just
took
say
it. Like especially on YouTube with creators, it was like AWP is all of us. We are AWP. You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
they're YouTube creators. They're not mainstream media. They're not this that. They're YouTube creators just like me, and they're the best thing. And I always thought the same thing. I'm like, dude, they're actually pretty cool what they're doing. And then when they rolled down there and they did that stupid fucking video with the tow truck driver,
Oh my
I
god.
was like, hell to the no, dude. These dudes are so full of shit and they're all about just the money.
That's when you started to it took
And
me a
that's what
little
I was like,
longer.
oh hell no. And I remember I would go on Queens and I'd be like, fuck AWP, because she had just had them on there. I'm like, oh no, they talk out of the side of their mouth. I'm like, no.
See,
And people
that's
are
when I
like, oh, what are
started.
you doing? You can't bash them. And it was like a big ordeal. And then
It was
like,
good. I remember you from like Doll as Packless, and I was like, I
yeah,
remember when you popped up at Queen Bee, I was like, who is this person? Because I was like, oh, I like what he was, because you were saying like Because once I figured, like, came to the conclusion that it was like an accident, people were like, "Oh, like fuck you, you're team accident," pretty much, right? But
Yeah.
I remember that's how I first remembered you, and like that's also like how I found like also Queen Bee, because it was like the first time I heard people like talking, not like, oh, AWP is everything. Like they finally were like, you're not bashing them, but like talking truth about it,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I went on, that was the whole thing. I just heard Dolly, and I actually went on Betty. I don't know if I called into her
I
or
think I
she
might have
had
called in or
StreamYard.
something to
I
Bet.
can't
I did
remember.
too to Betty, and I remember like because I was talking about. Yeah, I feel like we were like the accident, like 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 we were like trying to spread the accident because everybody was like so foul play. Everyone thought like Sammy was involved and Jagger, and there was like a big conspiracy, or they like pushed her in the water. Like everybody thought it was something more
Yeah.
than it was, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I was on Betty's, and I was like, and that's when they had like, what was it, John Doe 1 or Jane Doe or whatever
Yeah, her and
the
Olivia.
and yeah,
Yeah,
and Olivia
Jane
was
Doe.
on there too. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was StreamYard. We were all on StreamYard, and I was like,
Oh.
and we were sitting there talking, and Betty's like, and I was like, accident, blah blah. She's like, no. She's like, no. She's like, from this point on, I'm not even entertaining accident. It's 100% foul play or some shit like that. I'm not. I go, how the hell are you considering yourself impartial and trying to figure out the truth in anything when all of a sudden you're just going to disregard something that could possibly have been happened? Like you're just going to disregard accident altogether. That to me shows right now that you're not about finding the truth of what really happened.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
totally.
Like
Yeah.
this is exactly what it was. So,
Exactly. They didn't want it to
yeah, 'cause
there's
it wasn't
one
good, man.
it was this one channel I was watching. It's like almost like it was like, oh no, you like kind of found the truth out. We don't need you anymore. Like we don't like you don't come around here anymore if you think it's not foul play almost. It became like that. Like, right? Like
Yeah,
people
no,
were
that's
just
what it
like,
was. That's exactly what
yeah.
she said. She's like, I'm not. She was like, I'll never talk about accident. It being an accident again. I feel it's 100% foul play. Blah blah. And I was like, okay. I'm like, and then and then we talked about the Jane Doe thing, and I was like, you guys are lying. I'm like, that's bullshit. You guys are making. There's no way that was an actual. I'm like, that's all bullshit. And she's like, fuck you. And that was it, dude. She like kicked me off, and I never went back there again. And then with Dolly, I was like sitting there and I'm like trying to explain. I'm like, dude, it's so plausible that the car started to go down super quick, and she
Yeah.
was the front of it's down going underwater. So you're it automatically, and if you hit
Yeah.
and passed out or something and drove in there, your body's going to float up to there because that's where they're, and they could not get past it. It's like, oh yeah, she's going to swim up through the car. I go, dude.
Right. Oh,
Like
I heard that.
literally,
People say
you
that all
don't
the
even have to
time.
barely get out of the front seat. You're already in the back of the fucking car. The car's only 13 feet long. Like seriously, dude. Like a 5-foot person's halfway through the car if they just get out of the front seat.
Yeah, it
That
just
was the whole thing. And they're
naturally
like, "There's no
happens.
way," and I'm like, "You're acting like she's doing the backstroke, in the middle of the." I'm like, "Come on, man!" And then AWP shoved their foot in their fucking mouth when they're like, yeah, the car went down super quick, and they even said that on the like previous videos they did. And they came out and said, oh, it was definitely floating for a few minutes, before it
Like,
went
how
under.
could they
And I was
know?
just
They
like,
were,
what the
yeah.
fuck are you talking about? And then he's like, there's no way the body would have been in the back like that when he came up after the thing.
Yeah.
Dude,
He
are you guys
looks,
that fucking stupid? You just did a video 2 months ago that showed how a body, and they pulled the car out, and the body was in the back of the fucking car, dude.
wow.
And it
That's
was like,
see?
dude, yeah, it was all. And then they were like, I remember when they were talking to the guy. He's like, oh yeah, it looked like him, and they were like, oh, like they literally looked at each other, and Doug and Robert were like,
Oh,
oh.
remember
And they
all
just
the
like,
like Oh my God, people analyze that over and over and over and over and over again. That video of the A video over and over and over and over and over and over.
Oh, and when he came out of the water, I was like, dude, that was take fucking at least 5 or 6. There's no
Right?
way that was the first take. I mean, it was all just like such bullshit, man. It
Once
was
I figured that out, like that's like what like when I that's what I got out of Queen Bees because you like other channels were not talking about that at all. Like they weren't. They were like it was all foul play,
well,
and like
exactly. Well, that's what I wanted to say. It's sorry to interrupt, but that's what I want to say because I was on Dolly's. I was trying to explain all this to him, and they're like, Dolly's just cracking
yeah,
jokes and being a fucking idiot.
oh yeah.
And I'm like, man, how am I going to get these people to fuck? And I'm like, you know what? I'm like, and that's when I came up with. I'm like, I'm team accident, and
Oh,
and
you're
the
the one
first
that
time, yeah,
you
I
came
would
up
love to bring
before
back that
even
video because
Dolly.
Dolly goes, oh, you're
Oh,
team accident. He goes, I'm team murder. And then he's like, no, wait. And then
team
someone typed in
murder.
chat team foul play. And then he changed it to team foul
Oh,
play. And that's how that all fucking started, dude. And
oh,
I was like, I was
wow.
just
The
trying to get
origin
something
story
because
of all that.
they were
Because
being
that
so
became the
fucking
whole
dumb.
thing across the board and all of YouTube. It was like team accident or team
Yeah,
foul
that's where it
play.
all started. It started on Dolly's channel
Wow,
with
with
me because I'm
you.
like,
That's so
how am
cool.
I going to get these idiots to fucking listen? So I'm like, how can I do it? I'm thinking, I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
like Twilight, Team Jacob, Team the other
It
fucking dude. So
was. It was
I'm like, you
really
know
like
what? I'm
there
like,
you go, the
this is basically
polarization
what it
again.
is, split in half. So I'm like, hey, Team Accident, and he said Team Murder at first, and it just sounded fucked up
It's
because,
added
and then
to
they're
that,
like, well, we
yeah.
don't know if it's murder. Let's say foul play. And someone typed it in chat, and then it was Team Foul Play after that. And so every time I go up there, he's like, before he would let me up, he would see my name, Apocalypse Jones, and he's like, "Oh, here's Team Accident."
Oh
And
yeah,
that's how it
yeah.
all fucking started.
That's so funny because I remember just like hearing that, and then seeing you over at Queens. I was like, oh, like it was the first like putting people together. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, I remember. Yeah, it was funny at Dolly. Like he was.
We were just talking. Me and my girl were just talking about it the other day. She was like, "Man," she's like, "I don't know what happened to him. He was kind of humorous at first. It was like
Yeah,
he was like kind of."
sometimes he is even
Well, he
still,
didn't.
but
He
not much.
never researched shit, and people would come in there and say the
Never.
stupidest shit, and
Oh my
like, and
God,
he'd be like,
totally.
repeat it 5 times, and then someone else would come in and say, "Dude, that's not true. This is what happened," and he'd be like, "Oh, okay, scratch that." This, and I'm like, "Dude, come on." I'm like, how many times are you gonna jump around on the same fucking story? Why don't you wait
Oh
till you
my
figure out what the
God.
hell's going on, and then say something about it? Don't just like, oh, some dude came in chat and said, "Oh yeah, it was some dude, from fucking
Dolly,
Zimbabwe or some shit." It's like,
BHB
yeah,
would do
don't
the
do
same
that.
shit, like I saw, like they that's how Dolly even more so. He would just get everything from the chat. I feel. Well, now he's like PJ and like people research for him too. But back then it was different. I don't know. It was even
Even
different a
now,
year ago.
like,
Yeah.
even when I listen to him now, he'll be there and he'll be like, he'll say something about a case or something. He's like, it'll be totally wrong, and he'll be like, "I really don't know. Hang on a second, and then he's reading something from somewhere.
Uh-huh.
I
That's
don't think
good.
he's doing his
Yeah.
own research. It's probably private chat or something. He's like, oh no,
Yeah.
this is what it is, or it's like,
Yeah.
dude, like, why even say it if you're not even like halfway sure that
Right?
what you're saying is correct? Like, it, and
God,
the
how
other
many
thing
rooms?
was when everyone was doing like when they a missing kid or something, and they start calling them by their nickname and like names that
I
you're not even
know.
sure if they're nickname or not. You know what I mean? It's like,
I
oh my god,
know.
it's such cringe when that happens. I like
Oh,
lose
it's
my
so
fucking
cringe.
mind.
Yeah. Ugh, Dolly does that a lot. I feel like Dolly's like the king of doing that because
Yeah,
they'll
and then
get like
putting
cutesy with stuff.
or putting like it like and Betty does it too, where they'll put Summer, they'll put Michael Vaughn, they'll put like all these kids and not
My
say a fucking
monkey
word
and stuff.
about them, man. Like,
Yeah.
don't even put up a flyer, don't even put up a picture. Like, half the time, they don't even talk about them in the whole fucking stream. It's like, what is going on,
Yeah.
man?
Oh, and they tag that. I mean, that's like a big thing, like the hash, what is it, hashtag, but there's like a name like hashtag something. It's like you're when you like overly hashtag. It's like a name for it.
Is there? I don't know.
Yeah.
Asshole.
Yeah, asshole hashtagger. Yeah. Oh yeah, PJ used to be like a mod for Muni back in the day. So
Oh, really? So she's been around all this shit, huh?
yeah, said that she's a believer in conspiracies because she was like around. Yeah, she got out of that. They haven't caught the escape killer yet, Nikki. It's like not last week, right? Like Kate left there and they didn't catch him. I feel
Yeah,
like if
last I
anything,
heard he
he's
did.
gonna be moving at night, right? Don't you think he'll be moving like if I was him, if I was like trying, I mean, like I feel like I would sleep during the day, like in a bush somewhere, and hoping that they don't find me. And then like, moving at night when there's nobody around, like if you hear people,
Well,
but
you
that
think
must be
you'd be
hard
able to find
too.
them with like infrared or like night vision or some shit, right? Like
Yeah. How
it's
would he
so
even like get
weird
through
that
the
he
woods at night? I know it's so weird that I mean, I wonder if that was like a real sighting today or bullshit. The one of like the FBI, like that they
chasing
chased
them.
him,
Yeah, I mean, who the hell's gonna be running though? Like why would
right?
you be running if
Why
it
would he be
wasn't?
running out unless he saw them and ran back in? Like, what was he trying to cross out of there or something? I don't know.
Well, I feel like he would, dude. He should have already been gone, man. Like, why be in
Right?
that area
9 days?
still? I
Yeah,
mean,
you
unless
think
the guy has no sense of direction.
that's what
I
Kate
mentioned they
says.
mentioned that where he's just like doing a circle. He's not really
Yeah,
sure
Kate
where the
said
hell he's
that.
going. So he's like
That
waiting
he's
till daylight to see where the sun comes up from
I
or
think
something.
so. He's following like this creek, but the creek might be like circling back on it. It might be like a man-made one that like just not that it's following down
Yeah,
like
it's not
rivers.
like yeah, it's not going.
It's going in a circle like at like Disney or something. Because I think it's privately owned that place.
Oh,
Kate was
really?
saying it's like a privately
Like
owned
a
like
preserve,
nature
right?
preserve. Yeah, reserve or preserve. I forget. But yeah, so it's like yeah. I mean, so I don't know if they. I mean, yeah, it would be crazy if he's like somewhere like in another state right now. I mean, not funny. Well, funny, not funny. But if they're because
Yeah, they're all just sitting there staring
if they're
at
all
somebody.
there
No
and
one's
he's
there.
like in some hotel, like in another state, and he's watching it, but who knows? Could be. You never know. It's crazy though. Like 9 days, it's like 10 days. It's gonna be day 10 tomorrow. Oh my God, how many people will jail or have in chat tomorrow? I swear, I think he had 15K at one point. They say 13, but I swear I remember seeing 15 when like nobody was. I was like, why is there nobody live? And he was the only one before like Ikemel and everybody else kind of went live about it.
Yeah.
And he even said like stream. He was like, stream me. You could restream me. He's like, I want to spread awareness and stuff, which I thought was good. But then like Queen Bee was saying like, well, when he's gonna get more subscribers, and then when he doxes people and does all this fuck shit, he's gonna have more subscribers that are gonna be witnessing all of that. So I don't know. Do you think that's like a valid like
I feel like
thing?
he's definitely chilled out a little bit.
Yeah.
Or at least it seems that way to me.
But he does
Like,
stuff behind the scenes. His always has been his MO is like, oh shit, I'm like 1%. Doing stuff behind the scenes. Like plug in my phone. Like he always like he'll doc stuff and like the stuff even with like heels and stuff. He does like behind the scenes, more so than in person, right?
yeah, I mean, he definitely likes the attention,
Yeah.
like Nikki says. Yeah, no, it's definitely with him. It's about just hey, look at me kind of deal. Um,
Yeah. And I think he's like personally interested in these cases too, right? So he's
yeah,
like
no, I feel
following
he
it.
is for sure.
Like with the Carly one with the Cheez-Its and everything. I mean, he got invested in it, you know? He like gives it his all. I mean, yeah, whatever. At least he's not into spreading awareness. It's true. He wants the fame. It does validate him. Totally, Nikki. Exactly. Yeah. So for other people spreading his stream, it's really just spreading him. So he's getting more attention, not the stream, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, what's he really doing? I mean, he's not. Pretty much everyone in the area knows that there's an escaped convict. I mean, they pretty much told everyone to stay inside, keep their shit locked up. So I mean, it's not really. I don't know how much awareness he is spreading at this point.
Yeah. People know and people are out there. And people are if they're saying to stay at home and he's out there, like that's not really spreading the awareness of what the police want, truthfully. But
Yeah, I mean, it just makes everyone's job more difficult. I mean, they probably don't even want all the media out there to let them know, hey, look, this is where they're at and stuff. I mean, he may not have access to a TV, but you don't know. He could access to a
yeah,
phone and turn on YouTube and see all this shit, or
yeah.
whatever.
Somebody said he could have like stolen you never know. But then like where's he gonna like plug he could preserve it? Yeah, the battery. Well, I mean, how prepared is he too? Like somebody said like you could be drinking creek water because you could drink that water, but like and then there's like food and like he could forage for food and stuff in
Yeah,
the forest. Yeah, he'd be fine.
I'm sure he could save or survive for a little bit, but yeah,
Because of the creek
it
water
depends.
like is drinkable, somebody was saying. I think that's the biggest part. Like food, I think you could even eat like leaves and shit, you know? I mean, I wonder if if there's any like if you looked into any of that. Like like what's edible,
Yeah, has any
in
survival
Pennsylvania.
skills at all or something.
Yeah, maybe. You
Because
never
if he
know.
doesn't, I mean, he probably has something, right? Or just a will not to go back to jail. I mean,
That's more than
what's
I
this
think
whole
that's it.
deal with? I hadn't really looked at it. Did he kill the ex girlfriend here or
Yeah.
in Brazil?
He killed somebody there and here.
Oh, both places. All right.
Both, yeah. And the
Okay.
one here is his girlfriend in front of her kids. So that was like
Oh, that's the
extra.
guy. Okay, okay, I know who this guy is now. I
Yeah,
wasn't sure
yeah,
'cause I
yeah.
know that they were talked about he killed someone in Brazil. I'm like, why the hell is he
Yeah.
in jail in America? Are they
Yeah, he
both from
escaped
Brazil and he killed her
Brazil.
here? I wasn't sure, but
Oh
two
yeah,
of them.
yeah,
Huh?
two of them.
Wow.
Yeah, and he escaped like Brazil, like through Puerto Rico to get here. So I wonder. So he kind of he knew how to like. That's kind of like savvy to go through So he knew how to get here to like get out of going to jail there.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
don't
yeah. I
know.
mean, he can't. He could just roll in and say he's from Cuba, and then he gets asylum. I mean,
Oh
unless they
yeah,
already have because in Florida, if you're from Cuba or any of those islands down there, if you make it to the shore, you have to go through all the bells and whistles and everything, but you're basically allowed to become an American citizen if you pass all the crap. Um,
wow.
they just allow that for the Cubans and anyone in the islands down there. They're able to do that. It's always been a thing. That's like back in like Scarface. Remember when they were all in the little camp when they first got here from Cuba?
Yeah,
What it is, yeah. But like if you hit the shore, they can't do. They won't do nothing, man. But they get you before you get to shore. They're sending your ass back.
oh yeah, 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 totally. They'll turn that around. Yep, go back. They'll like
No.
turn it. You're not
But yeah,
coming.
if you get to shore and you're Cuban, um, I don't know if it. But like I said, I mean, how do they know if you're Cuban or not? I mean, what are they? 23
Yeah,
media or something?
I know. How do they know? What kind of proof? Like
As I was
you have
saying, if you
to.
come in from there, you could just say you're a Cuban and start anew. But if he already had a record or something here, maybe who knows? Maybe
In
he was already here
Brazil.
once and got left, or you never know.
Yeah. he kind of escaped here from there because he had the same, and then I think she found out about it or something about there, you know. But he would have been like moved to like a regular jail, like not. I guess it's I don't know. They better like do something about that, like that wall that you could scale pretty easy. I mean, I don't know how easy it was. It made it look like it was easy, right?
Well, yeah, and it's like that, and I know that like prisons here, they have that like at the front part of it or whatever. Like it's all open at the top. A lot of these places,
Oh,
and
wow.
it's rare though to have like a confined area like that where the two walls are so close. You would think they would already know like something like that would happen, or it,
Yeah, well, the
would
last guy
happen
did it
already.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was like so like suave. Yeah, he was just like he was, it was
Yeah,
like
no, it was good.
perfect.
I was like, holy
I
crap, man.
know. That's
It did.
crazy.
I mean, if he must have planned it or something. Yeah, because it was like county too, so it was a little more lax before they send him to prison.
Yeah.
So that it's a little bit different there.
A little more, yeah, and he like it was probably like he just took the he's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna do it, you know? Like I have this
Yeah, I mean, what do you have to
opportunity
lose?
to do it. Exactly. I don't think he has anything to lose. That's the thing people are talking about. Like he really doesn't have anything to lose in this whole thing. So he might not be like it might be like a death by cop kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Like it might end up being that at the
Yeah.
end because I don't think he's gonna want to go back. I don't know, you know.
Yeah,
We'll
maybe.
see.
I mean, maybe it will. It'll be like,
You never know.
it'll
He
be
might like
favorable.
not want to die. He might like not have that in him. Like some people have like this preservation thing where they're like, no matter what, like does not
Well,
want to
it's
die.
human
You know?
nature. I mean,
Yeah, and or he might just be going like riding this thing until the rims are off. You know, like it could be like an either extreme where he doesn't even he's like, I'm not going back there. I'd rather die than go back. Maybe, it could be
yeah.
something like that. You never know.
Or
Depends
just
on you,
taking the chance. I mean, I guess
right?
got nothing to
Yeah.
lose. You might as well take that chance. I mean, I probably would do the same thing if I'm
Yeah.
looking at life in jail or a long period of time, and I'm like, dang, dude, this might be my one and only chance to maybe get out of here. I'm gonna do it. At least
Yeah.
take the chance. I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
Right.
You don't make it and you get in trouble.
I
You're
mean, like,
already in trouble.
yeah, the other guy didn't get far, but like, I mean, he got lucky that the guards didn't see him up there. Like they were just, you can't be looking every step, it's not possible. Like
I
I
feel like
don't
they use this as like a training thing too. Like they're like, okay, let's run through this scenario, and then all these assholes from the FBI to local law enforcement to everybody, media, they're all getting overtime. They're all getting extra money for this shit. It's
like
not,
a drill.
yeah, and
Mhm.
they're all getting OT. They're not just using
People
regular
say that
hours for this
about this
shit.
kind of stuff. They
Yeah.
think that these things are like
They do
drills
it
and
all the
stuff.
time, man. I remember that was a big deal with the Kylie Rodney case too. They were talking about the police. They're like, how the fuck did they find her in the lake? They knew, because that was a weird thing
Right?
too. It's
That
like
was
when
weird
I
that they
first heard
searched
about
the
the whole thing.
other prosser
Yeah.
first, right? Or
Well,
the
when I
was it
first heard about the whole thing, I heard that there was a party, a bunch of high school kids and other people were partying at this area. She may or may not have been intoxicated or smoking or doing some kind of drugs. And her phone was last pinged right next to the fucking lake. I mean, like,
I mean,
what
come
else do you
on.
need,
I
right? And
know.
then for them not to find her, and
A
then
fire
they keep,
cam?
they keep continuing to drag it out. They all got overtime. They all got extra
Oh
money.
yeah.
There was a shit ton of money that was going around there for that.
AWP, like they made a lot of money because remember they put that behind like a paywall at first, that Kylie Rodney video. I mean,
Yeah,
we
I
should have been
paid
on
like
to them then
a
that they were putting that
like
behind a paywall, right? For what? I'm sorry.
Yeah, just the local law enforcement, not counting AWP and all the YouTube bullshit and all
Oh
the other
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
I
No,
mean, just
exactly.
local. I mean, they had search teams that did it supposedly already before AWP got there.
Yeah,
They had
yeah,
someone in there that
yeah.
did a search supposedly in the
Not a
same
good
area.
one.
They did a
Yeah.
full grid search. It's like they all got paid for that shit. They weren't doing it out of the kindness of their heart.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money that goes into that.
It's crazy that they missed them too. They missed. I mean, I guess it was getting like higher, lower the water.
Yeah, it
So
definitely because it was like almost like a drought conditions over there at the time. It definitely. I
yeah,
remember just in days it was dropping like feet.
right. When Check It was
Down the
there
bank.
looking
Yeah,
for the phone and shit, it was like you could see the bottom of it. Like
yeah,
he was like in a little boat, a little boat, like or whatever, and you could see kayak or something. You could see it. Yeah. Yeah, it would have like what's crazy is that it would have eventually been like seen, even if they did find it, you
yeah.
know?
No, for sure. Yep.
It was, yeah.
I think AWP knew
I feel like they
that
had
they knew she
to.
was in there. And that's why they stopped. They redirected from that thing, and they're like, "Hey, look, we go there. Upchurch offered the money, the 100 grand. There was already some other money involved for if they, finding her or whatever. And all the information we had. I mean, to me, a layman person, I thought she was in there, man. I just thought that they needed to check it,
Yeah.
and I'm for sure they do this, and they even said themselves they get better every time they do this.
And they know what to
They,
look for
yeah,
and
they get
shit. They
more
knew what.
information.
Hmm.
They see how stuff
Yeah.
happens, and they
They
put two
see
and
the
two together,
demons
and it
and
equals four every
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
And it just
Yeah. Patterns. Yep. They see what, like, especially reading, like maybe, like how, like often are like those, cops in like that area looking for a car under, where with AWP they get to see what it looks like over and over again by looking at these scans and stuff. But like how many times do these other cops, right? It's like
Yeah, they probably do it
constant.
on the weekend, and it's like, they're not hands on doing it. They're going and like running through some motions and stuff, but they're not actually trying to find someone. Like
Yeah, yeah,
who's
yeah.
actually going in there and trying to find someone, doing a grid search, of a whole body of water. Um,
Yeah. Like they saw the
it's totally
anomaly
different.
in that whole like thing. I remember like in the you know in the that like whatever it was that they did that scan
Yeah.
when they showed it and they're like, oh, that's the car.
Yeah, and they even had like a drone. I remember they had a drone footage. I don't know if it
Like
was
that's the
SF
crazy
or
part. Like
someone else.
SF, yeah. How did
Yeah.
they not see that car? Because it was like a clear water lake. I don't understand how they didn't see her car from a drone or above in
Well, I
there.
think
Just
he said they did. It just wasn't they didn't see it when he initially went over it, but when he re-looked at the footage,
you
he,
could see
he was
it
able to
when
see it. He was able
you
to
know what
see
you're
it.
looking
Yeah.
for, right? Like you're like, okay, it's right there, and then you're like, you could be like, oh, that's what that is, maybe, but before
Yeah.
it didn't. Yeah, no, crazy. Yeah, that was a year ago, like almost right now,
I
or
know.
like was like a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, a whole year. We in
I
this
know
whole crazy.
it's crazy how time flies. I mean, shit, we're almost a year from the Idaho 4.
I know.
It's right around the
In
corner, man.
November. It was crazy to think that, wow, like that trial was supposed to like start. You kind of knew it wasn't. It was supposed to start like in October. You knew it wasn't though, but like the fact that but I don't know. You were thinking that it might be able to,
I
even
think it
though
would have if they would have got like the DNA thrown out or some other like You know,
Yeah, it was
they
too
were working
much
on some other
stuff,
stuff.
right? Yeah, too
I
many
feel like
like
they really wanted to
things.
get that indictment. Obviously, they wanted the DNA thrown out, but they wanted that indictment thrown out because
Yeah,
more than likely they would have just rushed and did another grand jury, you
yeah.
know, and redid it or whatever. But I feel like they were hoping that if they got it thrown out and then they would have got a preliminary trial, is what they were
I
trying to get.
know. Yeah. Why?
That's exactly what they were trying for.
Because they want to be able to be there. Because
I mean, we
they're,
still could have that. I mean, if they could find some problem with this DNA
yeah,
and that gets thrown out, and if there's some kind of procedure thing going on, 'cause they're still trying to
yeah.
work that whole grand jury indictment thing.
Well,
Um,
look how different a grand jury and a preliminary hearing is. Like, it's the kind of weird. Like, I
yeah,
kind
I
of
find that
understand their
bizarre too.
argument in a way because, like, the fact that the defense isn't even allowed at the grand jury, but they are at the preliminary. They are allowed to ask, I think, certain questions. So it's weird that, like, in one part of one option of the process, it's like very secretive, no defense at all. And the preliminary hearing, they are they don't like call witnesses per se,
Yeah,
but like it's weird. So I understand Ann Taylor's thing, I guess, a little bit. That
well,
I
it's
mean, but
bizarre.
it's
It's
weird.
it's bizarre because like
They're
why
different.
why not if either this is how I feel. Fuck the secret grand jury shit. If you're gonna do a grand jury, say you're gonna do it, and that's it. If you're not gonna
Yeah.
do a grand jury and you're gonna do a I can't
Preliminary.
even say the fucking
Yeah.
word.
Yeah, preliminary. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
that
too
word
like our words get
trial.
like that.
Then do that. To just lead up like it's gonna be normal, and then all of a sudden do a secret grand jury. I mean, that's kind of fucked up, man.
It was
Like,
like a bait and switch.
yeah, it's
I
weird, man.
mean,
Like, I would be pissed if that was me, and like on trial, and they
right?
they pulled that
Yeah.
shit. Because like you said,
Yeah.
yeah, it's pro prosecution. The prosecution can pretty much roll in there and say
It's
whatever the fuck they
pro.
want. They
Yeah.
don't have to prove anything. They don't have to show any evidence or anything. Can just say whatever the fuck they want, and the defense isn't
Yeah.
there to be like, hey, you can't do that, or you can't. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah. It
really
does seem like a
bizarre.
little skewed that it's even allowed
Yeah.
just in comparison to the preliminary. That's why. It just seems very like I get why it's secretive and stuff, but it should at least like I feel like the defense should at least be allowed to be there, right? It just
Or
doesn't
at
make
least
sense that
know that that's what you're gonna do, where it can't just be
yeah.
all of a
Do you think
sudden,
they did know? They might have known though.
a
They might
couple oh,
have.
they had to have known they were gonna do that shit,
Yeah.
from the get-go. I mean, I even thought that. I'm like, "Oh, hell no. They're gonna do a secret grand jury," because it was like it came out like that was possible like the next day,
Yeah.
from
I
when,
remember.
the indictment came down, or I mean, when they arrested him, you knew that they weren't
Yeah.
gonna give because it would just be more like they would get some of the witnesses locked into a testimony. They
Yeah.
would be able to kind of see where the prosecution's kind of going with their case,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
And too
that
much
kind of stuff.
media. It'd be too much
Which is
media.
weird, man. It's like why is it skewed towards the prosecution when you're innocent until proven guilty? Like
I
that doesn't make
know.
sense.
It doesn't make sense. I
It's
kind of
so
understand like why it is like a little bit archaic in a way if it used to be like she's, that I wonder like when it became like two because it's not in every state that you have two options like that. But in Idaho you do.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
didn't.
It's not every state because I remember looking it up and seeing if some is just like won't have I think does it one or even jurisdictions, right, like different courts. I think some won't do grand juries. I think it depends because it was like a bit, I remember looking it up, the Idaho state law and shit about it. Yeah, it's so crazy that that's the route that they chose. And that, I mean, I don't think it will get thrown out though, because that would just be too big of a right? Too much to like change for like this case.
I mean, yeah, because they said like it would. It's so weird now because if it were to get thrown out now, it basically and they re-indicted them, it would just start this whole bullshit over again.
Yeah,
You would have
restart
a speedy
everything.
trial, and if you didn't want to waive it, it just
Yeah, be a big mess, right?
yeah. So how does that even work? I mean, and yeah, it's strange, man, all around.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
Emily, so what do you think now? You always thought he was guilty, right?
just because of like the knife sheath, truthful. I mean, it's hard to get by that, don't you think? It's
Yeah,
hard to
no,
get
it's
over
definitely.
that for me. I mean, and I think it would be hard for like a juror to be like, "Oh, you mean there was like a sheath with his DNA found next to like one of the four bodies?" Like that's a little, all right,
Yeah,
guilty
that's
to
the
me.
nail in the coffin right there,
Oh
man.
my
I mean,
God. I remember
that's
when
for
we
sure.
saw the affidavit, we were like, "What? A sheath with a what?" We were like, "What?" I should never forget that. I was like, what happened, Brian? What
Yeah,
happened? What'd
yeah,
you
they're like, oh
do?"
man, he's a criminology major. Doing his doctorate. Oh, he's so,
Yeah,
and it's like, dude, it's like some of the stupidest
rookie.
shit ever, man. But then, like other shit where none of his DNA is anywhere except for that, in the house supposedly, and
Yeah.
none of their DNA is in the car
Not
supposedly.
in the car. So he like maybe like went in that, like I feel like, remember when they said that during Christmas break, like he was like, and when they caught him or when they picked him up in that FBI raid, he was like separating his garbage into like
Yeah.
plastic bags and he had gloves on and stuff. I feel like forensically he might be like aware, super aware of forensic stuff, right? But maybe not so much cell phone and like ring cams, but maybe forensically. So maybe forensically then he like cleans
Well,
up the
no, because
car.
remember he was trying to get a job at the police station, and he's like supposedly he was into digital forensics.
Oh, digital.
Yeah, he was in I think it
But
was digital,
also,
something
I
like
don't,
that.
they're saying that like he had like a tower and there's also no stalking, right? So forensically too, well, cell phones are cell phones, that's even differently, but like if there's they say that some people say there is a connection to a social media thing, but there's no corroboration of that. So like maybe digitally too, he could have been smart. He could have done like he could have like bleached his like hard drive or something, somebody said. And he did have like I remember like somebody was like saw I remember when they were taking the stuff out of like his Washington apartment and like they did say that his tower was like custom built, so he must know about all of that. So he could have like done something with his history, possibly. But wouldn't it be on Instagram or something if it was like a specific site? Like can't they like match up even like I don't know, dummy
Well,
sites to
if he's just downloading it to his computer and like going through it or whatever, and then he gets rid of that hard drive, then it's gone.
it's gone.
Yeah,
If that
I
hard drive
mean,
is gone or
yeah.
bleached or whatever, then it's gone.
Or just
Yeah.
toss it. Toss it in the water. They don't even know where it's at. Yeah, that's all he would have to do is pull out the hard drive. If all he was doing was downloading stuff and like looking at stuff like that,
But there
then
won't be like saved like
I
on
mean
like
there.
Instagrams like hard like servers like that this person was like say
Well,
like
this
watching them like this many times from this IP, like would it be on that end too, like on
well
Instagram's end?
if he was like I don't think it. I mean, if he was logged into his Instagram account and then doing
Or
shit, or
a
logged into
Instagram,
his Facebook, but
yeah.
if you're just as a guest, you know what I mean? Like,
As a guest you would
yeah.
never know, like he could check in like a library or something.
Exactly, or
Yeah.
he could have it where he has a different account that they don't know of, and then he got rid of the hard drive, and They don't.
They
They
might
don't
have
know.
open accounts probably
Yeah.
on TikTok or Instagram or wherever. They might have
He
like
probably had
some
his
people
basic
private.
ones that he never used, or it was just a regular one, and then he had like, you know,
I guess
burner
one,
accounts and shit.
but the burner account, that's what I'm saying. Like, wouldn't they be able to like trace that to somebody? If like somebody say like they found like on Instagram server like that there was like some user that like kind of like started their account like kind of at the same right timeline, maybe in the summer or something when he started stalking them, and then
Yeah, but you know
what.
how many people probably do that on a daily?
But like for just two people, like I mean, Maddie, like just those girls specifically, like
Oh,
who
you
would be stalking them? Yeah, like if somebody like
gotcha.
made an account and just looked at that, like those two, especially two different people, like one account looking at like say Maddie and Kaylee, right? And so maybe they could get who that account is, even if it was like or even a gap. I don't know. I don't know if they could look at any view if it's. I guess everything has to be like a link to like a view. I don't know how it works. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know either.
Like
But
exactly. Yeah. Guys, it's 6:30 in the morning by you. I gotta go to sleep. I have to wake up soon. I can't believe you're up like 3 hours later than me even, and it's late for me.
yeah, it's Friday night, Saturday
Yeah.
morning.
I work the weekends a lot.
That's cool. No, I appreciate it, Ellie. That was cool. Yeah, I guess astrology is fact.
It's fat.
Not
I know.
fiction.
We need like 3 dot for that. I think, it gets complicated. Like I was saying, like with all the different, like how all your signs are like clustered. Like there's like, it's just, there's so much to it. Do you know what I mean? Like you have to like sit down with like a book and be like, okay, well, this is here. It's like, like mathematics almost. You know what I mean? Like there's like, it's so, it's like complex. It,
No, I hear you.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it's like
some
okay,
of
you
it
got to
is
do these
simple.
three things that, and it goes with this, and I
Yeah,
got
like those are in like this house, and this house is like your house of like money and career. And so having this like sign in this planet, in this house, trine to this house, it's like all these different things become like, like this is trying to that, and this, it gets like very complicated. Like, so I didn't study it, like only to like a certain degree from my own stuff, you know what I mean? So it's like, but it is cool. I mean, there is things about it that I feel like you do have like a lot of Virgo stuff, like the way that you like analyze,
yeah.
but I don't, that could just be the way your mind is, the way that but why are people so different? Everybody's so different. It kind of makes sense, but then it kind of makes no sense. I don't know. Jury's still
Well, yeah,
out,
there's
right?
a lot of Capricorn too, and it's like my birthday's so close to that. It's like 2 days off of that, so it's like
Of Capricorn,
yeah,
yeah.
so it's weird.
Yeah, so
But
you're like a cusp anyway, like being on the cusp, like you definitely have like both, like signs of both, like or yeah, or early Aquarius,
I
like
feel like yeah, I feel
traits.
like I do. I feel like I relate more to Aquarius than anything, but like you said, like the way you perceive Capricorn, I guess I'm kind of like that too. A little bit.
Yeah,
Weird.
yeah, yeah. The one like really like close friend that I have that's an Aquarius, he's also like closer to Capricorn Aquarius. And it's like I could see, and I'm closer to Pisces. I'm more on the other end, not even in the middle. I'm like more towards the end of like
And
Aquarius. So
what's on the other end?
Pisces,
Oh, Pisces.
which I don't know. I never understand Pisces. They're so watery and like mysterious and like fishy. Fishy. Like
Fishy.
I can never figure them out. They're just like the oldest like souls supposedly are like oh, you're the
Oh, that's right. That's what
first.
you said. Yeah.
Oh, that's like my friend is like the day after you. Isn't like first like Groundhog Day,
What is it?
Nikki? The 1st of February is Groundhog Day. Or is that the second? I always forget that. Like Groundhog Day. It's like on the 1st of February. That's her birthday. Nikki's an Aquarius too. Look, lots of Aquarians around here.
Yeah.
I went up to Whispers. She was supposed to. She's another. I can't believe she's all Aquarius and her husband's Aquarius.
Oh yeah, that's right.
She's like, I'll be right back.
She was cooking dinner. She probably ate.
Yeah, it's probably 8.
And,
She's like,
screw that shit.
I'm a full Aquarius, so I don't know. Yeah, you're an Aquarius.
That's cool. All right. Well, get some sleep, Ellie. I appreciate
I
it.
know. I know. I have to work, but
And
I'll still
we'll
get
continue
enough
this
sleep.
John Bonet at some point. But
Oh
we
my
already
God,
figured it out. It's
yeah.
not him. He's full of shit.
Those
Well,
letters do not match
he didn't write
unless
the
you.
note.
No, he didn't write the note. I mean, it definitely looks more like a feminine handwriting, I think. I really think it's the mom. I always thought it was her for some reason because,
So did
like
I.
you
Too.
said, like from that pad in their house, like who would like spend all that time writing a note in somebody else's house for one?
Yeah, especially do a couple drafts of it, or at least attempt to
No,
do some drafts.
right?
Yeah,
That's
you just be
weird.
like, "Look, I got your kid. Give me some money. Give me $1 million if you want to see him again."
Not
Yeah.
118,000,
And
like
yeah, you ain't the only fat cat around here, John. Like what are you talking about? They're like, what was it? Victory, SBTC, or whatever. It's like,
Oh
what are you
yeah.
doing? Who the hell writes a? And that was a crazy thing back then. It was like that was the longest ransom note ever, like in existence at that
Right?
point. It was like
Like
no one
almost
ever
like,
did one that long.
I
It,
mean, that's it. Yeah. And
it
it's
just
just,
seemed like someone was trying to cover up something. They watched
yeah,
20
too
million too
many.
many movies, and
Yep. Too
it
much like
didn't have much
CSI,
time. I mean, maybe they had a few hours to come up with
like
something. You know what I mean? Like,
7, somebody
it,
said earlier. Yeah, they didn't
and
have much
even
time.
less than that, because, well, I mean, I guess not less than that, because we talked about like if they were. I'll let you go, man. We'll talk.
Oh, no. It's okay. No, it
Oh,
was
I was
like
just
7
gonna say
hours
that.
from when,
Yeah, like he would have, if someone would have been there, while they were at their Christmas parties and stuff, and just hanging out in the house for
yeah,
hours, then that would make
yeah,
more sense, because you wouldn't know that. I mean, you wouldn't write that note after the kid has been been passed away. You know what I mean? Like, what?
yeah,
It doesn't make much sense to spend that, knowing that she's passed, for
right?
you to spend that
Duh,
much time to
yeah.
write that note after. You wouldn't do it. There's no way. I mean,
There's
I
no,
can almost say that with 100% certainty that
yeah,
you're not going to stay in that house and
exactly.
write that damn note like it is written.
After
If
she's dead for
if she's passed.
ransom.
Yep, there's no way.
It seems like an afterthought. That's why it just doesn't add up. That note never added into it, right? It just never
Yeah.
made sense. So it doesn't make
Well,
sense that he killed her and like wrote that note either. Like, or before he wrote it before
what
when he's
if?
hanging out and left it. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, that would be the only scenario that I could say. Or the other scenario is that there was an intruder. He was gonna. He did whatever to dominate kill her, and then left her down there. And the parents did find her, and they were like, "Shit, dude, we're gonna get blamed for this. We better come up with something." You know what I mean? Like, she's already passed.
Yeah.
They already know she's gone. There's no way of bringing her back. Um,
But how would they
they
know they'd
came
be
up with a
blamed for it
scenario.
though? Yeah. Would they like call the cops right away if they found them and they didn't have a hand in it and they didn't? I mean, you don't think you're gonna get blamed for something when like your
Oh,
daughter
that was
turns up.
another thing. Did they ever say when the estimated time of death for her was?
I know that. Well, that's
I
the
can't
thing.
remember hearing that or not, because they were trying to pinpoint a little bit by what she had in her stomach with the pineapple, but then they were like,
Oh
"Well, we're
yeah,
not
the
sure if it's
pineapple.
even pineapple." And it's like, "Well, wait, what the fuck?" Okay, at first you're saying it looked like pineapple. There was pineapple found half eaten on the damn bowl of it
Yeah.
on the
Uh-huh.
table, and then now you're saying you're not sure if it's pineapple. Yeah, no, I'm gonna look at that too. I wonder if they did kind of come with a time of death, because that would tell a lot too, I believe. I mean,
Yeah.
if they can only pinpoint it in like 8 hour section, that doesn't do much. But if they can narrow it down to 1 or 2 hours, then that might shed a little bit of light on something.
Yeah. Because like with the note, yeah. I don't. Mm, I feel like it has to be them. They have to be. I don't know because of the pad and like really like I just don't think somebody's gonna just spend that much time and not take the note if they don't need the note to be. Yeah, I don't know. There's like a lot
Well,
of things. That just,
I saw someone else say, like, look, the Patsy didn't make it, that long. That could have been karma coming back. You know,
yeah,
Burke and John are still alive, still kicking.
yeah,
I mean, she
yeah,
obviously had health issues and stuff and other stuff going on, but still, I mean, I heard that. I was like, oh, that's one way of looking at it. I mean, it's just another like weird thing. If you
yeah.
believe in that, I
Right.
mean, yeah,
Then something ate it away inside of her
yeah,
over it.
yeah. 'Cause you
Right.
hear, I mean, yeah, just you can't live with the guilt, man. A lot of times, even if it was an
Yeah.
accident, I mean, you got to feel that guilt was just if you're a mother and it's your child, I mean, that guilt will kill you, man. For lack of a
Yeah.
better
Yeah. Because there
scenario.
had to be like some kind of like cover. It just seems like it. I mean, like how. Yeah. But it's weird that that guy was at the vigil and he did. I mean, but then like he could have just been at the vigil and like orchestrated everything else in that whole story, you know?
Yeah, or
But
yeah, exactly. Like he's already a PDO, so like,
it's like, oh, I was there. I'll say I did it.
yeah, I'll say I did it. Get some more pub or something. Who knows, man?
Is he in jail for life anyway?
That I do
Or
not know. I do not know. I think he is, man. I think it's like
see, then
a
it doesn't
shit ton of
matter
years if it's not life. It's a yeah. He ain't getting out from
because he
what.
wouldn't like admit to like I would think you wouldn't really admit to a murder if you're gonna like have a chance of getting out of prison.
Well, I feel like he probably feels like they're just not going to take him seriously. Like it's just going to be another thing, and he's not going to have any repercussions by saying that he did it, so they just don't believe him.
Well,
You know
that's
what I
like
mean?
what the
Like,
that goes along with his friend's story that they didn't believe what he was saying, right? So
yeah.
that kind of mm,
And then all
is
of a
a hang
sudden,
up.
after all this time, I mean, what did we say? It was 18 years ago or something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
It was
maybe he
like,
did change his eyes in prison. His penmanship changed a little,
yeah,
but
well,
that's a
that's
lot
true too.
drastic. I mean, using
Well,
a
yeah,
marker, using a pencil
maybe
is
he did
different.
write shitty and crappy like that writing was, and 18 years of pen paling in prison got him better
Yeah,
handwriting.
yeah, worked on his eyes and his capital
Yeah,
letters.
he
He
stopped
learned,
dotting his I's and yeah,
started
what
making
was that?
everything capital. I don't
Yeah, making
know.
everything capital and not using that crazy A anymore.
It's like a hard jump, though. You don't, I don't know. I feel like you don't change so much your way that you write. I don't know, right?
Well, maybe he
That's
had
tough.
to. Maybe, his first few pen pals were like, dude, you're chicken
Yeah,
scratch. I can't read this shit,
yeah.
Take a little
I'm
bit
not
more
writing you
time.
back. Yeah, if you don't write, yeah, you might. True. And pencils are different than writing with a marker. Would
Yeah.
that look like a pen or a marker, right? So,
Yeah. Yeah, it was
yeah,
her pen. It was Patsy's pad, her pen. Um, yeah, it's fucking weird, man.
if
Look,
that's sketchy, right?
there's so many scenarios, and why would I mean it'd be the only time a mother would cover up something like that? Maybe her other kid was involved, or
Oh,
maybe she was
yeah,
involved,
or an
or maybe
exactly.
there was an accident involved. I mean, there's like there
That's like
could be a bunch of
McCann
scenarios
theory.
where you have to
Yeah,
kind of think on the fly there, and that's why she's like, okay, what am I gonna do? Let's just say it's a ransom. We get them out, we get them in and out of the house, and
yeah.
we move the body later. Blah blah. You never know, man. Like it's definitely
making it convoluted like that kind of made it confusing enough that,
Yeah,
right?
you throw enough
They
crap
weren't
in there.
expected. Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe they were, but they weren't, you weren't able to prove it because of all of this weird
Yeah, they
stuff.
made it where it kind of pointed towards all of them individually differently. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, what are
Yeah.
they gonna do? Like, okay, we can't really. This is a good scenario if he did it. It's a good scenario if she did it. It's a good scenario if the kid did it.
Yeah.
Let's
Make
just
everybody
throw
look
them all
guilty.
in. Oh, an intruder could have done it. What? We have some foreign DNA, on the panties. So it's like, come on, man. It's like
Yeah.
there's 4 different scenarios right there, and if you don't know, you can't pinpoint anything. Um, there's not really any DNA. They already, and that was the thing when he picked her up and brought her in, and then Patsy hugged her and everything. It was over then, dude. Like the case was
Yeah.
fucked at that point. If it wasn't before, at that point, it was done. He shouldn't have even touched her, and he probably would have found out
Yeah.
who did it if it wasn't them. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
bet. Yeah. Totally. It did. It like contaminated everything. For real. The whole scene. Yeah.
oh, so Nikki says, or the intruder was seriously mentally unwell, and that note would make sense.
I know. I was
We
thinking
talked
about
about that
that.
earlier, where like, say he was in the house for hours waiting for them to get home. He was hiding out or whatever he was doing, and he was like looking through the house and ran across the check stub for the 118,000. It's possible. Some of the things in there seem a little crazy, but a little far
Yeah.
fetched, but maybe not, man. Or maybe he does have a little bit of a mental problem, and
See,
he
it
saw
could
the check
be.
stub and he
Yeah.
intertwined
Yeah.
everything together. He's like,
It
oh, let
could
me.
be. It
I
could be
just don't feel.
gibberish.
I
Yeah.
just feel like it hadn't been done before she passed away.
It
If
had to
it was
be.
someone other than the family,
It had to
if it
be.
was the
Yeah. I
family,
agree.
then it could have been. It was more than likely done after she was passed away.
Uh-huh.
If it was an
Yeah.
intruder, it was done before she passed away.
Uh-huh.
And
Uh-huh.
that's just my opinion. How I mean, I just can't really see it any other way. Just
Right?
doesn't make
I
sense
know.
for
It
either
doesn't make
party
sense.
to do it the other way, right? Because why
Wow.
would
Nikki
Patsy or
thinks
someone write it before? Why would the intruder write it after, knowing that there's a dead thing and 3 people in the house can wake up at any time and bust you?
yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It don't make sense. I mean, Nikki said, I think he was there for hours, could be someone known to them. But
Oh, yeah.
I don't
Or
know.
just someone that's in the neighborhood watching, like a guy that is
See?
homeless and
It
gets his
could
mail at a church 13 houses down. I mean, it's possible for sure.
I mean, it is possible. I mean, like like other than I guess he did get himself on court TV, but what else would he gain from saying that he killed her? Unless he's like working on a book or something, him and his buddy.
But even then, yeah, I mean, but yeah, I mean, if they don't
How do you
follow
write a
up or
whole book
anything,
about
sure,
that anyway? Like, is there enough material for a whole book? I guess. Like, I had some stories.
yeah, no one wants to read that book, dude. Like,
No.
basically, what you broke in, you killed the girl, sexually assaulted her. Like, that's a fucking
Called
shit
your
book.
friends.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
kind
Called
of
your
like,
friend and said I did something really bad, and then I went to the vigil. Come on, that's the worst book known to man, dude. And then I
yeah.
decided 12 years later, or whatever years later, to write my friend and confess all this crap.
And it's the FBI's fault because they didn't take me seriously.
Yeah, and
Blame
then
the
yeah,
FBI.
then your friend or acquaintance that you kept in touch with for 20 plus years is dogging the FBI and shit. That was the only thing that kind of makes me feel like it's true because I'm like, you ain't too smart if you're dogging the FBI, calling police, fucking, saying they're incompetent, they're not doing their job. Like
Yeah.
that's a big thing to say. I mean,
Yeah,
I
you
don't
don't
think
want to
they
say
take
that.
that too lightly, especially this is getting national coverage.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I would say. Granted, if he did or did not do it, that guy I don't really know. He could just be fucking with him, for whatever reason.
Yeah. 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 True. Yeah.
Maybe he was the other guy who was the pen pal guy, not the guy that supposedly did the stuff, but he could have been the big bully, and he wants to show off to him from back in school. He was the man, and everyone liked him, and he always wanted his approval, and he thought, oh, I'm
Yeah.
gonna get some. You never know.
The hero.
Or if
Yeah.
you're Boston, you thought that dude was a little shady. Like he might have been like the orchestrator of everything. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like
Yeah.
another reason, or maybe he was a big time PDD, PEDO back in the day. The other dude thought, oh, I'm gonna tell him all this to impress him. You know what I mean? This guy's like, fuck,
Yeah.
I can't have all this shit coming back on my plate. They'll drag up my past or something. Who knows?
Yeah. Like, I mean, to have those two things, like the letters and the calling the day after. That's weird, you know?
Yeah, individual. I mean, he's definitely. I remember. I think later on in the video, if you want, I'll give you that link for that video. Yeah, definitely check it out, or just go to Core TV on
Oh,
YouTube and type in John
yeah.
Bonet, new confession or something. But yeah, they talk about all that stuff. It's pretty interesting. It
Yeah.
makes you rethink about everything, and that John Ramsey really he's like, dude, he was a viable person of interest, and the DA or is it in the police department was like, nah, man, we think you guys did it. We're not even gonna, oh yeah, we looked at that. There's nothing there, kind of deal, and then they were just on them.
There was just never like enough, though,
Yeah.
right? It seems
Yeah,
like.
there wasn't. I mean, it was like I said, as soon as he picked her up and brought her into that living room, and
It's it.
as he
It's like,
grabbed onto her, it was done. Like
yeah.
at that point, you've already tainted, and then there was another guy there that was with him. Who knows what he touched?
Yeah.
Down there on the way out, because everyone was hysterical by all accounts and panicking. When both the parents were, and according to the one lady, it was an act. She thought it was an act. You know what I mean? The one cop.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah,
What
you
a
never know, man.
mess.
But yeah, Tuesday, and the cops fucked up, man. And as much as they don't want to
Yeah.
admit it, they fucked up, man. And it
Well,
probably all that
yeah.
stuff together cost us knowing what happened, man. Um, which is sad because it
Yeah.
would have been nice to know who did it, especially if they're still out there, and who knows if they're still out there harming someone else, or they have already harmed someone else. I mean, fucking 18 years, long time. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. Such a crazy case. It's that it's still got, that these like every certain amount of years, it's like something else kind of happens with it.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's gonna be like Summer's case eventually. Like 18 years from now,
Yeah, no, it probably will, because someone else will come out of the woodwork and say, "Oh yeah, no, I was there that day. I saw exactly
right?
what happened." And then someone else is gonna come out and say, "Oh no, I swear it's still Don. He did it. He knows something."
Right?
Oh no, it was Candace. Oh, it was Brandis. It's just no. I
All
swear to
these
God, Hunter was
people.
involved. It's like it's just gonna be an endless circle with all that shit. It'll be like that because
Yeah.
these people on YouTube are still going to be talking about it. I
I
guarantee
mean,
you,
they're
they're still
still
going to be
everybody
hashtagging
talks about
Summer.
it.
They're going to still be doing all that crap, and they're not going to talk about it. Not going to do shit about it. They're just going to just keep riding that wave as long as they can.
It's just like there's so I don't understand. I mean, I see how much there is for them to talk about, but like it's crazy how like they have found so much to talk about when like it really was like she like was there's not much, but because of the drama in that family, it became this thing that's like bigger than, and all the people there too, like all these characters created this story out of it,
Yeah,
bigger.
that happens with a
Not,
lot of these cases
yeah,
where there's just, it's just like a normal thing, but there's some kind of infighting or drama going on between parents or between like just two different sets of people that
yep,
are involved in the case, and it gets totally off track, and it gets to be something else that's not
bigger,
looking
and
for the kid or
yeah,
trying to, or find the
yeah,
missing person, or find out who actually did the crime. It just becomes, hey, we're all idiots and we're just gonna bicker because people like us to fight, and that's it.
yeah. I
And
mean, that's what some
I really feel
novellas
like
have
if
become.
everyone just turns off and doesn't watch it, then it'll go away, man. Like these people won't have nothing, and I feel like it's already starting to do that. That's why you're seeing these people like invade like Queen's channel with some of this stupid bullshit. I mean, some of this stuff is kind of like, if we're all talking about it and we're all like, stuff with trying to think of a good example, but like no one knows these people. Like what do you say?
I
Maybe
know.
20% know these people, and it, like basically may know their name and know nothing about any beef, any problem they have, and it's
That's how
just
I feel
all
about a
get
lot of
out
these
there and
people.
keep it going.
Like constant, like I try to watch a little. Like I wanted to try to understand her. So like the other morning, there was like I watched some of her, and it was just so. I mean, I understand, like, but at the same time, it's like it, it's like there's so many people in the world doing such crazy shit, and you're just like focusing on this one person. Like people like get hyper focused on things, right? And it just takes over their life in a way, and they don't even know it. I mean, because they think that they're doing she thinks she's doing good, and you have to like be like, with these things you have to like respect the person, but then when you take a step back, you're like, wow, she's like dedicating all of her life to this crazy woman who just likes to just go real life on people on the internet or do whatever on the internet about people, and like it just becomes like obsessive and like hyper focused, right, on little things instead of like bigger issues. It
Well,
becomes about
yeah.
people.
Well,
Yeah,
you said it best. They're focusing on this crazy fucking person, dude. Like, why
yeah,
even bother with this shit? That's why I don't watch Betty. I don't watch Dolly anymore. It's
yeah.
just like, why? I'm not wasting my time on that bullshit.
Right?
Like I got
Yeah. Like,
so much better shit to do. And I mean, and that's like petting my dog. That's way more
right?
important than even
Way more
listening to these fucking
important.
idiots. And
Even
like,
listening. I
you can only
know.
take it. I mean, honestly, if you can only watch for so long. If you don't get
Oh,
it,
only so long. Until
or
you
if
just see
you
like,
can't
oh
just be like
wow.
get tired or sick of it, then what the fuck, man? Like, I don't know how these people review it. And I feel like with Queen with the lawsuit, I feel like Betty, there's 100 more people that go at her all day, every day. But the problem
Right?
was like she
Yeah.
doesn't know anyone's names. Like her Queen's information's out there. So I feel like that's the
Yeah.
reason why she went after her.
Right?
Not so much,
Exactly.
because she's not the biggest channel that talks about
No,
Betty every day.
it's
She's not the
true.
most egregious about talking about Betty, even back in the day. Like, it's only because she knew her name.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
the only reason
And her
why, man.
address. Yeah.
And
And
her
she might
address
have
and
like,
everything she needed to do it. Because if you
yep,
don't have that, if you can't serve no papers, you can't have no lawsuit, man.
like
Like,
heels. Yeah. They
yeah,
maybe wanted heels, but maybe when heels kind of got more close with Queen, maybe that's why, truthfully, if anything, like, by proxy too, because it seems like JLR wanted more
yeah,
heels.
Hills. No,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah,
Yeah, so they're
yeah,
like trying to get the Hills secondary through her, but I feel like that's one of the main reasons, because like when you look at these people, man, like, oh my god, dude, like I don't even remember anything really bad being said that much on Queen's channel. It's like what
no,
the
not
fuck?
the
Especially when
Glare says
some of
worse
the
shit.
shit. Oh my god, dude. Or like
Yeah,
some of these people where they have her age, you know,
right,
age
I've seen that
divorce and
one.
devil horns and all this shit. It's like that's a little more damaging and like demeaning than
Right,
just like saying you're a
yeah,
tragedy pimp or or why you fucking with this case? Why, or whatever the case may be. It's just weird, man.
Yeah, it's different.
But
I know.
that's why I
It's
feel like
weird.
they just had her information to be able to do it, because you can't do it if you don't have the information.
It's so
That's why they were like,
true.
oh, Molly
Symbolic.
was trying to get everyone's information. I'll pay $500 for their, because they need people's
Yeah.
names and stuff, or they can't
Yeah, they
do
want
their
burnt
little fuck shit
toast.
with this court crap.
I'm sure she would have wanted to sue burnt toast much more than she wanted to sue Queen, truthfully. Think about it, because burnt toast goes like super hard on her, like,
Yeah,
and
or like
concentrated with,
nonsense is nonstop on her shit, dude.
yeah, a lot of people are like the glare. I mean, a lot of people, well, now she's newer, I feel like, to it, like Emmy from Headstones and Headlines document, does her
Yeah, Forgotten
only,
Whispers does stuff now.
uh-huh. She does like a little of everything though, which is good. I like, but yeah, but like just like, but I mean, Queen doesn't, she talks about her, but like, I don't know, not as bad as like some other people, you know? It's like symbolic for sure that she, like you said, she had a name and
Yeah,
like an
she had.
address, and yep, and that's like, that was enough. Like any of the channels that she had that information would do probably, right?
Yeah,
Like
she'll
if she had
still do it. I
heels,
think, like, if she finds out anyone's information to any of those people we just
like
mentioned,
burnt
she's gonna
toast,
do the
yeah.
same thing. Yeah, she'll do the same
Oh
thing.
yeah. Oh, definitely. I think so. But
Yeah.
I mean, but I wonder, because this might backfire on her. This sounds like it's gonna backfire on her, that she might end up having to pay fees and shit.
Hopefully it does, man. I mean,
I hope it does.
that's
It
all I
all
can
might
say. I
get
hope it
it
does.
all might get released. Like whatever. The whole thing might be just thrown out, truthfully. But if
Yeah,
it
no, that's how
doesn't,
I feel like it might just be. I mean,
if
it's
it
worth
doesn't
a
look at
try. I
it,
guess it's worth a
yeah.
try. That's all I could say. I really don't feel like anything's going anywhere. I think it's all going to be kind
A lot
of
of
not
money.
laughed at, but kind of like, come on, guys. You go on your side of the room. You go on your side of the room, and don't talk to each other. Kind of deal. Um,
Yeah.
but I mean, if not, if it makes her have to go through and do what Queen's having to go through, you know, on the initial lawsuit, then spend that money and the time and the effort. And that's
Yeah.
good. I mean, if it
She started
stops
it.
her, yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I just personally don't feel like it's
No.
going to go anywhere.
Yeah,
Either
I think
way,
that
but
I don't think so either. But yeah.
it would suck that if it doesn't go anywhere, and she's doing all this pro se and she doesn't have to spend any money. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that would be the shitty part about it if that were to happen.
Yeah,
It
which
doesn't
might be
appear that
end
that's
up,
going to happen, but you never know.
it might
Yeah, and that
though.
that would be shitty, and I think that would kind of. I don't think it would make shit bad, but
Yeah.
it wouldn't look. It'd just be a bad look, I guess, for a lack of a better phrase. Um, if
Yeah.
nothing came out of it of anything, then I don't know. It would just be more incentive for them to keep it up, um, kind of deal. But I guess it's worth the try. For
Yeah.
this
It's
one.
always worth a try, I think. I
Especially
mean,
in this
is it?
case. I mean, it's like a little thing that they feel like, oh, this is our little plan. We're gonna teach them, kind of deal. So hopefully it works, man. Hopefully it works.
I mean, it seems like, yeah.
I mean,
I mean, I don't think
anything is
she.
gonna save. She's gonna be saved. Queen's gonna be saved by anything. Um, and I guess that's the best part about it. If you want to look at, you know, that case
Would,
scenario, even if everything gets thrown out, at least she was protected and didn't,
yeah.
nothing happened to her. She didn't get, fucked over because of a lawsuit, is all.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the only thing is that they might, because of like her having like Betty having like frivolous lawsuits in the past, and like it, they might sanction. She is scared of getting like sanctions or like, fines. So that there could be like some kind of like, because it is frivolous and because Queen like had to like do all this. She might have to pay lawyers. You just never know like what a judge is gonna like rule on, because they could rule on like something just simple like that, dismiss, but like, you know, in favor of like, you know, we'll have to see. There's the initial thing like in a week, right? The 17th, a week from, no,
Yeah,
it can't be on the 17th. 17th is a
27th.
Sunday.
Was
27th. I
27th.
thought you said a week away though was the first one.
Oh yeah, it was the 14th. Was it the
Oh.
14th? It was for the order of protection, I believe.
Oh,
Right?
yeah,
We
yeah,
didn't have
yeah.
the initial, and then the next
Is
one,
it
I believe, was the
that would
27th or
make
something like
sense.
that.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So that's like
I
a
believe that's what
Thursday.
it
That
was.
would work. That would, yeah. There is, she said a weekend, so maybe that was like on Friday that she's, or Thursday that she said a week, you know?
Yeah,
Wow.
I thought I heard the 14th and the 27th for some
Yeah,
reason.
that's right. Then that fits totally. Yeah. I heard the 27th for sure. But the order, that sounds right. Because like she was saying something about that, like, that the order of protection, her lawyer was gonna probably go after like dismissing that first or something, because like the order of protection, part of like the reason I think Betty did that was that she could do that, so that she could do a Zoom meeting too, because she was feared for her life or some shit.
Yeah, to try to
All
not
right.
have to drive up there or fly up there and actually be present
Yeah, it was like a
physically there.
stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause she don't
It's
wanna spend no money. She's a dude, I hope she does have to pay.
no.
That'd be fucking
I hope
hilarious.
she has to like pay too. Like it would be just something. It'll, yeah. And then her reasoning is like, well, her subs are paying for this legal funds. It's like that girl. I can't believe she's like, she shouldn't have to, I shouldn't have to repay
Oh,
legal
yeah, I heard
fees
that.
because they're PayPal. PayPal.
Yeah, since Queen didn't pull the money out of her pocket and someone else, it's just
It's like the
fucking
most
stupid.
ridiculous excuse I've ever heard in my life. That's like so funny. Like that's like the worst. Like you understand like her logic a little when you hear that. Like, oh my God, that's how she
Or
thinks
lack
of
thereof.
lack of logic. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Like, really? That's not how it works. Like people could lend you 20,000, you know, like you still have to
Yeah,
get.
she's unbelievable. I mean, it's like she thinks she's the smartest, bright. She knows everything better than everybody else, and
And then she says
like,
shit like that.
yeah, and
Yeah.
then she just like goes full R
Yeah,
out of
totally.
nowhere. Like, what
Out of
the hell, man?
nowhere. And you're like, what? What did you just say? I can't
It,
believe you. Yeah.
well, that was a lot of problem, or not a lot of problem, but a lot of things that people look at her. They're like, dude, they're like, what are you doing? Like, you seriously cannot believe what you just said, you know? And
It,
like, she'll sit there with a straight face, and I think she does believe it. That's the
she
scariest
does.
thing about her,
I
you know?
know. No, that's
She
that
does
it.
believe it.
Yeah. Like people, some people think like, oh, she's just like playing. No, I think she actually believes what she says too.
Yeah, she
And
does.
that's a dysfunction, because she really believe. Yeah. And it's scary, because she believes whatever she says, kind of,
You know,
because she's like a
I know.
narcissist. Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty much.
my girl's mom's kind of like that. Like, she just lies about the stupidest shit. It's like, what's the point in doing that?
Yeah.
But it's so funny. You'd be like, hey, are you hungry? And she'd be like, no.
And
And
she
then
is.
literally 2 seconds later, after she just said that, she's like, yeah, I am hungry. I'm like, okay. And then, or you'd
Why
be
do
like,
you?
hey, are you hungry? She'd be like, yes. And then like 2 seconds later, she'd be like, no, I'm not hungry.
Oh my
Like,
God.
like she does the opposite answer for everything. Like, she gives both the opposite answers for every fucking question. And she
Wow.
always, like, if you ask her something, the first answer out of her mouth is not the one that she goes with. So like she'll say no,
Oh,
but she really means yes.
means
Or
yes.
she'll
You
say
have to like
yes and
opposite
really mean
her.
no. And she cannot
Oh,
help it. She cannot, it's like
weird.
it's the weirdest fucking thing ever, man. Like, I don't get it. And like,
Like she says the opposite almost. Like,
yeah, every
and she doesn't
single
even
fucking
know
question.
that she's doing it. She like.
I don't know.
But
Honestly,
she changes it though. So she's cognizant enough to change it to the right one,
yeah, or just
right?
like I feel like she just she in her mind or whatever she has to lie. Like
Oh,
it's just
weird. That's
programmed
like
like
she like
about the
borderline,
stupidest shit, dude. It's like
like a
it doesn't
personality
affect
disorder.
anyone at all. It doesn't
That's like a
affect anyone.
personality disorder. Those
Yeah,
just like,
right.
yeah, like they're
That-
developed to like protect people like when they're younger against like the whatever it is that they can't handle, you know?
Yeah, no, I've heard that before. Yeah, for sure. And I feel like Betty's the same way. Like
Oh
she
yeah.
she'll say something and but with her like I with her mom with my girl's mom, it's like I'm not sure if she really believes it or not. With Betty, like I really think she believes it. It's like
I do
that's
too. I
that's the
think she
bizarre
believes
part
it,
about it all. It's like I could see
right?
someone not being able to tell the truth. It just like naturally, you're like it's like she has to be the opposition. You know what I mean? Like, but there's
Yeah.
no need for opposition. Just tell us the
Because it's just
answer. You know
you.
what I mean?
Yeah. It's like
It's
simple
weird.
question. That's weird.
It's strange.
It's like a defense, some kind of defense something
Yeah,
that
I
she
think it
wasn't
is.
like,
They don't want to be agreeable. Like if
yeah.
if they're agreeing, then there's a problem. It's like they always have to like disagree or take the opposite stance. It's fucking weird, man. Like
It's yeah, that's like
yeah, it's
a
like some kind of mental thing going on.
personality. Yeah, like, 'cause
Yeah,
that's usually
some
they're
kind of
developed
personality disorder.
from some kind of like trauma that makes you do like do those things like to kind of and sometimes you live in like like a warped reality too to protect like
Or you don't want to
I
show
would
your like your true self, like your true feeling about it. It's like you just totally go opposite so that your true feelings don't get shown or it.
and almost like or like yeah or like lack of awareness like you're not even sure like but you'll just yeah like you'll say the oppositional first.
Oh, there you go. People who have mental health
Oh,
breakdowns can suffer from severe
oh,
indecisiveness.
I believe
It's
it.
caused by anxiety.
I believe
That's
that because
interesting.
like sometimes like just I have like making just too many decisions, like you get like stuck, you know? Like that kind of like yeah, like what's it called? Like you get like overloaded. Oh, defiant disorder, oppositional disorder. Yeah. Yeah, oh, that's exactly what you're describing exactly. Defiant disorder,
Oh, okay.
oppositional like it's like it's like defiant. Yeah,
Like
you're like
Laura.
yeah, a little bit. It is like Laura. Oh yeah. Oh, I thought you were joking. Yeah, Nikki said that. It
Oh no,
is
she
like
said it. Yeah, I was just kidding.
yeah, I know. I'm
But
like
I
yeah,
agree.
yeah. I know. How are we still on here, TT? She's like, holy moly, you're still on. What happened?
Good
We got
morning. All right, Ellie, go
yeah.
sleep.
Yeah,
Get
I
some
gotta
rest.
start work in the morning. All right, this is fun. I'll see you all soon, right? On these
All right.
streets
Peace
before we
out.
know it. Peace out. Bye.
Later. All right, guys. I guess I'll end the stream so everyone can start their morning. Rise and shine. It's 7:17. Thanks for coming out. Nikki stuck with us for a while. Good Tiffany, what's up? Yeah, Nikki was the only one that stuck out though. The Jasmina came in for a little bit there at the end. All right, guys. I'm gonna end this, and yeah, we're gonna do a John Benet Ramsey stream. I think I'll probably do that sometime this weekend. I get some more of the stuff. It's really interesting some of the stuff and the handwriting, and just hearing everyone else's theory about it. So until next time, ciao.